named Spades had moved on to Polly Mott. "Name," she ordered. Polly muttered her name. Tears were flowing over the brown mole sitting there like a smudge of mud under the corner of Polly's left eye. Polly Mott was known more for the unsightly mole on her face than anything else. She was 16 and scared. But Spades had moved on to the next girl in line, Gisela Barnwell, who gave her name, then started crying too. Spades and Hammerfist moved to Jenko Brook next. Jenko's bruised face was dark and unsavoury behind sweaty locks of matted hair. There was a murderous look and hunger for vengeance about him. It lay in the angle of his chin and shards of hate sparking from his eyes. He did not say his name when asked. "This one will be trouble," Hammerfist observed. "He can be tamed." Spades had to look up to meet Jenko's eyes. Now that the red-haired warrior woman was closer, Ava could tell Spades had a lovely porcelain face with a delicate bone structure behind a spray of bright red curls. There was a tint of innocence to her overall features, but an expression of absolute cunning in her eyes. Indeed, glowing beneath that dainty, freckled skin burned something wicked and furious. Ava hated her more than she had ever hated anything. "Do you wish to kill me?" Spade asked Jenko, flicking her coin up one last time, then stuffing it into a hidden pocket of her leather greaves. Jenko glared at her. "I see," Spade said. "You wish to fuck me instead?" The casualness of the statement stunned Ava. For some reason, despite the statement's preposterousness, rage and jealousy welled up within her. She fought back the sudden urge to lash out. Her mouth was too dry for such an outburst anyway. Nausea overcame her. "I recognize the cut and polish of your armour," Spade said to Jenko. "Was you who stayed with Baron Brooke when he fell? I'm surprised my quarrel didn't pierce the fool's helm. Never did find his body. No matter. I'm glad to see that you survived. A bit battered and bruised, though. I sense braveness in you. That will bode well for you in Eris's eyes. Was the one who Hammerfist crushed with his mace your brother? Your father?" Then Jenko did what Ava had wanted to. He spat on Spades. But the woman turned her head, and what little spray flew from Jenko's mouth sprinkled her hair, missing her face. Her eyes sparkled as she turned back toward him. "Now I always thought I was charming," she said with a bemused smile, "but not that charming. See, I knew you wanted to fuck me." Jenko remained silent, though a dangerous glare remained in his eyes, and those eyes remained on Spades. But she moved away from him with casual ease and examined Tilda Egbert briefly before stepping up to Ava. "Well," Spade said, looking straight at her, "aren't you just an impossibly pretty little thing?" And that was all. Spades and Hammerfist moved past Ava to the very end of the line. Bishop Tolbert was there, hands tied behind him too, stoic in his mud-encrusted cassock, which was torn down the side. The priesthood robe underneath was stark white and pure in comparison to his dirty cassock. He seemed unaffected under the scrutiny of the enemy. That is, until Spades drew a dagger and cut the rope that bound his hands, snatched him by the arm and pulled him from the line. He prayed aloud as he was marched before the other prisoners. "Silence!" Spades shoved him to the ground. He kept praying. She yanked him up again and violently tore off his long brown cassock. It puddled at his feet as he prayed louder and louder. The silk priesthood robe he wore underneath covered his torso from neck to knees, but was of a flimsy weave, nearly transparent in the sunlight. "We're the most battle-hardened sons of bitches who've ever stepped foot on these shores," the red-haired woman yelled as the bishop kept praying, And lest any of you doubt my words, I mean to behead this blasphemer, here and now." Talbot shrank away from her. He bowed his head and prayed more fervently, doing the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his heart. "Let me tear his scrawny cock off first," Hammerfist snarled. Any affinity Ava had previously felt for the bearded giant vanished as the large man pulled a dirk from his belt and moved toward the bishop, a wide smile developing over his tattooed face. Talbot instantly cupped his groin protectively, his prayers seemingly at an end. "Why do you bother to protect your balls?" Spades laughed. "As a bishop of Gulkana, you're not allowed to use them anyway." "Unless he's twiddling the kids in an ember gathering," Hammerfist grinned. "What's your taste, boys or girls?" Spades asked Talbot. "More like the goats and chickens, I wager," Hammerfist said gleefully. "Indeed," Spade said. "I've heard that the bishops in this land have a certain affinity for the beasts and the fowl and the fishes. I hear you give ember-gathering to the ducks and seagulls, and preach your way and truth of Legion to the sabre-toothed lions. Some have said you bishops even flagellate your cocks before the goats and geese." "It's the worshippers of Rael who pervert the will of Legion." Bishop Talbot's shaky voice rose. "It is you demons from Sorcevier who blaspheme against Legion." "And what about the hundreds of years of Gulkana oppression heaped upon Sorcevier in the name of your church? Was Windare not raped and stolen from us? Why are there no women priests in Gulkana? Why no women warriors?" Despite his vulnerable position, it appeared as if Talbot was starting to compose himself. He held his head high and answered, "Women are too emotional to do the will of Legion. They've little bravery. The ember gathering confirms their feeble-mindedness." "Feeble-mindedness," Spades repeated flatly, appraising the bishop, touching his silken robe. "Your silly white costume is an affront to Rael. Will it truly protect you from harm? Is this ridiculous belief in magical robes the kind of nonsense you brave and manly idol worshippers believe?" "They are sacred!" Doki Liddell stepped forward, hands tied behind his back. He stood as tall and proud as he could. "They are the robes of Legion's priesthood." Spades appraised the boy with some admiration in her stony countenance. "Sacred?" she asked, eyebrow raised. "Or just plain fucking stupid?" "You would not understand," Doki said haughtily. "His robe was blessed and anointed by Grand Vicar Denarius himself." "Under whose authority?" Spades cut him off, looking angrily at Talbot. "Certainly not that of our great Legion, for the power of Legion resides in the seed of Rael. Denarius is Legion's holy prophet." Young Doki was standing taller now, a proud lift to his chin. "'Twas he who anointed Bishop Talbot's robe with holy oils, and then placed it over his body in the royal cathedral upon his confirmation into the priesthood. It is a protection meant only for Legion's servants. I will not see you insulted, or Bishop Talbot." "Indeed, you seem quite attached to the bishop and his clothing." "I have seen Legion's power manifested in Bishop Talbot," Doki said proudly. "You could never understand." "I pray you, tell me. I'm curious." Bishop Talbot interjected. "You needn't speak on my behalf, son." "The boy will speak if he so pleases," Spade said. Doki straightened. "I was struck by lightning. After he healed me, the bishop told me a story of the priesthood robe's strength. In Hopewell, when Bishop Talbot was but a boy, he witnessed the most astonishing of miracles." Durfee spoke as if giving this foreign warrior woman an eighth-day sermon of his own. "There was a fire in the chapel's dormitory, and one of the bishops perished in the flame. When they pulled his body from the charred wreckage, his limbs and head were burnt off, yet under his priesthood robe nary a hair was singed or a scratch found. So Bishop Talbot told me." "A miracle, then," Spades commented flatly. Durfee performed the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his heart. "Under the sacred robe, not a burn was found." "But his head was gone." Spades cocked her brow. Durfee's eyes were wide. "The story proves the robes offer bodily protection to the worthy, by the will of Legion." Spades' words were rapid and rich with sarcasm. "So you really believe the priesthood robe will protect your good bishop from physical harm?" A hint of a smile tugged at her lips. "Indeed," Durfee said without pause. The bishop's countenance, on the other hand, went through a remarkable change. Colour drained from his face. "Let's test your theory, boy." Spades pulled the crossbow from over her shoulder and walked away from Talbot, knocking a quarrel into the weapon as she went. Bishop Talbot's face blanched, but he remained rooted in place. There was a stillness that fell upon the beach for a moment. The prisoners watched him, eyes wide, as if they were about to witness something truly miraculous. When 30 paces separated Spades from the bishop, she whirled around and aimed the crossbow and its thick bolt straight at him. The girth of the bolt's shaft looked as big and round as a grown man's thumb. "If you're correct, boy, and his holy robe saves him from my quarrel, then I say the armies of Sorcevier will leave these shores and never return." Then she pulled the trigger. There was a metallic snap, and Talbot was launched backward through the air, heels skimming the beach as he flew, his back ploughing a furrow into the sand where he landed. "No!" Durfee screamed. The bishop expelled a terror-filled cry of his own as he sat up, clutching at the crossbow bolt in his stomach. He doubled over and fell sideways into the sand, blood pooling under him. Spades returned her crossbow to the harness on her back and walked up to Durfee. "I reckon your bishop's miserable robe proved as useless as a rack of bloody paper shields." Hammerfist yanked Talbot roughly to his feet. Spades stepped forward and gripped the shaft of the quarrel lodged in his stomach. "It looks as if the armies of Eros Rael will remain in these lands." And with a yank, she tore the bolt free. The bishop cried out as his gut ruptured. Entrails slithered from his rent robe like snakes from a gunny sack. Hammerfist stepped back. Talbot dropped to his knees and wailed. His hands scrabbled among his own spilled guts, trying desperately to hold the glistening, slithery coils of his intestines in. But the shimmering purple loops slipped through his fingers to the sand, the tide licking them up. Horror dropped like a shawl over Ava's shoulders. Talbot now seemed no longer human, no longer a man of Legion at all, but a fleshy pink sack of raw guts and blood. Just a fellow townsman filled with terror and despair, the thin white robe about his legs dripping brown with feces. "What we've got here is a rather wretched situation." Spade spoke loudly to the line of prisoners. "It does seem a horrible crime that ye have all been saddled with such feeble company as ourselves. I'm sorry to burden you with the formalities of warfare, but we need to discuss some issues without rancour." She paused, pacing before them. "We can either put you to death or not." Hammerfist finished the sentence for her. "So you feel there must indeed be some divine purpose to this madness?" I don't claim any divine purpose, nor do I think their situation is entirely hopeless." "Indeed, nothing is hopeless." Spades' eyes were on the bishop. Talbot moaned, crawling through the surf after a clump of his entrails that the incoming tide had taken. Spades turned from the bishop to Hammerfist. "Since we've already established that we have no qualms about speaking frankly, what say you of their fate?" Hammerfist's mouth spread into a mad grin. "I've always felt that some previously useless lives can be converted to a better purpose. That being said, I say that the children of Gallows Haven are now the property of Sor Severe. You are to be adopted into the covenant of Rael and raised up in true righteousness and faith as citizens of Sor Severe and believers in Eros Rael, your true one and only." Though Hammerfist was shouting now, it was difficult for Ava to hear him. Bishop Talbot was kneeling in the lapping waves of the beach, crying out in thunderous gasps. His attempts to gather his own guts and stuff them back into his stomach a lost cause as they swam around him in the water like eels. Hammerfist continued to shout over the bishop's cries. "And those of you older than 12 are now slaves, under the control and whims of our armies. You will serve as our pack mules, armour polishers, and errand runners as we conquer your lands." There was crying from the prisoners, whether they were cries of relief at being spared or cries of despair at becoming slaves, Ava couldn't tell. She remained stoic and unfeeling, stunned, really. And above it all, Talbot continued to create an awful shrill racket in the water, with ear-piercing wails and screeches. "Holy shit, man!" Hammerfist bellowed. "I can't hear my own self speak!" Pulling a long knife from his belt, he tromped over to the bishop, who was still lying half in the water. Planting his knee right in the bishop's back, the red-bearded giant sliced Talbot's throat clear to the spine, then shoved the dying man face first into the surf. Red water lapped up against the bishop's body as Hammerfist walked away. Doki Little ran. In bare feet he ran, sprinting awkwardly down the beach in the direction of Gallows Haven, hands tied behind him, legs churning, feet kicking up sand. Spades drew her crossbow, knocked a quarrel, and fired. The bolt cleaved the air and punched through the back of Doki's thigh. He went down, tumbling. Undaunted, he did not cry, but kept going, crawling on his stomach, inching forward, ploughing through the sand, arrow-pierced leg dragging a bloody trail. Hammerfist lumbered down the beach, picked up the struggling boy, and carried him back under the crook of one arm. He set Doki on the ground before Spades. Despite the quarrel dangling from his tender leg, Doki stood defiant before her. "You really must hate our company, lad," Spade said, admiration for Doki's strength in her voice. "So I'll make a deal with you." She pointed to the legions of Sor Severe warships anchored 100 yards offshore. "If you can swim to the nearest ship and back, without getting eaten by one of the sharks circling about, I'll let you go free." "You'll let me go free?" "Aye." Spades untied Doki's hands. "I swear it." With his hands free, Doki threw off his bits of armour and leather tunic and dashed into the ocean. In just his shirt and breeches, he was quickly in water up to his knees, then thighs, then stomach. Soon he was swimming, thick quarrel still lodged in his thigh. "That little fellow is bloody mad," Hammerfist said, watching Doki go. The fins of the sharks were like tiny white sails slicing through the sea between the distant ships, quietly slipping below the water, then resurfacing. Ava felt her breath catch in her throat when she lost sight of Doki momentarily among the choppy waves. There was a sudden thrashing of water where he should have been, and her heart sank. "I see him," Hammerfist pointed. "Look!" Durfee was pounding the palm of his hand against the nearest ship's hull, letting all ashore know that he'd reached it. The dull banging was faint, but Ava heard it. "He's still got to swim back," Spade said. "He'll be bitten in half soon enough." As Durfee swam back, one of the swerving fins darted toward him with the speed of an arrow. The distant splash of his paddling arms and feet ceased, and he vanished under a boiling blanket of water. An eerie calmness came over the ocean. A few tense heartbeats passed. Then, to Ava's relief, Durfee surfaced, swimming vigorously. It wasn't long before he was wading ashore, limping, quarrel still lodged in his thigh. What little was left of his shirt hung in ragged shreds over his chest, and blood oozed from a shallow furrow of teeth marks that cut an arcing swath across both his back and belly. Despite all, Durfee Little, breathing heavily, stumbled from the bay and stood before Spades. Hammerfist's booming voice was dripping with amusement. "Them shark bites ain't more than a fingernail's breadth deep." His dancing eyes fell on Spades. "I'm relieved you didn't tell the whelp our entire army would leave Gulkana." Spades pointed Durfee toward town. "You've earned your freedom. Now get before I change my mind." And just like that, Durfee limped away from her, crossbow bolt in his leg, shark bites lining his body. Ava stood a little prouder as she watched Durfee gather his armour and make his way back into Gallows Haven. His small victory over their tormentors had given them all hope. "If I swim out there, may I go free too?" An eager voice sounded from the line of captives. Spade's eyes were alight with anger as she drew her sword. "You'll find yourselves lucky if I don't just slay you all now." Moments later, two sore-severe knights, one bald, the other bearded and wearing a black patch over one eye, broke through the line of prisoners, dragging Baron Jubal Brooke between them. The Baron's hands were tied behind his back. He was brought directly to Spades. She appraised him with unbridled disgust. "Found him in a shed near the chapel," the dark-haired knight with the eye patch said. The man carried a deadly-looking sword in one gauntleted hand. Scars ribboned his face. His one good eye cast stony indifference at the prisoners. "The fool who rode out to offer us his surrender. Baron Jubal Brooke." "I can see that, Stabler," Spade snapped. "I have two eyes." Stabler backed away, face reddening under his eye patch, a sneer spreading across his scarred face. "Lest you forget, I lost this eye saving your skin in Aganmoor." Spade's full attention was on Baron Brooke. "My bolt should have killed you. Running you down with my horse should have killed you. Yet here you are, still alive." "Aye, I am lucky in that," the Baron said. "Luck for a coward," Spade sneered. "They found you in a shed. Are all Gulkana barons such cowards, Jubal? Are all barons trained to hide?" "I ran to save the women in the chapel from slaughter. My purpose was to lead them into the mountains. Any sane man would have done the same." "Listen, you overgrown sack of chicken shit," Spade snarled. "Don't insult me or the few survivors standing here who yet live." "He guarded no women," the one-eyed knight named Stabler said, "and he offered scant resistance when we pulled him from the shed." "Nobody in this place has yet offered resistance." Spade stepped up to Baron Brooke, appraising him. "An entire town sacked, and Sore-Severe did not lose one fighter. Not one of us even injured. I dare say the codfish and herring offered us more concern when we rowed ashore." A grunt and chuckle from Stabler bespoke similar sentiment. It was then that the bald knight with Stabler looked at the prisoners, looked right at Ava Shea. At first his eyes were flat and watchful as his gaze travelled over her. Something in his eyes flowed raw and dangerous in his quiet stare. Ava found she could not turn away. She felt an immediate connection. He was handsome, strikingly appealing, but in a brutal way. His bald head and neatly trimmed goatee were a stark contrast to the dark splatters of blood and gore that covered his armour. His shoulders were angular with plate armour, and his short sword hung low on his hip. The long sword strapped in the baldric across his back looked well used and deadly. She wanted to drop her own gaze, look away, but his eyes lingered upon her with such bold curiosity she wondered what he saw. There was one certainty. Lust did not live in his eyes as it had in most men who looked at her. His eyes were filled with something she could not quite define. He looked away from her and up the grassy knoll. Ava followed his gaze. A weaponless man with short-cropped black hair was riding down the hill on an equally black horse. He was dragging a wooden crate by a length of rope tied to the horse's pommel. Beast and rider seemed bleak and rootless as they galloped by, the crate dragging behind, pushing up sand. The surface of the man's dark cloak and leather armour seemed to be seething with endless death. The glowing red eyes of his mount looked feverish, demonic. Ava was sure that his fiendish-looking steed was a wraith from the underworld, kin to the nameless beasts. Veins followed twisting paths beneath its glistening hide, and its corded muscles appeared taut. Ava's heart hammered. She'd seen a similar horse before, with Stephen Wayland and Nail, high on the Rome mine trail. This evil newcomer heeled the demon-eyed charger in front of Spades and dismounted. He offered Spades and Hammerfist a curt nod before untying the rope and pulling it in the crate. "The box you requested." "Baron Jubelbrook lives," Spades said. "Perhaps you'd like to test your skills against the Baron in a duel. After all, it seems neither one of you have used your weapons today." "Some other time." The black-clad man appraised the Baron with flat, vicious eyes. "Despite what you believe, today's battle has taxed my strength." "I'm simply swooning with sympathy, Sir Spider. But I'm not interested in your pouty complaints. I say you should fight this man." "Would be a waste of my time." The one Spades had called Sir Spider mounted his demon-eyed charger, set heels to flanks, and galloped away. "Insolent fool," Spades sneered. "He does tend to go his own way," Hammerfist said. "As do most like him," Stabler chuckled, earning a dark look from Spades. Her hand travelled to the sword at her hip. "Are you still under the misapprehension that Hawkwood fights for our cause?" Stabler continued. "His allegiance lies elsewhere now, with his new lover, Jondralin Bronachel." Spade's knuckles were white with strain, hand tightening around her sword. "Even the spider wants him dead," Stabler went on. "Shouldn't that be answer enough for you?" "Stop it." The bald knight stepped between the two. "You speak too boldly in front of the captives." Ava liked the sound of his voice, the command it held. Spades moved toward the crate, and with the tip of her sword pried the lid off. Ava craned her neck. From her angle, the wooden box appeared empty. It wasn't large by any means, just big enough for a child to curl up in and hide. Spades returned to Baron Brooke. "That boy who swam through the sharks has put me in an unsavoury mood." She stepped behind the Baron and cut his bonds with her sword. I aim to offer you a deal." The Baron's hands swung free, and he rubbed his wrists, working the circulation back into them, the muscles of his jaws bunching. Spades held forth her sword, hilt out. Baron Brooke immediately grabbed the weapon. Courage seemed to wash over his face with the sword in hand. He held it up as if preparing to strike, but Spades turned her back to him and began unhooking her crossbow and quiver of quarrels. She tossed them to the sand, then donned a pair of leather gloves taken from her quiver. Turning to the Baron, she held her arms away from her body, gloved hands empty, weaponless. "Here is the deal," she began. "Fight me to the death. If you win, you get the privilege of delivering a message to the silver throne for the Angel Prince. If you lose, well, you'll still be delivering the message to Amadon only." Spades pointed to the crate lying in the sand. "You'll make the journey in that." The Baron's face revealed a moment of dismay, his courage ebbing. Ava risked a glance at Jenko, but he was looking straight at the ground, hair covering his face. Spades cocked her head, hands still held out from her body, palms up as if in supplication. "You can strike at me whenever you choose." A short, sharp laugh burst from Baron Brooke. "To the underworld with you, bitch!" He swung. Spades grabbed the sword by the blade in mid-flight and yanked it from his hands. She flipped it in the air, caught it by the hilt, and rammed it through the plate armor covering his thigh. The Baron wobbled back, the sword buried in his leg almost to the hilt, half the bloody blade sprouting from the other side. Spades kicked with the flat of her foot, connecting with the Baron's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. She snatched the hilt of the sword and pulled it from his leg. He cried out as the blade screeched free of his armor. Spades stood over him, bloody sword at his throat. "Stand up!" "My leg!" he spouted. Hammerfist stalked forward, grabbed the Baron by his shoulders and pulled him to his feet. Baron Brooke listed to the side, favouring his injured leg as blood pumped from it. The red-haired woman ripped off her leather gloves and threw them at Baron Brooke's feet. "Take off your armour." "What?" the Baron said between pain-clenched teeth. "Strip!" Spades shouted. Baron Brooke managed to unbuckle his leg and shoulder armour without falling over. Then he slowly divested himself of his outer plate armour. Tears flowed freely from his eyes in the effort. His leg bled profusely as he stood before Spades in a mixture of sweaty grey shirt and woolen underleggings, bloody from the thigh down. "Take it all off," Spades said. The Baron removed his shirt, revealing a broad chest of dark, matted curls of hair. "All of it." Spades motioned to his leggings. "I'm liable to bleed to death as it is." Baron Brooke's lips quivered in pain. Hammerfist shoved the Baron to the ground, then snatched the man's pants by the ankles and yanked them from his legs. The Baron hollered in pain, then curled into the fetal position, clutching at the wound in his thigh. From head to toe, Baron Brooke's naked body was a ratted mess of sweaty hair. Dark curls even covered the vast expanse of his bunched and clenching buttocks. "For fuck's sake!" Hammerfist pulled Jubal to his feet. "Handle it like a man!" The Baron could barely stand. He leaned against Hammerfist for support, blood gushing down the pale skin of his leg. He bore a thick thatch of greying pubic hair, and his scrotum dangled beneath the short stump of his manhood, like the wrinkled face of a bearded old man. Spades stood there, eyes travelling over the naked man before her. "Well," she said, after a moment of reflection, "I suppose you could call that a cock." Hammerfist laughed. So did Stabler. The bald knight remained silent. "The boiling tar for our ships," Spade said to Stabler. "Fetch me a kettle." Smiling, Stabler ambled toward the line of Baron Brooke's black cauldrons, a renewed energy in his step. Spade snatched up her bloody sword and spun about, eyes crazed. As she made her way ominously down the line of prisoners, many cowered from her. Even Ava tried not to meet the deranged woman's stare. Spade stopped in front of Jenko Brooke. "The Baron will soon bleed to death," she said. "What say you to that?" Jenko looked beyond her, refusing to meet her gaze. Spades grabbed his chin in her hands and forced him to look at her. "I confess to having some skill at figuring men, in both body and character. You have a vicious streak, I can tell. Quick to anger, quick to notice weakness in others and exploit it. Yet I imagine you were well liked in town." She jerked Jenko's face down to hers until their eyes were level. "A real scoundrel, you, and proud of it." Jenko remained silent, nostrils flaring in and out as he breathed. "The truth is," Spades released his jaw, "I like what I see in you." She forced Jenko around and cut through his bonds with her sword. His hands were free. She stepped back from him quickly, the tip of her blade poised between them. Instead of attacking her, Jenko hung his head, hair covering his eyes. "The Baron will bleed to death soon," she said. "I wish you to finish him for me." Jenko looked up, eyes glowering beneath the locks of his hair. "You will kill Baron Brooke." Spades placed the tip of her sword under his chin. "I will not." Jenko's voice was low, menacing. Despite all, there was still courage in him. It was clear the woman did not know that Jenko was Jubal's son. Ava could tell that Spades, despite her insanity, did not intimidate Jenko at all. Perhaps it was the inevitability of all their deaths that had caused such callousness within him. Either way, Ava knew that he would never do what Spades asked. He would die first, not out of loyalty to his father, but out of pride, a need to never do what anyone demanded of him, especially under these circumstances. She was proud of him for his defiance. Spades removed the sword from under his chin and stepped in front of Tilda Egbert, who stood trembling. "What is your name again?" Spades asked, lifting the girl's face. Tilda seemed devoid of speech as she raised her downcast eyes. In her face welled a depth of hopelessness and despair. A bright tear coursed slowly down her cheek, cutting a wet, cleansing path through the dirt and soot. Spades placed the tip of her sword under Tilda's chin whilst looking at Jenko. "Kill Jubal Brooke for me, or I kill this girl." Ava held her breath. She saw a brief moment of indecision cross over Jenko's face. As Ava watched him, her heart breaking, she could see the pain and confusion in his red-rimmed eyes. Then he looked away from Spades, seemingly unconcerned. "Don't hurt me," Tilda whimpered, her trembling eyes fixed on the red-haired Sorcevier woman before her. "I beg you." The bleak sadness in Tilda's voice was so raw that Ava had to blink back her own tears. Spades rammed the sword up under Tilda's chin and into her brain. The girl jerked, head instantly skewered on the end of the weapon. When Spades pulled the blade free, Tilda's body folded to the sand, her woolen shift flying up around her hips, exposing the full length of her legs, which now twitched and spasmed. Ava felt a flash of rage, a flash that vanished a heartbeat later as she realized Spades had moved to her. The tip of her sword, still fresh with Tilda's blood, was now poised under Ava's own chin. "And your name again, darling?" Spades asked. Ava's voice cracked as she spoke her own name. Thirst was lodged like a broken bottle in her throat, yet she answered with a voice that was far calmer than she felt. "Will the lad let you die too, pretty Ava Shea?" Spades pressed the tip of her sword against the flesh of Ava's neck. "Well, girl, will he?"
"I'll do it,"
Jenko said. Spades turned.
"I said I'll do it," he repeated,
voice laced with venom.
"I will kill him."
Spades lowered her blade. "I could see you didn't care much for yourself," she said, "but I figured I could eventually find one you did care for." Ava felt a measure of relief at not being killed. At the same time, she found herself shivering in fright as Jenko followed Spades toward Baron Brook. Hammerfist shoved the Baron to the ground. Jubal Brook held his wounded leg gingerly out of the sand with both hands. His cold, dark eyes were trained on his son, but those eyes betrayed nothing. Jenko's eyes were vacant, too. Stabler returned, carrying a black iron kettle of tar in one hand and a horrific-looking longsword in the other, its inner serrated edge honed sharp. He handed the jagged sword to Spades and set the kettle in the sand in front of the Baron, steaming tar sloshing over its sides. The Baron eyed the boiling broth with a concerned look. "I don't actually want you to kill the Baron." Spades handed Jenko the serrated sword. "He is of more use to us alive, but I did promise Jubal that if he lost the duel, he would be making the trip to Amadon in that box. So, cut off his injured leg first, and then I'll decide how many more limbs need to be removed before he'll fit in the crate."
"The Son have mercy! No!"
The Baron scooted away, but Hammerfist was kneeling behind him, blocking his path. One of his massive arms encircled the Baron's neck and shoulders, holding him in an iron grip.
"Do it, lad,"
Hammerfist growled at Jenko.
"And make it quick."
Jenko hefted the blade in both hands, testing its weight. He looked at Spades, uncertainty in his eyes. She nodded toward the Baron. Jubal Brook was unable to keep still, legs kicking out, thrashing madly, head trying to turn this way and that in Hammerfist's grasp, hands clawing at the red giant's arms. Stabler immediately fell upon the Baron's legs, yanking them apart until the man was spread-eagled in the sand. The bald knight stood back, watching the display with flat, hard eyes. To Ava, it seemed the bald one had little use for any of what was happening. Jenko knelt before his father's injured, quivering leg.
"You don't have to do this, Jenko,"
the Baron said, pain quaking in his voice.
"Let them kill me."
Jenko placed the serrated edge of the blade along his father's thigh above the previously torn flesh. Ava wanted to look away, yet couldn't. Jenko's face was devoid of expression now, and Ava's sorrow-filled heart reached out to him. An anguished cry of horror formed inside of her, a silent, bone-weary howl of inner pain.
"Cut him!"
Hammerfist snarled. Jenko seemed rooted in place, frozen.
"Damn you, boy, do it already!"
Jenko slashed, cutting deep. The Baron's leg spasmed.
"You don't have to do this!"
Baron Brook yelled.
"Let them kill me!"
Jenko lifted the blade, eyes on his father.
"Keep at it, lad!"
Hammerfist growled. Jenko sawed back and forth. Screaming, the Baron raised his hands to stop the blade as it ate at his leg, but Jenko sawed until the serrated cleaver scraped against bone. Baron Brook inhaled deeply, rapidly through lips that sputtered as air whooshed by.
"Fuck almighty, lad!" Hammerfist yelled. "Just get it over with! Chop it off!
Jenko stood. He raised the blade overhead like an axe. With 2 quick swings of the sword, it was done. Stabler tore the leg free of the torso, severed muscles fluttering. Thick scarlet pumped in great gouts from what little remained of the Baron's thigh, the bloody stump freckled with pale sand. Jenko's father was silent, unconscious. Crying now, Ava stood there alone, motionless, the trauma taking hold of her mind again. She felt the wraiths prowling restlessly, roving within as if eager to wrap around her soul. For her soul was all she had now. Her family was gone, her home was gone, and the crystal-clear innocence of her thoughts was gone too, stained forever by this horror. Hammerfist picked Baron Brooke up and carried him toward the kettle of boiling tar. Jenko's father dangled limply in the giant's thick-muscled arms as his seeping stump was dipped into the steaming kettle and held there a moment. Hammerfist lifted him free and dumped him on the ground in front of Jenko. "Take his other leg," Spades ordered. At those words, Ava felt sorely unbalanced. She shuddered and drew a deep, ragged breath, wishing Jenko would just stop this madness somehow. Ava gazed one last time with empty eyes at the large blade as it fell. Then she lowered her head, blonde hair falling over her face. She could hear the wet sound of Jenko's sword as it chopped into his father's remaining leg. The wraiths now gnawed at Ava with a keen hunger. She had seen too much. Horror, trauma, stress, all engulfed her. "He's not so heavy now," she heard Hammerfist say, his voice distant and wavering. All was quiet as the Baron's second stump cooked in the tar. The dreadful silence of the air was heavy with the stench of burnt flesh. It mixed with the cloying smell of hatred and fear. She'd never be rid of this nauseating taste of death. There was a hiss and thrum in her head as she clenched her eyes shut. "Now his arms," Spade's voice said, as if from a great distance. Time wore on, and the sounds and odours that surrounded Ava grew less and less distinct. It felt as if an eternity passed, and when she looked up, she was surprised at the faint red glow suffusing the hazy scene. The sun was setting, she realized, her mind working slowly now. Multiple suns along the horizon, repeated versions of a fiery globe, some sharper, some brighter, some brilliantly red, others orange. "Isn't the sunset beautiful?" she murmured. But only the rhythmic rushing sound of her own blood in her own head answered. Her parched throat stung with every dry breath. "The sun has not set," a distant voice sounded from somewhere, a concerned voice, a familiar voice. Perhaps it was Neo, but she didn't understand his words. "Of course the sun is setting." The glare of it burned her eyes. She was angry that someone would question that. Her anger focused her mind, cleared her thoughts. Almost. Then she found herself under the scrutiny of the White Prince himself. She hung her head, letting her hair cover her face again, like a curtain, now realizing the significance of her situation. This was Eros Rael standing before her, the Angel Prince of Sorcevere. "Name?" he asked, and her name spilled forth in a stuttering mumble as if she had scant control over her own mouth. Then, for some reason, she drew sustenance from the sound of her own voice. It took all the courage she could muster, but she lifted her gaze, shook the hair from her eyes, and met those of the White Prince. His bearing was beautiful, like a marble sculpture, like the statue of Lejeune in the chapel. He wore a white cloak, open down the centre. Underneath, his pearl-coloured chainmail armour glistened smooth, as if freshly dipped in natural oils. Blonde hair hung unbound to his shoulders in shimmering white waves. His skin looked bloodless, translucent, hollow. Veins pulsed, moving like worms under the paleness of his face, yet, despite their grotesqueness, those slithering smears of blue only added to his charisma and allure. But it was his eyes that captured her. They were dark and wild at one moment, empty the next. The whites clear as a snow-driven field, the pupils like twin circles of blackness spiraling into the underworld. But Eros Rael's eyes lingered on her for a brief moment longer than was needed, as if he were reluctant to turn away. And the way he looked at her, no, leered after her lustily, was familiar. Most men, it seemed, looked upon her that way. His look was more than she could bear. She closed her eyes again, tightly, and found herself lost in a hazy pink landscape of unrecognizable sensations she had never experienced before, a pink, weaving haze that left her trembling, and the wavering pink bliss consumed her until all faded to black. From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. A man is commanded to memorize his own bloodline and identify the heritage and bloodline of his fellow man. The Grand Vicar and quorum of the 5 archbishops of Amadon have confirmed upon themselves the mantle of Legion's righteousness. But they are worse than fatherless. For under what birthright do they rule? For it is only in Legion's son Rael where the true mantle of divinity is found. Chapter 18. Galt Albrecht. 3rd day of the morning moon, 999th year of Legion, Gallows Haven, Golconda. It was the beginning of a dark and starless night. In the light of the nearby bonfires, the whites of the prisoner's eyes were stark moons against the black rivulets of blood that matted his blonde hair and face and streaked down his battered breastplate and leather greaves. Galt gripped the young man's right arm, whilst Spades held the glowing branding iron against the underside of his wrist. There was the hiss of hot iron against flesh, then smoke. The blood-covered prisoner didn't even scream as Spade's branding iron sizzled against his skin. When she pulled the iron away, staring back was the raw brand marking him an official Sorcerer slave, a broken S. He was the first captive to be branded tonight. As Galt handed the new slave over to Stabler, he made note that the young man also bore a thin, cross-like scar on the back of the same hand. "Clean him up before you put him in the tent," Spades instructed Stabler. "See if you can get a name out of him. If he still refuses to talk, we'll beat it out of him later." "What shall we do with his ratty plate armour?" Stabler bound the boy's hands behind his back again. "The prisoners can keep what clothes or armour they have until we find something more suitable. Until the rest of our supplies arrive from Windare, we make do." Stabler marched the blond fellow up the grassy slope toward the slave tent. To Galt's reckoning, these Gallows Haven folk had certainly been ill-equipped for war, clad in naught save a patchwork of rusty scrap armour, poorly tanned leathers, and the crudest of weapons. Perhaps this crusade against Golconda would be easy and over soon. For him, the redundancy of hard steel rasping from a sheath and striking warm flesh had grown old. It had taken 5 years to reclaim Windare. He wasn't sure if he had another 5 years of war left in him. Enna Spades, on the other hand, relished the butchery. When the small band that defended Gallows Haven had fled the battlefield, none had been more displeased with the cowardice than she. Galt knew Spades hated lack of courage in a foe more than anything. She gloried in the wildness and excitement of war, and admired those who would stand up to her and fight. She craved chaos, thrived on her own pain, and revelled in the pain of others. She was possessed of a pure, wanton cruelty. And with today's actions on the beach, she had taken the entire Sorcevier army and bonded them all together as monsters in the eyes of the survivors of Gallows Haven. A fortuitous boon if all of Gulkana proves as ill-prepared. The speedy conclusion of this war might finally earn Galt that small measure of peace that had been denied him these last 10 years. Though fighting had felt good in the beginning, he hated himself for having loved it so much. The truth was, war was naught but marching and boredom. Yet in those brief moments of true fighting, the savagery was heady. At times it had been his sustenance, the sudden bursts of brutality and terror and blood, enough to keep him awake for days. A soldier's life boiled down to one thing: survival. But over the years, Galt had come to realize that if a man wasn't killed in war, then that man's mind, spirit, and emotions decayed, or, even worse, were willfully buried because of it. War was a swift death for some, a gradual death for others. And having Enna Spades by your side in battle could age a man 50 years. The next prisoner Stabler escorted down the grassy hill was the tall, brooding fellow who had dismembered Baron Jubal Brooke. The young man stood erect before Spades, head held high, pride fixed in his eyes, and despite all, a hint of arrogance in his stance. And like the first captive, this young man also did not squirm when Spades, smiling, pulled the iron poker from the fire and pressed it to his flesh. Perhaps these Gallows Haven folks had more moxie than Galt was giving them credit for. Spades, ever confident in her charms, flashed the captive her winsome smile, which was, as always, a trace lopsided, seductive, and deceptively shy. "You'll warm to me soon enough," she said to the fellow. "You'll soon realize I'm not the beast you think I am." There was a puckish glint in her green eyes as she snatched up a strip of cloth from the satchel under her stool and stood. She walked a few paces down the beach and dipped the strip of cloth into a bucket of water, wringing it out. Her legs were sleek and long in the firelight, clad in tight leathers tanned a dark umber. The young man's eyes followed her every motion as she walked back toward him. The curves of her body were aglow in the torrid light of the various bonfires that lit up the beach. When she knelt in front of the prisoner and began wiping the damp cloth over the still-smoking slave mark on his inner wrist, the neckline of her billowy shirt hung open before him. "Perhaps I'll make you a slave of a different sort." Again she flaunted that provocative smile under deep, flirtatious eyes and fire-red hair. Something smouldered beneath the prisoner's eyes. Not rage, not lust, but perhaps a sickly combination of both. Either way, Galt knew this young fellow wouldn't be the first nor the last to fall under her spell. More than one lovesick man had crumbled in the fervent desire to win her love. But only one man truly held Spades' heart. Spades nursed a hidden, simmering anger that commanded every aspect of her being. Hawkwood haunted her. All of her twisted complexities stemmed from that one man's betrayal. Killing, torture, slaughter, this was how she took her revenge upon the world. "You are hard for me now," Spade said, reaching for the young man's crotch, palm against the leather armor covering his groin. He backed away, as if scorched by her hand, and she grinned. At all times, Enna Spades seemed unashamedly pleased with herself. "As I said, you'll soon warm to me, boy." She turned and jammed the branding iron into the glowing coals of the fire. The next prisoner Stabler brought was the blonde girl, Ava Shea, the girl who had fainted in front of Eros right after Baron Jubal Brooke's dismemberment. Despite the despair plastered on her face, Ava Shea reminded Galt of his stepdaughter, Krista, who now lived under the care of King Averit's court in Rokenwalder. Krista had been a mere 12 years old when Galt had last seen her. He recalled their final parting before the invasion of Windare 5 years ago. He could still envision her hair shimmering like white gold in the sunlight as she wished him goodbye, her bright eyes sad at his leaving, yet full of life and youth, her fine face aglow with boundless enthusiasm. Krista would be 17 now. This Gulkana girl, Ava Shea, looked no older than that. In a heartbreaking way, Ava also reminded Galt of his wife, Avril, who had died at the tender age of 20. Galt was 23 at the time. Only 2 years they'd spent together, and after all this time he missed her still. The smell of her hair, and the sound of her laughter, the feel of her skin on his, it was a feeling no other woman had been able to replicate. Avril had come into his life and filled it with joy, only to be claimed suddenly by a fever. Galt had a vivid recollection of the day he had first met her, a lone, cloaked figure shivering and stumbling across the dusky plains of the Sore-Severe Nordland highlands, a babe in swaddling blankets in her arms. Galt, newly knighted in King Averit's army, patrolling the highlands, had ridden up to her on his roan destrier. "Don't take me back to him, sir," she had said, the hood of her tattered cloak falling from her face, revealing the 18-year-old beauty beneath. "I beg of you, Sir Knight, don't take me back to that monster." Galt did not take Avril back to whatever monster had fathered her baby girl. He did not ask for the man's name either. Instead, he had swooped Avril and the babe up onto his roan and carried them to Rokenwalder. In the city of their king, they married. Together they had named the baby Krista, and for the next 2 years, Avril and Galt had raised her, Galt treating the babe as his own. Even after Avril had died, Galt looked after the girl as a noble knight should, never telling Krista that she was not the seed of his own loins, never feeling the need to. The war in Aden White had torn him away from Krista when she was but 7. A brief visit with her at 12, and then off to conquer Windare. King Averit watched over her now. Galt missed her so, as he missed Avril. He sometimes felt so lonely for his wife, he feared the pain of it would someday be the end of him. The sight of this Gallows Haven girl, Ava Shea, standing there so vulnerable in her simple woolen shift, struck a deep chord of longing within Galt he had not felt in years. Pale and wan and hollow-eyed, Ava appeared even more wraith-like and ashen-skinned now than when she had fainted on the beach. Had she fainted from thirst, hunger, or plain fright at laying eyes on Eros Rael? Galt knew not. Still, he had been the first to rush up and kneel at her side when she'd fainted. At the time, her skin seemed naught but a delicate egg-shell covering over her thin frame in the pink light of the sunset. Eros had him carry her limp form to the slave tent, and Galt had done as Eros bade him do, with much worry in his heart for the waif. Now here she was again, about to be branded by spades. "Jenko." The girl's voice was soft and low amid the cracking of the surrounding fires, an all-consuming love and concern for the prisoner Jenko in her greeting. But the young man she called Jenko did not answer, just hung his head, eyes hidden behind dark locks of thick hair, A stabler led him back up the grassy slope to the slave tent. "Les gens, spare me!" The girl cast her eyes toward Galt, pleadingly, as if desiring some measure of sympathy. Galt realized his initial assessment of her pallor had been wrong. There in fact was a tinge of colour returned to the tone of her skin, a healthy look in her eyes, vigour in her movements. She was like a shining jewel embedded on this god-forsaken beach. Her eyes stayed on him. "You appear well, my lady." The words somehow spilled from his mouth. "Milady?" Spades looked from Galt to the girl and back. "Seems Galt here would desire his own personal slave." "Don't be a blethering fool," he said. "Then quit mooning and hold out her arm." Galt cursed inwardly, knowing that nothing good could come of any overt display of worry where Ava was concerned. It was best he swallow his emotion and just behave as if the girl was of scant significance. Grasping her roughly by the arm, he forced Ava to kneel before Spades. As the branding iron seared into Ava's skin, Galt was utterly aware that this girl's once presumably pleasant life had just been reduced to naught but suffering and despair. It would soon be made evident to her. Human cruelty was to never be underestimated, always to be believed in, even above and beyond any belief in les gens. Despite his best efforts to remain unfeeling, Galt felt a pang of sorrow at her suffering. Spades' attempts to ask the girl questions got nowhere. Ava remained as silent as the two young men before her. Stabler came back with a new prisoner, a pudgy, red-haired girl. He yanked Ava to her feet and led her away. Galt watched her go, his heart crumbling for her with each step she took up the hill. "Best not get your hopes set on that one," Spade smiled. "I reckon Eros will lay claim there." Galt tore his gaze from the girl and looked up the beach. Hammerfist was leading a stout draft mare toward them. The dapple-grey horse was pulling a flatbed cart with a crate propped at an angle, strapped to it with roughened leather straps. 4 torches, each attached to a corner of the cart, bobbed and swayed in the darkness as the cart lurched toward them, illuminating the contents of the crate. Baron Jubal Brooke. The once stout Baron was nothing more than a naked torso now, the stumps of his arms and legs cauterized with black-hardened tar just above his non-existent elbows and knees. Without his extremities, what remained of him fit surprisingly well in the box. He was alive, moaning, face pale beneath the matted tangles of his beard. The man's severed arms and legs, now blackened and dead, were stored in the small triangular space under the propped-up box. "The spider rubbed pungent salt under his nose," Hammerfist said on arrival. "It woke him, though I don't know how long he will last." Spades examined the 4 stumps of tar that used to be the Baron's arms and legs, tapping one gently with her fingertip. "Can he understand me?" she asked Hammerfist. "Aye, he's lucid enough." Spades pulled the Gulkana coin, the one emblazoned with the face of Jondralyn Bronnachel, from her pocket, tossed it once, then made it dance lithely between her fingers as she spoke to the Baron in the box. "Normally, one who has allowed himself to amass such a vast array of injuries would be dead from the trauma and blood loss. It would take a miracle for you to make the journey to Amadon, even in a box so filled with comforts. But you can thank our Bloodwood for the lesser degree of pain you now feel. He has tended to your wounds with Tenvamaru, a rare serum used only by the torturers in the dungeons of Rokenwalder. Its design is to act as a numbing agent and keep prisoners alive for, well, let us say for various purposes. So fear not. You will arrive in Amadon quite alive, and in surprisingly good comfort, all things considered." Jubal Brooke's bearded jaw quivered as he said, You savages hadn't the decency to leave me with one hand to feed myself.
You won't be able to wipe your own arse either, Hammerfist scoffed, or fiddle your own cock. You should consider yourself lucky we left you with that. Ye won't be much good for fighting any more either, Stabler said, one eye a squint, head tilted to the side as he looked down into the box at the Baron. The fat, red-haired Gallows Haven girl who stood beside Stabler wore a look of horror on her face as she stared at Jubal Brooke. She was dressed in naught but a thin doe-skin smock tied at the waist with a thong of leather. "He lives, and even talks," she muttered, then purged an endless stream of vomit in the sand at her feet. Spade stopped fiddling with the coin in her hand, pocketed it, and pulled forth a dagger. She stepped over the puddle of vomit and cut the girl's bonds. "You're a plump one, aren't you?" The fat girl rubbed the circulation back into her hands, tears welling in her eyes as she wiped the puke from her chin with the sleeve of her smock. "My pardon," she stammered, crying. "I ate a lot last night. It was the morning moon feast, you know." "Forgive my manners," Spade said. "I had no desire to make you cry." She held forth the dagger, hilt first, to the girl. "What is your name, sweetheart?" "Liz Hen Neville." The girl eyed the dagger with apprehension. "What a beautiful name." Spades forced the hilt of the dagger into the big girl's trembling hands. "You're a natural with a blade, I assume." The girl looked frightened beyond measure, staring at the dagger now in hand. Spades asked, "What do you propose we do about Baron Brooke's sudden lack of fighting abilities?" The girl shrugged, eyes never leaving the dagger. Spades took the fat girl by the arm and guided her toward the Baron. "Well, Liz Hen, clearly your copious girth strangles your imagination." Spades snatched the torch from one of the corners of the cart and waved it dangerously close to the Baron's face. He flinched, trying to move his head away from the heat, but propped up there, limbless inside the box, there was not much he could do beyond leaning slightly. Spades turned to the girl. "Seeing as I am a trifle more intelligent than you, Miss Liz Hen, how about I explain how you yourself can magically restore Baron Jubal Brooke back to the great and deadly fighter he once was?" Liz Hen's eyes travelled over Jubal's illuminated face. The look that came over her round features was one of both horror and pity. She fingered the hilt of the dagger nervously in her hands. "Do you want me to kill him?" she asked, voice hoarse. Spades grabbed the black-tarred stump of Jubal's left arm, thrusting her torch up under it. "I want you to turn him into a great warrior." Tar bubbled under the torch's flame as the Baron tried to squirm away. Soon the once hardened tar that had earlier cauterized his arm was a black and boiling and dripping mass. Satisfied, Spades pulled the torch away and turned to the plump girl. "Jam the hilt of that dagger into his stump, and make haste, Miss Liz Hen, before the tar hardens." Without questioning why, the fat girl pushed the hilt of the dagger deep into the softened tar. "Not too far," Spades advised. "Bury just the hilt." Liz Hen left the dagger's hilt buried in the cooling tar of the Baron's stump, only its thin silver blade poking out. Spades pulled forth another dagger, melted the tar on Baron Brooke's other stump with the torch, and had Liz Hen push the hilt of the second dagger into it as well. Spades placed the torch on the bracket on the corner of the cart and admired the fat girl's handiwork. "You've turned Jubal Brooke into a warrior again." The Baron now had dagger blades protruding from either stump. "Not that the coward will ever use them to fight," Spade said, and looked at Liz Hen with a wry grin. But at least he's armed. Jubal Brooke had passed out. You deserve a reward, Miss Liz Hen. Spades smoothed the fat girl's skirt with her hand. For turning the hardy Baron into a warrior again, I won't brand you. That will serve as reward, and save you some pain, I suppose. Liz Hen's round, frightened eyes were fixed on Baron Brooke's stumpy arms and the dagger blade sticking out. Spades was looking down the beachhead toward 5 advancing horsemen. Eros Rael, atop his white charger, was galloping toward them. He wore his white cloak over chainmail armour, his blue sword, Skyreaver, at his side. The Bloodwood, on his gaunt blood-eye stallion, followed a few paces behind. The horse's ribs gleamed with the oils that had been rubbed into its velvety black hide, and the beast's eyes glowed red. Galt knew that Spiderwood, like all Bloodwoods, injected his mount with Routhwinbane serum daily. The injections, over time, turned the horse's eyes, along with its entire disposition, into a fiery torrent. A fully drugged blood-eye horse was like a rabid dog, ferocious, deranged, and ready to strike at any foe in defence of its master. The beast's sharpened hooves could thrash and claw, whilst its crushing jaws had razor-like teeth. A few lengths behind Eros and Bloodwood rode 3 young rowdies. Upon Eros's arrival, Galt, Spades, Hammerfist, and Stabler bent their knees to their lord. The Angel Prince dismounted and glided toward the cart holding Jubal Brooke. Spiderwood dismounted and followed Eros toward the cart. The 3 rowdies dismounted too, yet stood a little way off, subdued. You assured me this man would be fine. Eros cast a harsh eye at Spiderwood. Last I saw Baron Brooke, he was awake. Spiderwood glared at Spades. Of course, last I saw the Baron, he wasn't sporting 2 blades from the stumps of his arms. You dare-faced bastard, Spades growled. I'm growing weary of your looming over every bit of my happiness like a damp cloud. Your idea of fun is another man's box of horrors. Eros snapped. I grow tired of your bickering already. Pardon, Spade said, bowing, and motioned to Liz Hen. But it was the fat girl who stuck those knives in him. Liz Hen cowered, as if realizing it was she who might be blamed for the disfigurement of Jubal Brooke. Eros looked from Spades to the Bloodwood and back. I'm beginning to think that landing in this forsaken village was a mistake. Rosewood was to meet us here. She has not. The information she obtained about this pathetic place has yet to prove correct. No Roderick. No boy. Information gathered by a Bloodwood is always reliable. Spiderwood bowed. Rosewood will be here soon. Eros grunted dismissively, looking down at Jubal Brooke. Wake him. Spiderwood pulled a small flask from his cloak and waved it directly under the Baron's nose, then slapped the man's face. Jubal Brooke sputtered awake. Can you hear me, man? Eros asked him. Aye, Baron Brooke mumbled, face clouded with confusion. I can hear you. I'm going to ask you about a man, Sir Roderick Rayborn, a next-day knight who goes by the name of Shawcroft. I've news that he was living here in Gallows Haven. Both my father and I are desirous to know the man's whereabouts. Jubal Brooke remained silent, looking woozy. This won't do. Eros looked at Spades accusingly. The man is a mess. Spades grabbed one of the Baron's severed arms from behind the triangular alcove under the propped-up crate and used it to slap the Baron's face repeatedly. Wake up! She yelled. Sir Roderick! Where is he? Answer! Jubal Brooke's eyes darted between Spades and Eros to the 2 dagger blades protruding from the tar-covered stumps of his arms. His eyes lit up with terror. Answer, else I will cram your own arm down your throat! Spades threatened. The Baron sputtered, No, nothing of Roderick's whereabouts." "There is a boy with him," Eros said. "About 17. Do you know him?" "Aye. Shawcroft and his ward are likely dead. You didn't leave many alive." "There are some who enjoy slaughter too much." Eros's eyes settled on Spades. "You are all evil." "Even if Shawcroft were alive, I doubt he'd give me the information I seek. It would bode well if the boy were found alive." Eros turned to Stabler. "Have we interrogated them all? Do we know the names of our captives?" "Between Spades and me, yes, we've spoken to all. Aye, Spades?" But Spades was not listening to Stabler. She was stroking the side of Jubal Brooke's cheek with the stiff fingers of his own detached limb. "When was the last time you were in Amadon?" she asked. 8 moons ago," the Baron answered. "End of last summer." "What do you know of a man named Hawkwood?" "I know that he's from Sorsevere, a good fighter. He helps Apprentice train the Day Knights. There are some in Jovan's court who don't trust him, I hear." "What about Hawkwood and John Drellin?" "Rumour from Amadon is the princess grows fond of him." "Princess," Spades repeated in disgust, and tossed the severed arm in the box with Jubal Brooke. It came to rest half on his chest. A look of utter desperation came over him, as his now useless body rocked back and forth in the box, trying to move away from the offending object. It seemed Baron Brooke was just coming to realize that his new body lacked the ability to do much at all. The Angel Prince motioned to the 3 rowdies behind him. "Baron Brooke, may I introduce Sir Marcus Gill, Sir Patrick Lawrence, and Blodoved Winstone." The Baron's eyes fixed on Blodoved, a tall, blonde woman in her early 20s who, even in her armour, radiated beauty. Galt himself had taken notice of Blodoved many times. Eros continued, "These 3 will accompany you by ship to Lord's Point. From there you will travel overland along the King's Highway to Amadon. You were once a Day Knight, Jubal. Use what influence you have to speed your journey over the King's Highway and to keep my soldiers safe. Shouldn't take more than 7 days. If these 3 honourable Sorsevere fighters do not return to me unharmed, things will go poorly when we meet again. Do you understand, Baron?" Jubal Brooke's face remained still. "I consider your silence an answer of affirmation," Eros said. "The news you will deliver to the Silver Throne is simple enough. You tell Jovan Bronichel that our warships are returning to Windari now. They will continue to sail back and forth until all of my finest warriors are on Gulkana soil and ready to march on Lord's Point. Do you understand?" Baron Brooke nodded. "Excellent," Eros continued. "Jovan Bronichel can meet us at Lord's Point to offer up his surrender. You tell all in Amadon, the King, the Grand Vicar, the Quorum of 5. Tell them that I, Eros Rael, am the Supreme Spirit, the Lord of both heaven and the underworld, of all worlds, the pre-existent world, this world and the next, and the ones beyond that. I am the long-awaited return of the Great One and Only, whose arrival was foretold by the warrior angels long ago. I am the giver of life and the bringer of death, created before the very foundations of the world. I am known by many names: the Angel Prince, the true and living heir of Lejeune, the Great One and Only, and yes, I am even sometimes called the White Prince. And as the prophecies in the chivalric illuminations have foretold, I, Eros Rael, the heir of Lejeune, Mia, and their one and only son, Rael, have returned to reclaim what is rightfully mine, and the time is coming when all will call me God. Tell all in Amadon that any who refuse to pray to Rael will be slaughtered." Eros paused, taking a breath. With a hiss of steel, the angel prince unsheathed his sword, Skyreaver, and held it up before Jubal's face. When he spoke again, there was a calm malice in his voice. "And you tell Jovan Bronichel that if he refuses to surrender at the appointed place and at the appointed time, with a certainty, our war to reclaim Golconda will be fought with extreme savagery." Galt's gaze drifted from the Baron to the sharp blade in Eros's hand, a keen blade that shimmered crisp waves of blue in the light of the torches, an ancient and merciless blade responsible for the stark and bitter death of thousands. And every one of those cold deaths was reflected right back into Jubal Brooke's eyes. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. All shamans claimed to know the day of the boy's birth. They spoke of him not only as a great hero who would save man from the fiery demons, but also as a saviour who would purge man of all sin. Such thinking was a common thread, bonding all men together. The prophets foretold that the carvings on the standing stones would be the same signs found upon his flesh, and such symbols would give him dominion over all. Chapter 19. Tala Bronichel. Third day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Golconda. "Bloody rotted angels!" Lindolf Legraven cursed as his foot skidded through a steaming heap of brown. Tala stifled a laugh, as did Glade Chaparral. The docks of Amadon were proving to be a filthy place indeed. Glade helped Tala over the offending pile. "Don't want to get your feet wet with horse dung, my sweet Tala." Tala's heart fluttered. Hearing her name on his mouth felt like a caress. She wholeheartedly admired Glade for his gallantry. Even concealed behind the bulky armour and helm, Glade looked dashing, his mere bearing vastly more regal in comparison to Lindolf's clanking about. This was the most daring thing she'd ever done. A quick trip to the stables in the still dark hours of the morning, an open grate under a stack of hay, and down they went, barely escaping the eye of the stable marshal, Terrell Wickham. Tala led the way, along the same route she and Roguemore and Jondra Lynn had used to visit Squire Excel a week ago. Tala's deft fingers opened all the locked iron grates, and she showed Lindolf and Glade what stones to push on to reveal more secret tunnels, eventually finding the stairway that Roguemore had claimed led up to the docks. The stairway was a long, sloping affair, but it had led to a heavy sewer grate that had opened up into a dank and narrow dockside alley. Now the three of them, Tala concealed under a coarse woolen cloak and hood, along with Glade and Lindolf hidden within stolen Silverguard armour and helms, stood before the Filthy Horse Saloon. The saloon itself festered alongside the cramped road, with its back to the bay and its crude sign hanging on rusty hooks over the door. The sun had risen about an hour before. The brightening morning revealed a side of Amadon so repugnant it caused Tala's stomach to roil with its unwholesome stink. The mud of the narrow streets had been churned into a putrid broth, and tides of rubbish clogged the alleys and side streets. Beggars loitered in doorways, whilst scabby street urchins with bleating little voices played in piles of garbage. Not far from where she stood was a group of bloodletters, flagons of blood at their feet and purple bruises on their necks. These wretched, degenerate souls would open the veins in their own wrists and necks, drain what blood they could before passing out, and then sell it to hungry ogles. This dirty, poverty-stricken place made her feel alive, yet, at the same time, disgusted her to the core. Tala clutched the gunny sack that hid the red helmet of the Windare gladiator tightly in her hands. She'd hidden it inside the hearth in her room for a week, trying to decide how to proceed, finally coming up with this plan. But the helmet was proving to be one uncomfortably spiky, heavy bulk to lug around. Gallade had advised against their journey, claiming it unwise for a princess to venture uninvited into the seedier parts of the city. But Tala had assured him that her face would be hidden under the hood of her cloak. And with him and Lindolf dressed as Amadon silver guards, they would be safe. She had also appealed to his adventurous side, claiming she had a secret delivery to the docks on behalf of Hawkwood, knowing both her cousin and Glade would probably do anything to help the man. Despite his recent imprisonment, they were both infatuated with him and his fighting styles. She'd also promised Glade that she'd have them back by morning's end, in time to attend the arena matches. "You expect us to enter that Lord-forsaken tavern?" Glade's voice threw off a hollow twang from under his helm. "We're likely to get skewered and ate alive in such an unholy dive. I hear sailors are grumpier than blood-sucking ogles early in the morning." Lindolf removed his helm. His corn-coloured hair stuck out in matted, sweaty clumps. He breathed in deeply, as if the helmet had been suffocating him. "I also hear a drunken sailor would just as soon cut your throat as piss on you." "Put your helm back on," Glade said. "The sailors might rape your skinny ass, is what they might do." Lindolf jammed the helm back over his head. "I can't rightly breathe in this damn thing, or see for that matter. Some deranged pirate could come creeping up on me from the side and I'd never know it." "Even if you could see him creeping up on you, there's not much you could do to stop him, you fumble-footed layabout." "And I suppose you think you could best a pirate with a sword?" Lindolf said. "You're not the fighter Hawkwood is, nor could you best satyr either." "Aye, satyr," Glade said. "That's some wild cunny there." Lindolf laughed. "I wager those nimble hands of hers could work miracles under the sheets." "Can we not talk of such things?" Tala said, irritated. "Let's just go into the tavern and deliver the message." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, a dirt-crusted urchin of about 5 ran up and stood before her. The stick-thin boy wore naught but a soiled shirt, his tiny privates all a-dangle between his bony thighs. With brown smudges around his mouth, he looked like he'd just been sucking on the teat of a dung-covered swine. "Crust of bread to spare?" He held forth his hand. "Bloody mother!" Glade shoved the boy to the ground. "Scat!" He reached for his sword, unsheathing it halfway. The boy scrambled to his feet and scampered off. "You didn't have to be so rough," Tala said. "Aye, he was just a child," Lindolf followed. "Granted a scruffy and rather naked child, with his pecker on display, and what appeared to be poop smeared about his face. But still, you oughtn't have been so mean." "I understand they're poor," Glade said, ramming the sword home again. "But who gives a spit? Do they have to let their children run around pantless? Do they have to live in such squalor? Can't they at least clean this place up?" Glade threw out his arms and shouted to the street in general, "Have some dignity, vermin!" "Shh!" Lindolf restrained Glade. "Or you'll be the one buggered." "Not likely. It's I who does the buggering. Just ask Satyr." "Would you stop talking about her?" Pigeons scattered nervously out of Tala's way as she stumped toward the filthy horse saloon. Lindolf rushed forward, reaching the wooden door before Tala, and knocked loudly with a gauntleted fist. "You dolt!" Glade brushed Lindolf aside. "You let yourself into a tavern. You don't knock." The door swung open with a screech as Glade pushed against it. He stepped through and disappeared inside. Tala followed. The saloon was dark and heavy with the heady reek of mould, ale, stale smoke, and body odour. The place appeared empty. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she noticed a floor full of drunken, snoring sailors. There was a loud thump-thump behind her, and she turned to see Lindolf picking up an overturned chair. "I'm going to take my helm off," he said. "I can't see a thing." "Act like a guardsman," Glade hissed, "if you can."
"What's going on over there?" a gruff voice issued forth. "Celia! Celia!" the drunken voice slurred. "What's the fuck? Celia!" "Shush it, Eric," the female voice yelled. "It's nothing but Gunther's farting." A girl appeared out of the darkness and took Tala by the hand. She wore what appeared to be a crown atop her head, although in the dark Tala couldn't make out much. "Come, sit, if it pleases, my lady." The girl led Tala deeper into the tavern toward the bar. "I've been expecting you, although I admit I figured you and your friends would be in much sooner than this." "Expecting me?" Tala's blood turned to ice. The girl walked around the bar and lit a lantern. The light was dim, but was enough to illuminate the immediate area. The wooden bar was chipped and stained, and showed signs of hard use. Liquor bottles lined the shelves behind the girl. Tala's flesh prickled at the sight of the crown atop the girl's head. It was a wreath of heather tied with white flowers, just like the one she'd twined for Squirek. Tala placed the gunny sack with the red helmet down on the floor and sat at one of the many bar stools, but not before looking upon the stool with trepidation, grimacing at the thought of getting anything gross on her. It was one thing to secretly crawl around through the dusty, unused corridors of Amadon Castle, another to infect oneself with the unsavoury filth of a dockside tavern. Glade and Lindolf remained standing on either side of her, their armour now agleam with the yellow light flickering from the lantern. "I'm Delia," the girl said. Tala did not offer her own name, just looked at the girl. Delia wasn't exactly pretty, but she had dimples and freckles and thrust out her chin and chest proudly. She wore a startlingly low-cut corset. Her eyes were greyish-blue and completely alive and flirtatious as she looked upon Glade and Lindolf standing in polished armour near Tala. The barmaid was just the kind of common trollop Tala disdained, supple and full and all abloom with sexuality. The girl's large breasts nearly jiggled free of her corset as she bent to retrieve 3 mugs from under the bar. She set the mugs out and began to pour from a large brass pitcher. As Tala watched the brownish, gold-coloured liquid flow into the mugs, she immediately felt inadequate near this tavern girl. First Jondrolin and Satyr, now Delia. All 3, it seemed, trumped Tala in overall womanly appeal. She imagined both Glade's and Lindolf's hungry orbs were planted right in Delia's cleavage. "You were expecting me?" Tala asked again, apprehensively. Before Delia could answer, the bulky shadow of a sailor at the far end of the bar stood and moved toward them. "Silver guards must remove their helmets to drink in the filthy horse." The man's voice vibrated through the room as he stepped into the light. He was a wide-faced, tall fellow, with a slow, deliberate manner about him. He sported a wild beard and a head of tangled hair that smelled of salmon. And he was definitely sounding more sober than drunk, his voice deep and unhurried, not slurred but matter-of-fact. "It's an insult to wear a hat of any kind in here." The sailor stepped toward Lindolf. He was so large and burly, Lindolf had to step back. "Remove your helmets," the sailor commanded.
his coal-black eyes unreadable. "There've been too many come in here with their faces covered." "We are silver guards." Glade shoved his way past Lindolf. "We don't take orders from commoners who dwell in swill-infested shitholes like this." The sailor raised one eyebrow. Thick silence now infused the tavern, and fear twisted gently inside Tala. She felt Glade's presence behind her, and let out a breath she had not realized she was holding in. "Remove your helm, if it will ease his mind," she said. Glade looked from Tala to the barmaid and back. Delia nodded for them to take off their helms. Lindolf took his off first. His eyes were as wide and round as dinner plates on his thin, scarred face, and his matted yellow hair curled into wild clumps and spikes. With his goofy, doe-eyed expression, Lindolf looked all of 10 years old. Glade removed his helm, looking far more regal, dark eyes glaring at the sailor. The man laughed. "You two look to have the makings of very poor soldiers." "It's a wonder we can even buckle on our armour some days," Lindolf chuckled. "Fiery dragons," Glade hissed. "Keep your mouth shut." Tala's eyes widened at Glade's profanity. "Don't spew such filth around me, young pup," the sailor growled. "The curse of the nameless beasts will not be spoken here. I'll have your tongue for such blasphemy." "You dare threaten the Silver Guard?" Glade squared his shoulders to the sailor. "If you're a Silver Guard boy, then the dough-faced lad standing next to you must be Lejeune himself." The man laughed as he appraised Lindolf. "They removed their helms, Jeff," Delia said. "Now leave them be. They are guests of mine." "Aye," the sailor grumbled, then threw Tala a dark look. "Show yourself." He motioned for Tala to remove her hood. Delia nodded for her to do so. Reluctantly, Tala pulled her hood back. "Cute little thing." The sailor appraised her. "But watch yourself, lassie. The men around these parts are always on the prowl for a fresh piece of pussy to squeeze into." He turned and strolled back to his place at the end of the bar, boots clumping heavily. By the look in his eye, Glade wanted nothing more than to stab the man. "I assume that you have something in that bag that belongs to the filthy horse?" Delia motioned to the gunny sack on the floor. Tala's heart pounded. She reached into the bag and handed over the red helmet, glad to be rid of the ungainly thing. Delia held the object up and studied it closely, turning it over and over in her hands, perplexed, as if she'd never seen its like before. Then she saw the wording stamped inside the helm, raised her brow, and set the red spiky bulk on the bar with a heavy thump. "Leave us," the barmaid said to Glade and Lindolf. "I need to speak to your friend in private. You can stand near the front door if you wish." A disapproving look had come over Glade's face. "She'll be within eyesight," the barmaid said. "I won't hurt her." "I will be okay." Tala nodded to Glade. "I need to speak to her alone." Reluctantly, Glade and Lindolf retreated to the front of the saloon and settled into 2 chairs near the front door. Delia's sea-blue eyes focused on Tala. "Near a week ago, a valet thief came in here and started a fight. Princess Jondra Lynn Bronichel and 2 others from the castle, a dwarf and a handsome dark-haired man, were at a back table. They broke up the fight. 3 sailors were killed on the scrum. Then there was a pirate's duel, and the valet killed one of my most loyal customers." Delia paused, staring. Tala fidgeted under the barmaid's scrutiny, mind a whirl, wondering if this wild story was true. "Anyway," Delia continued, "I was hoping that perhaps you might know what they were all doing here. You know, considering you live in the castle with these people." What makes you think I live in the castle? Delia did a quick sweep of the tavern with her eyes and leaned forward against the bar. To my recollection, this pirate's duel seemed more a distraction than anything else. You see, during the duel, while no one was paying attention, I was approached by someone who asked me to hold something for you. In fact, this person paid me rather handsomely to hold something for you. Something? What do you mean? And how do you know it was me you were paid to hold this thing for? Tala asked. Despite the dread in her heart, her curiosity was piqued. I know you're the right person because the one who paid me said you would be dark-haired, about 16, and bearing a red gladiator helmet with the name of the filthy horse stamped on it. I was also told that you would be escorted by 2 young men posing as Amadon Silver Guards, that you would be none other than Tala Brunachel, Princess of Amadon. Tala's mind reeled. How could the assassin have known a week ago that she would ask both Glade and Lindhoff to accompany her, and that they would both be wearing stolen guardsman armour? Tala felt her heart squeeze. Was the note given to you by by anyone in Jondrelin Bronachel's group? I was also told that you would ask that very question, Delia said. But now there was no kindness in her face, but a hardness, a resolution. I was also paid not to answer it, so I will not. But why do you assume it is a note I have for you? Tala's eyes darted about nervously. What else would it be? Delia put both elbows up on the bar and tented her fingers against her lips. I can only give this thing to you if you promise to do me a favour. A favour? Tala absorbed this and asked, Is the favour part of what you were paid, or a merely personal request? You must get me into Amadon Castle for the last night of the morning moon celebration, as a cook or a dancing girl or a serving wench, whatever, but I must attend. Again, Tala felt her heart lurch. The last night of the morning moon celebration was the grandest event in all of Amadon Castle. Throughout Golconda, the morning moon feast was a one-night affair, celebrating the beginning of spring and the upcoming planting season. In Amadon Castle, there was not just the morning moon feast, which had taken place last night, but 2 more days of festivities ending in the final night celebration with the Grand Vicar and the final 4 gladiators. Why do you wish to attend the final night of morning moon? She asked. Let's just say I have to collect a debt. Can you not tell me more than that? Delia adjusted her corset and straightened the wreath on her head. Jondrelin Brunachel has yet to pay her tab. Delia's eyes scanned the saloon as she continued. The 3 of them, along with the valet, just ran out of here, you know, after killing my friends, without paying. Tala tried to sort out what was being said, but deep down felt that this tavern girl was manipulating her in some way. So, the only reason you need to attend the last night of the morning moon celebration is to collect a bar tab. I'm sure I can make other arrangements for the debt to be paid. Delia's nervousness was scarcely visible as she asked firmly, Can you get me into the celebration? Tala sat back, eyes on the red gladiator helm. If this debate with Delia was part of the assassin's game, it certainly had the effect of vexing Tala to the point of utter irritation. I suppose I could secure a position for you in the kitchen, but not without being subject to a host of questions by the castle staff. I need to know the real reason for your interest in attending the final night of the morning moon celebration. Delia cast her eyes to the floor, then looked up, fidgety again. Maybe it's because I am interested in the princess, Your sister. Interested in John Drelin? Tala was not expecting that. Interested how? It seemed Delia sensed Tala's apprehension. She glanced down and said, Your sister is most beautiful. Then raised her face shyly. I want to meet her again. She was now looking at Tala unflinchingly. I want to seduce her. Shocked, Tala shook her head in distaste. I can't stop thinking about her, Delia continued, her voice rising in excitement. And I'm sure she would be grateful to see me again. She flirted with me when she was here. I'm sure she would be grateful if she were to see me again in the castle. It's out of the question. Nothing about this journey to the filthy horse was going at all like Tala had envisioned. She didn't know whether to believe anything the woman had to say. John Drelin flirted with you? Yes, flirted. That's a big deal for someone like me. Please, you must help. Delia looked near tears now, her eyes roaming to the darker corners of the tavern, as if she expected whatever lurked there to leap out and slice her throat. Tala looked about nervously too, almost thinking that there was someone watching them. Delia, her expression wavering between trepidation and resolve, leaned in and whispered, You must grant my request. No, Tala said, irritated, confused. But I cannot give you what I am supposed to give you unless you agree to get me into the last night of the morning moon celebration. Tala stewed, angry, fed up with the entire game. Fine, she blurted. I'll get you into the castle for the celebration. Excellent! Delia's face lit up. I've returned the gladiator helm. Tala spouted with impatience. Now what do you have for me? Delia removed the wreath of heather twined with white flowers from her head. I was to give you this. Skil-Gar effortlessly killed his foe, sucked a mouthful of blood from the dead man's neck, then refused to vacate the field of battle until he'd untied his armoured leather breeches and pissed on the dead man under him. Then, with a guttural roar, he exited the arena, bloody broadsword a-whirl above his head in a showy display. The arena crowd brayed and thundered. Most had heard rumours of the Ogle Ragnar raids in the Gulcana Northlands, including Tala. She wasn't sure if there really was such an Ogle prophecy as Ragnar, but to imagine a war with such creatures made her shudder. The Ogles weren't at all like the peaceful dwarf farmers of the Iron Hills in Windare. The dwarves never caused ill to anyone, traded freely and fairly, had no armies, wanted no fight. In fact, it was rumoured Eros Rael's merciless host had skirted around the Iron Hills entirely, not even bothering the dwarves in his riotous crusade. A cool westerly breeze began blowing, and several drops of rain pattered on the tan awning above Tala. As the second match of the day drew nigh, she sat next to Laurie in the king's suite, preparing to ignore the carnage soon to be raging below. But Tala knew Dame Mairgrid would bark at them to act like royalty and watch. Ever since she'd collapsed in Greengrass Courtyard, Laurie's face had grown more gaunt and sickly. Tala no longer harboured much hope of gaining the antidote and saving her cousin. Earlier that day, after returning from the docks, she'd examined the wreath the barmaid Delia had given her, looking for a note, a clue, anything. She'd shredded the wreath until every petal was naught but white confetti strewn about her bedchamber. The wreath was worthless. Not a clue at all. As the truth of the situation hit her, Tala knew the Bloodwood was playing her for a fool. The rain fell heavier now as Oberyn Titan, monster of the locks, strode into the arena. The man was 7 feet tall and weighed over 300 pounds. The thick ivory tusks of a glacier mammoth sprouted from either side of his helm, a helm that did not quite cover his sun-baked face. He also wore a thick cloak of tangled mammoth fur over scuffed oxhide leather armor studded with dull iron spikes. He carried a bulky, wide longsword. Tassels and fetishes hung from his braided beard. After Shkil-Gar, he was the tournament's second most feared fighter. Squirek Van Hester entered the arena to a chorus of boos from the crowd. As he'd promised, he wore no armor, just a leather loincloth. Even his feet were bare. He wore Tala's twined gift atop his head. Seeing the wreath of heather she'd made was but another hard reminder to Tala of how she was failing in her quest to save Laurie. Rain was now falling in ponderous droplets on the awning above, echoing the droning movements of the orchestra. On the floor of the arena, the combatants slowly circled each other. Squirek, though big and muscular, was dwarfed by the monster of the locks. The bigger man swung first, and the ringing clash of sword upon sword sang throughout the arena. The Prince of St. Only quickly backed off, then lunged with a thrust. The monster of the locks parried, and plunged his own great blade toward Squirek's stomach. But the Prince of St. Only had already danced away. His initial thrust had been a trick to throw the bigger man off balance. As the monster of the locks stumbled forward, Squirek struck at the man's exposed neck. His blade sank deep. A scream tore through Obre Titan's throat as Squirek tore his sword free and struck again. His blade sank through the bigger man's woolly cloak and leather armor and deep into his collarbone. Squirek ripped the sword free and swung a third time in one fluid motion. His blade sliced into the unprotected flesh of the bigger man's face, knocking the man's helm askew and slashing open his jaw. The monster of the locks stayed afoot. Squirek spun, his sword whipping down in a great arc, connecting with solid perfection. Obre Titan was smashed to the ground. His horned helm cleaved in half, skull split in two. A crimson torrent spurted across the floor of the arena as the monster of the locks lay in the dirt, head flayed open. Tala recoiled at the sight. Squirek stood over his foe and chopped down with his sword. With a meaty crack, what remained of the gladiator's head rolled free. Wordlessly, Squirek snatched up Obre's mangled head by the hair and tossed it twirling into the stands. It split in two mid-air, one half landing atop the awning just above Tala. It slowly slid downward, leaving a smear of blood and brain on the tan fabric stretched above her head. A collective gasp rustled through the king's suite as the partial head flopped to the ground at Laurie LeGraven's feet with a wet slap. Tala regarded the gruesome thing with abhorrence, barely holding back the bile that filled her mouth. It took all the strength she could muster just to tear her gaze from the dead man's empty eye. Below, Squirek Van Hester shouted, "May the blessed Mother Mia shine on us all!" He struck a pose with his sword held aloft, blade pointing toward the cloud-covered heavens, raindrops now streaking his bronzed, muscular form. His skin glistened like rain-soaked marble. Statuesque, the Prince of St. Only stood that way for but a moment. Something in the peculiar way he posed tugged at Tala's mind. Squirek was growing into a murderous beast to her. How could he not? After she'd seen him toss so many heads into the stands, he was becoming more and more a killer in her mind. But he soon broke his pose and took the wreath of heather from his head, bowing low. He stood straight and tall, his eyes boring into Tala's, before he saluted the arena, saluted all those who came to see him slaughtered. He walked from the battlefield to a great many calls of "Boo!" One of the day knights in the king's suite moved to pick up the mangled head. "Leave it." The Grand Vicar rose from his chair and made his way toward both Tala and her cousin. He spoke in a deep, honeyed voice. "I can see that the brutality of the Prince of St. Only is disturbing some of the king's guests." He placed his hands over Laurie's shoulders. "Keep in mind, the vile, bloody mess at our feet speaks to Squire X's guilt." He bent over Laurie. "Perhaps I should escort you back to the castle, my dear, so you do not have to be party to such violence." Laurie jerked to her feet, throwing off the vicar's hands. "Don't touch me," she said, her words weak, but under her lilting voice was anger, her face showing visible strains of illness. "I only fear for your well-being," Denarius said, placing the palm of his hand over her forehead. "You've been ill as of late. You're as hot as the bottom of a tea kettle." Laurie slapped his hand away. More than one person gasped, including Dame Margaret, who let out a sharp squeal and tried to grab Laurie, but Laurie took a quick step away from her. All the day knights stood as one. Sterling Prentice stepped forward. "Young lady, your crudeness is an affront." But Laurie just glared at Denarius. Sterling bristled, hand on the hilt of his sword. Tala sensed the weight of everyone's eyes on her cousin now. "Behave yourself, dear." It was Mona LeGraven who spoke. Horror registered on her face, eyes darting from Denarius to Jovan to the day knights, before drifting back to Laurie. "Our holy vicar has prayed for you nightly. He has blessed your sickbed and sat at your side as you lay in fever. He's watched over you even more so than your sister Lilith. We owe his grace a great deal of gratitude. If fortune shines upon our family, it will be Denarius himself who administers your ember-gathering rites." "I don't want him touching me," Laurie snarled, "or touching Tala." "But he must, if he is to bless you," Mona said. "His grace has been administering the priesthood oils to you nightly, without rest for himself." Tala knew it was common for the Grand Vicar to minister to the sick in Amadon Castle, if they were royalty or of the king's court. "He shan't bless me again." Laurie's face twisted into ugliness. "Not at my ember gathering. Not ever. I won't have it." Now realizing that Laurie had strayed onto perilous ground, Tala braced herself for what might come. Denarius was taken aback too. His bulbous face flushed, whilst thready veins pulsed atop his fleshy forehead. Still, with a wave of his hand, he ordered the day knights near him to stand down. "She is feverish, babbling," he said. "I will minister to her as soon as we reach the castle." "You will not touch me!" Laurie's eyes glazed over, and she began weaving on her feet as if drunk. "Your daughter insults his holiness." Jovan was standing now too, eyes boring into Mona's. "I apologize, Your Excellency." Mona's voice was pleading. "Our holy vicar is correct. She has been sick as of late." She turned to Laurie. "Aren't you, dear? You have been afflicted with much sickness." Laurie's eyes looked bleak as she nodded half-heartedly. "I do not feel good." Mona looked at Tala. "You spend time with her. You, Lindolf, Lorhand, Lilith, all of you tend to her daily. The wraiths have been eating at her mind. Is she not sick?" Tala stood there, not knowing what to do. "Well, answer her," Dame Margaret ordered from somewhere behind her. "She is sick." Tala maintained the facade of politeness and nodded as she spoke, knowing Dame Margaret's bulging eyes were probably boring holes into the back of her head. Tala was deathly concerned for Laurie's safety, recalling what had happened to Hawkwood when he had challenged Jovan and Denarius. "She has been sick for a while."
"Keep her from me," Jovan recoiled. "Quarantined. I won't risk the plague."
Tala's heart almost stopped at the mention of the plague. She had not considered such insidiousness possible. "Her symptoms are not that of the plague," the Grand Vicar said. "They are more akin to the sweating illness or the fever. But you are right. The arena is not the place for her. She shall remain tucked warmly in a bed near a roaring fire to sweat out the sickness." Denarius fished a small, leather-wrapped box from the pocket of his long cassock and opened it. Inside was a Vale-worked bracelet of intricately carved silver, etched with crescent moons, and a bright ruby stone set in its centre. "For you." He held the bracelet out for Laurie. Tala was not surprised by the gift. The vicar gave the children of royalty presents from time to time, but now seemed an odd time for gift-giving. Tala's older cousin just stared at the trinket. Her eyes, now lazy and roving, gave her face a crazed look. Then Laurie did something terribly unexpected. She stooped and picked up the mangled head of the gladiator that still lay at her feet. Clenching a handful of ratty hair, she thrust the hideous prize aloft. All the king's suite gasped as blood and chunks of grey matter dribbled down her arm. Then Laurie unleashed a shriek from her throat that scorched everyone's ears. Reeling with fear and revulsion, Tala felt faint. It was all coming true. The note from the assassin had warned of just such a thing, the slow dementia of her cousin. Laurie swung the head at Denarius. With a meaty slap, it lit against the front of his cassock and gold chain accoutrements and slid to the stone floor at his feet. Immediately, every day-knight converged on Laurie. Jondrelin was instantly at Laurie's side. "Let me spare you a clumsy fray with the sick court girl," she said. The tips of the day-knight's swords now balanced a finger's width from her throat. Undaunted, Jondrelin took Laurie under her arm and began to lead her away. But Laurie shrugged off Jondrelin too. She stepped out of the king's suite under her own power, madness in her eyes as she walked toward the exit with Jondrelin in tow. Tala was lost in a sea of horror at having just witnessed her cousin's deranged actions. She was proud of Jondrelin's bravery and ashamed of her own fear and revulsion. Jovan turned to Mona Le Graven. "Cursing the holy vicar of Lejeune is treason. Your daughter just ventured within a hair's breadth of being hung. Now that Hawkwood's escaped, we need someone to hang in his place. Pray it is not your daughter." "Again my apologies, Your Excellency." Mona bowed deeply. "It won't happen again. I swear it. As Lejeune is my witness, I swear it. I will pray and flagellate myself at Lejeune's feet in the temple all day and night to make it right." Despite the confusion and terror swirling through her head, Tala imagined her aunt prostrate before the great Lejeune statue, praying for forgiveness on behalf of Laurie. The image struck a chord in her mind. The Lejeune statue! The peculiar way that Squirek had posed flashed into her mind. Sword held aloft, wreath of heather crowning his head. Then she had it. Tala had the answer she'd sought since entering the Filthy Horse saloon. Blood rushed to her head. Laurie's defiance of Denarius, combined with her Aunt Mona's words about the statue of Lejeune and Squirek Van Hester's pose at the end of the match, were the sparks that jogged her memory. The temple of the Lejeune statue. That was where the assassin wished her to go. Squirek had posed with his sword aloft, eyes cast heavenward, wearing the wreath of heather about the crown of his head. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. It has been spoken in the darkest of corners, that a Vale maiden of royal blood can foresee the future. But I say unto you, any such Vale prophecy is like unto a spring of poison waters that ought not be swallowed. So beware that codex of angels, hidden deeper than even the stones, hopefully never to claw its way up to the light. Chapter 20. Jondralin Bronachel. Third day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejon, Amadon, Gulkana. With a toss of her head, Jondralin flicked the hair out of her eyes and refocused on the bare-shouldered ogle before her, Ankh Bourbon. The ogle hefted a giant sword with one brawny arm and flexed. The padded blade quivered in Ankh's grip as corded muscles swelled in ridges along his coarse grey arms. The beast stood a good 2 hand spans taller than Jondralin and was thrice as wide. Jondralin was poised on the balls of her feet, her own padded sword held out, steady. She wore leather greaves and a jerkin of stiff oxhide across her chest. The studded leather wraps tied around her forearms were cinched tight. Despite the exhaustion that had moments ago coursed through every fibre of her being, the urge to triumph over her torturer was now flowing hot in her veins. But the ogle's opening charge was fierce. His sword arced out in a series of wide but surprisingly fast strokes. Each connected. Jondralin had scarcely parried the first blow and was knocked flat onto her back in the sawdust at the second. She heard clapping and cheers from those gathered in the little courtyard. She stood slowly, glaring at the curious faces lining the crumbling wall that ringed the small makeshift training yard in the rear alley behind Ankh's smith shop and armory. The audience was naught but dirty street urchins and other scum-covered ogles in Ankh's employ. No sooner was Jondralin back on her feet than the ogle cuffed her brutally across the face with a strong backhand. She was flung to the ground again, her padded sword spinning from her hand. She lurched to her feet, every previously tired muscle in her body now coiled in anger. "How dare you strike me unprovoked?" she snarled, gathering her wrapped sword and holding it up. "That's not how to train someone."
"You weak-spirited,"
Ankh said, his voice a deep growl.
"I train you to fight like warrior, not princess. Now shut up, else go home."
Unlike most ogles, Ankh had mastered the human tongue. His speech, though choppy, was mostly unslurred. Jondralin did not like him one bit, but she needed his expertise. Through a series of underground couriers from his cell under the arena, Squire Van Hester had sent word to Ankh that Jondralin was worthy of being trained. The Prince of St. Ondly had gone to great effort on her behalf, and Jondralin did not want to disappoint him. Feeling the red imprint of the ogle's hand swelling on her cheek, she wiped away the twin ropes of snot hanging from her nose and bowed in apology. But the ogle merely stared back at her, his expression always grey and blank, his gaze unreadable. He reached out and took her chin in his leathery hand and peered at her.
"You'll pay double my fee today, only 'cause you such awful fighter."
Jondralin shuddered under the terrifying grip of Ankh's hand. She looked down at the stout strips of leather wrapped around the ogle's mighty wrist and up the ridged rinds of his arms to the thicker muscles supporting his broad shoulders and neck. Ankh's face, like that of all ogles, was a fearsome mask, rugged as a storm-battered rock. He was a man, and yet he was not. With bulky ears, more pointed and valet-like than human, a flat nose, cracked leathery lips, and thick brows that protruded prominently and were pierced through with several clunky iron rings and studs, Ankh was a monster.
His expression could become untamed and formidable without warning. His gusty shouts and growls had injected a hustle into Jondrelin's step all afternoon. He had ripped out sulphurous oaths, cursing Les Gens and the fiery demons of the underworld in the most heinous ways. His gums were warped, sick-looking things, and made Jondrelin feel green with loathing. Whenever he yelled, his rancid breath burned the flesh of her face. Right now, as he ordered her to drop and do 100 push-ups, spittle flew from between the fangs that jutted from both his upper and lower jaws. It stung as it hit her brow. She knew of Ank's need to drink blood. The entire Ogle race had a lust and thirst for its sustenance. She also knew that their lips and gums would become swollen and inflamed if their thirst for blood was not sated weekly. As she dropped to her hands and knees in the sawdust and began her push-ups, she wondered if this monster that stood over her wished to sink those 4 long teeth into her neck and drink. And to think, I left today's gladiator matches early for this. She could hear the occasional roar of the crowds in the distance. The immensity of their sound carried throughout all of Amadon. She had left the arena early with Laurie LeGraven. Her crazed cousin had actually thrown a partially severed head at the Grand Vicar. Jondrelin was missing the final matches of the day, but took solace as she did her push-ups. Helping Laurie had been the right thing. Anyway, soon she would be a gladiator. Soon she would be the show. Ank's conditioning regimen alone was enough to crush any man or woman. It had all started when Jondrelin arrived, black scarf tied about her nose and mouth to avoid recognition, as she searched for the Ogle's blacksmith shop. It had taken a while to find his shop and convince him that Squarick Van Hester had sent her, but he'd finally agreed to train her, something that probably had more to do with the many silver coins she paid him than anything else. Training began with a series of exercises that had tested Jondrelin's muscles to the point that she nearly fainted from the pain. That was followed by weight training that left her arms and legs quivering. Next, Jondrelin had found herself running up and down the 2 flights of stairs behind Ank's shop with 40-pound sacks of wheat slung over each shoulder, followed by a never-ending series of push-ups. At one point, she had collapsed in the sawdust, only to have the Ogle place his heavy foot against her back and demand she do more, to the very moment of complete exhaustion. The worst had been standing, arms outstretched, with a rock the size of a baby's head in either hand. If she dropped the rocks or lowered her arms, Ank would punch her in her straining gut and shout, "You welcome, pain!" Then came the running. Hundreds of circles around the tiny courtyard, lumbering through the sawdust in heavy leather armour. A sluggish wind had dragged over her sweat-drenched leathers like an oily rag. All this work led up to the finale, a spar with Ank, a spar that Jondrelin had just lost in a most embarrassing way.
"Tomorrow," Ank barked. "In the morning. Early. Before sun even up. Same routine."
The Ogle chuckled, and within the timbre of that guttural laugh lived twice the sarcasm of any man.
"Perhaps in 5 years you're ready for arena."
Humiliation burned within Jondrelin. Muscles burned too. Her hollow stomach growled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten much today. She could barely hold herself upright. But she would prove this ugly beast wrong. If it was the only thing she did with her life, it would be to make amends for this abuse. And once she proved to this Ogle that she could fight, she would kill him. Ank Bourbon smiled, as if he could read her every thought.
"Now get the fuck out of my property."
he hissed, and shoved her to the ground. Jondralin tossed the lightweight cutlass from hand to hand, eyes glued to the two Valet before her, Valdraken and Valcoran's bodyguard, Val Sovrane. The three were in Jondralin's own courtyard, a hidden 30-foot by 30-foot open-air alcove resting just behind her own private rooms. Jondralin's chambers were located near Tala's room, relatively high up Mount Albion. From her knowledge of the castle's hundreds of buildings, baileys, and spires that engulfed the mountain, this hidden alcove was the rooftop of one of the many cave-like armories carved into the castle. Over the years, Jondralin had taken this secluded, walled-in courtyard, placed a few benches along its ivy-draped walls, and spread rugs about the floor. It was her sanctuary, the only other balcony that had even a partial view of this hideaway was the one attached to her dear departed parents' room, not far above. Jondralin felt fairly secure that her training with the two Valet would be hidden from prying eyes. Overall, in comparison to the training with Ankh Bourbon, the evening spent with these two Valet was a relief. Jondralin did little but sit back, practice a few tricks with her cutlass, like tossing it from hand to hand, as she was doing now, and watch the two Valet spar with each other. Val Sovrane wielded two curved cutlass-type blades. Valdraken held one similar blade in his uninjured hand. At times, the three whirling swords were naught but a blur to Jondralin. The footwork and balance of both Valet were impeccable. There was a detached yet self-assured beauty in how they fought. It was like watching two highly trained acrobats working in concert. Now and then, rather than parry a blow from his partner, Val Sovrane would toss one of his swords spinning high into the air, dodge away, catch the hilt in mid-air, and strike. Instead of blocking, he would just smoothly move himself and his weapon away from Valdraken's blow, and retain his rhythm. Squirek Van Hester had been correct in recommending Ankh Bourbon and the Valet for training. Jondralin knew she would soon become strong, clever, and fast of hand and eye once she mastered both the brute force Ankh was teaching and the quickness and sword skill of the Valet. Val Sovrane walked up to her, his two curved swords now sheathed crossways on his back. Jondralin knew the Valet could unsheath the swords with lethal speed. Like Valdraken, Valcoran's bodyguard was green-eyed, with coal-coloured, shoulder-length hair. The two Valet could be brothers, for all she knew. Then again, with their narrow feline features and pointed ears, all Valet men looked alike to her. Val Sovrane took her sword and held it out, pommel in hand, blade pointing skyward. With a flip of his wrist, he sent it tumbling end over end into the air, catching the hilt again after one rotation. "Now, practice that for the next hour," he said, handing the sword back to her. He rejoined Valdraken in the centre of the courtyard. Jondralin did as instructed, held the cutlass point up, and tossed it spinning into the air. She dropped it the first few times, yet quickly got the hang of it. Soon she could catch it in rhythm, sometimes sending it spinning up to a height that it would rotate twice in the air. As she tossed the cutlass, she hearkened back to what Roguemore had said about Valdraken. "We must keep him close." At the sound of a cutlass crashing to the ground in the centre of the courtyard, her gaze flitted momentarily to the two Valet. Valdraken was bending down to retrieve his fallen blade. He smiled at her, though the friendly expression didn't quite reach his eyes. They remained frosty and seemed to cleave the air with the power of two barb-tipped arrows. "Keep him close," she repeated the words of the dwarf in her head. And the look in his eyes changed, almost as if he had read her mind, and those eyes remained on her,
big round eyes of a flat, unnerving green. Shuddering, Jondrelin broke her gaze away from Valdraken and went back to tossing and catching her sword. The young Day-Knight, Sir Culpa Barra, guided the small skiff to the rickety old dock at the edge of Rockley Isle. A second skiff, empty, trailed behind by a short length of rope. The dreary outcrop called Rockley Isle was situated in Memory Bay, not half a mile east of Amadon. 9 acres of land at the most, sharp, jutting rocks sprinkled on the northern end, along with a 50-foot-high lighthouse, the southern end sporting a dock and a boulder-strewn grassy slope that led to an abandoned stone abbey in the isle's centre. Roguemore held his hand against the weather-beaten wood of the dock to steady the skiff. Lazy waves lapped against the gravelly shore. Jondrelin gathered her woolen cloak tightly about her neck with one hand as the night pressed in, dark and windless. Culpa Barra stowed the oars in the bottom of their boat near the tarps and began folding the hinged mast and sail. Roguemore climbed out of the boat and onto the dock first. Jondrelin carefully stepped from the wobbly skiff and onto the dock next, gaze fixed on the old stone abbey. "Why bring me here in the middle of the night?"
"Patience,"
the dwarf answered. "Patience," Jondrelin repeated. "Always patience, dwarf."
"Let me ask you, John," the dwarf started, "who do you count as your friend? Have you ever noticed how, as Borden's child, you have never had any real friends? Royalty has no lack of courtly friends, folks who may seek favour for this or that. Jovan has been close with Leaf Chaparral his entire life, and Tala spends plenty of time with Glade and Laurie and Lindolf. But they too are royalty, plus the latter two are your cousins. Is that the only kind of friends a prince and princess should have? Other royalty?"
"But for my looks, half the nobility in the king's court cares little for me anyway," she answered, realizing the dwarf's question, and her own glib answer stung deeply. She could admit to her own loneliness. Still, he had caught her off guard. "I reckon my only friends are you, Squirek, Hawkwood, along with a surly old Ogle, I suppose. But I only met him earlier today, and wouldn't really call him a friend. Seems he hates me, too."
"An old Ogle?"
Roguemore looked at her questioningly, then shook his head disapprovingly.
"The Ogle trainer Squirek told you of?"
She shrugged. Sir Culpa Barra stepped up onto the dock next to the dwarf. His short blonde curls were matted against his forehead in the damp air, the black day-night armour under his cloak dull and lustreless.
"You will learn things here tonight on this isle, John," Roguemore said. "Things only a select handful know. Only the brethren of Mia's most trusted are allowed certain knowledge. It's why I brought Culpa Barra with us. He is to be your friend, your teacher. He is the most trustworthy of all the brethren. In fact, it was Culpa's father, Tatum, the most skilled sword-maker in all the 5 Isles, who introduced me to the brethren. Tatum Barra and my brother, Ironcloud, were the truest of friends. Culpa Barra and Squirek Van Hester grew up together in the brethren. They are the truest of friends. I would see you and Culpa become as such. Truest of friends. It is how the brethren greet each other, how we can know our own."
"You cannot just thrust 2 people into friendship." Jondrelin looked at the young day-knight, Culpa Barra. He stood stoic in the darkness, unresponsive to the praise heaped upon him. She could read nothing in his eyes. Most men grew a bit weak-kneed in her presence. After all, she was royalty. She was beautiful. Her likeness graced the coppers in their pockets. But Culpa was a rock. He reminded her of Hawkwood in a way. Calm silence. Young like her, but a killer. She recalled how coldly he had slit the throats of the 4 Danites Hawkwood had refused to kill. She dimly recalled the friendship Squirek and Culpa had shared as youngsters. But Culpa was a stranger to her now. And could this stranger really even become her friend? Truest of friends. Or would Culpa assume he could become her lover? It seemed that was the way most men thought. And when they found out she wasn't interested, they turned mean. Certainly not friendly. Nobody was her lover. Nobody had ever been her lover. Certainly not Squirek. Even Hawkwood, for all his confidence and charms, remained in compliance with the Silver Throne in matters of chastity, at least when it came to her. A princess of Golconda was to surrender her maidenhood only upon her wedding night. Indeed, who are my friends? Squirek? Hawkwood? The dwarf? Now Culpabara? Is that the real reason I desire to belong to the Brethren of Mia? Because only they have ever shown me true friendship? The dwarf added, Before Eros's conquest of Edenwhite, Squirek's father, King Edmund, was deep set against the Brethren of Mia. But Squirek's mother and sisters were not. It was they who raised Squirek in the ways of the Brethren. Squirek's aunt, Princess Evelyn van Hester, was given in marriage to August Olbrek, Lord of the Sorcevier Nordland Highlands. There is a fighter named Galt Olbrek, son of their union, cousin to Squirek, who is now a revered knight high up in Eros Rael's army, a knight archaic. Remember that name. The moon's pale light brushed over a dark silhouette coming down the grassy slope toward them. Jondralin's heart soared when she saw it was Hawkwood. He was barefoot and dressed in a simple brown shirt and matching woolen leggings. Typical prison garb. He urged them to follow him up the hill, lest they be seen by any passing vessels or, worse yet, the lighthouse watchman. The way was dotted with high grass and patches of rock hidden in the reeds. Jondralin stepped lightly. When they drew near the abbey, the dwarf handed a small object to Hawkwood. The Sorcevier man held the object to his lips and blew into it. He then held it out for her and Culpa to examine. A whistle carved of a bloodwood tree, soundless to the human ear. A bloodwood-trained kestrel can feel the whistle's vibrations for over 100 miles. Each whistle has its own unique pitch. The bloodwood hiding in the castle is likely communicating with the White Prince in Windare with whistle-guided kestrels. The odds that this whistle will intercept the assassin's birds are slim, but worth a try. He then led them into the abbey. It was a doorless relic, crumbled down and decrepit, nothing but a moss-encrusted ruin near a stand of crooked trees. Brushes and bramble stems clogged the entrance, tearing at Jondralin's cloak and leggings as she walked inside. Enough light streamed in from the broken windows to illuminate her surroundings. There was nothing in the entry room save a flat stone bench and an overturned table. Patches of paint clung to the walls, but flaked off to her touch. "Did you find it?" the dwarf asked Hawkwood, expectation in his voice. In answer, Hawkwood slid aside the stone bench and pulled forth the most startling, exquisite battle shield Jondralin had ever seen. He held the shield up in the pallid light of the abbey. The shield itself was pure and unadorned, snowy white but for a pearl-coloured cross inlay that stretched from side to side, top to bottom. The cross inlay was, if it were possible, even brighter than the shield itself. Like undulating waves of wood grain, the peculiar substance that made up the cross inlay was different, unrecognizable, like bone. Jondrelin shuddered. So fine and tightly woven were the grains in the cross, so intricate the workmanship of whoever had inlaid this strange pearl, that the entire surface of the cross rippled and danced with wavering sparkles of light, much like a crisp, rushing brook on a sunlit day. Hawkwood laid the shield flat out on the stone bench. Jondrelin picked it up, hefted it by the white leather strap attached to its backside. It seemed to weigh nothing. "Ethic shroud," Culpabara said reverently, dropping to one knee in front of her and doing the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his heart. "And what of the stone?" the dwarf asked. Hawkwood pulled a swath of black silk from under the bench and carefully unfolded it. Nestled within the black cloth was a small, white, nearly transparent stone. The stone stole Jondrelin's breath, especially when a flickering, glassy gleam of radiance, misty radiance that defied description, moved dreamlike within. It was as if the stone were alive and pulsing with a brilliant crystal heartbeat of its own. Jondrelin laid the shield back on the bench and stared at the white stone. "A miracle," Culpabara murmured, standing. "As beautiful as the red angel stone Sir Roderick and I found at Deadwood Gate, but in a more elegant, exquisite way. Safe and sound under our feet all these centuries," the dwarf said. "The scrolls Squirek stole have proven to be more valuable than 1,000,000 crates of gold." Tears glistened in his eyes. "Do I truly gaze upon an angel stone?" Jondrelin drew in a deep breath. "An angel stone," she murmured, reaching for it. "Be wary." Hawkwood drew the stone away. "A curse follows it, as the moon scrolls warned. It is why I hold it in the silk." "Curse!" Jondrelin's mind whirled. "Ethic shroud! Angel stones!" 1,000 thoughts raced through her head. Foremost was the realization that what she'd been taught her entire life had just been proven wrong. The way and truth of Legion was clear. The weapons of the 5 warrior angels and their angel stones had been taken into heaven with the body of Legion at his death. But here one was. If I am to believe these men. Roguemore noticed the myriad of questions on her face. "Upon translating a portion of the moon scrolls of Mir stolen by Squirek, I discovered a curious thing about Amadon. The scroll spoke of a place under the city called the Rooms of Sorrow, a place sealed away under water that held great treasure. Within the scrolls was a coded map that showed the way. The Rooms of Sorrow and the underground rivers that led to them could only be accessed through Purgatory, the dungeons under the Hall of the Day-Knights, a place none of us could just explore without arousing suspicion. Thus, a way to get Hawkwood thrown into the dungeons was arranged." "The duel with the Day-Knights," she said flatly, mind reeling, eye on the brilliant angel stone. "With the map committed to memory." Hawkwood took over, folding the stone back into the silk, slipping it away into his cloak. "With tricks I learned in Sorcevere,
I was soon out of my cell and on the path to finding the rooms of sorrow, by the light of old torches snatched from the walls of the prison corridor. Deeply hidden the path was, sealed for centuries, the way perilous, full of many traps that took me some time to circumvent or dismantle. The way led to a rushing stream deep under the city. I followed the swift-moving waters until they disappeared under solid rock. Hawkwood paused. It was the only time Jondrelin had ever seen fear on his face. But he swallowed and continued. Here is where I almost faltered. For the map had spoken of this subterranean obstacle. The rooms of sorrow and Ethic Shroud were but a minute away. All I had to do was submerge myself in the stream and let the current carry me under the rock and into the rooms of sorrow. But that is a long time without air. I must admit my faith wavered. But I had to trust the moon scrolls. I had to trust the map. Otherwise Squire X's theft of the moon scrolls would be for naught. Hawkwood shuddered, as if the memory frightened him still. With much trepidation, I lowered myself into the stream and let it suck me down into the cold, deep under stone and earth, and into utter blackness. The water rushed and roiled. It seemed a lifetime dragged by as I was swept along, trying desperately to cling to the walls, floor, ceiling, whatever, I did not know. I was just desperate to keep my sense of direction. My lungs were burning by the time this devilish, churning nightmare spit me out into a large cavern, and I could finally breathe. The stream still rushed me headlong toward another wall of solid rock, but I caught hold of the jagged bank and pulled myself to safety before I was swept under again. He took a deep breath, almost as if he was still in the cavern in the midst of his adventure. Anyway, the scrolls were right. 'Twas an hour or so before I was able to spark my torch to light again, but once I could see, I found a short tunnel branching off from the cavern, which led to a room dug by ancient Vale, I would assume, as there were intricate scroll-work carvings on the walls and the cross-shaped altar I found. Ethic Shroud and the Angel Stone were there, hidden, inside that altar. "What of the way and truth of Lejeune?" she asked. "This flies against all of it. The weapons and stones were taken to heaven with Lejeune at the time of his death. And that myth served the stones well," Culpabara said. "For centuries nobody has bothered searching for them. Until now, in our day." "But why would the Holy Book lie?" The dwarf answered. "The way and truth of Lejeune that you have believed your entire life is not to be trusted, John. The Quorum of Five, the Grand Vicar, and all those vicars before Denarius would have you believe the angel stones and weapons of the 5 warrior angels were translated into heaven at Lejeune's death, and the mantle of Lejeune passed on to them from the church. They believe that Lejeune will bring the stones and weapons back with him at the time of fiery absolution, and they, the vicars and quorum, will rule by his side for eternity. But they are wrong. Their belief in fiery absolution is a lie. The church they've built around the life of Lejeune is false. There is only one uncorrupted truth, that penned by the Blessed Mother Mia in the Moon Scrolls." Hawkwood looked at Jondrelin squarely. "You are now privy to the most guarded secret of the Brethren of Mia. For the time to gather the lost weapons of Lejeune and the 5 angel stones has begun. It is the Brethren's task to make sure fiery absolution does not happen. And the enemies of the brethren, Rogmor said, are any who wish for absolution. Most in Jovan's court find great glory in their fatalistic acceptance of fiery absolution, and do all that they can to hasten its coming. Valcorin and the Grand Vicar have all but convinced your brother that he is doing Lejean's will by just remaining patient and letting the war come to him. They connive and they convince with verse and script from the way and truth of Lejean, all to bolster their agenda in the minds of the nobles.
Culpabara added, Had Jovan stayed and fought in Windare after your father's death, it would have bought the brethren more time to find the weapons and stones. But with Jovan's retreat, Eris's conquest was fast in coming. Auden's main reason for fighting alongside Windare was to buy Sir Roderick time to find the lost weapons of Lejean, to give Rogmor more time to find where the last of Mia's moon scrolls were hidden. Every move your father made was to buy time so the brethren could stave off this needless and savage crusade of Eros Rael. And now, Eros is at the very brink of conquest. The scrolls of Mia speak of the weapons and stones of Lejean as a way and means to prevent absolution. Jondrelin felt her brow twist in puzzlement. Some of what the dwarf had said hinted at the things her mother had spoken of when she was pregnant with Ansel, before her father had died in war. Alana's fear had been that those counsellors left around Jovan would fill his head with lofty ideas about the return of Lejean, and use him and his position as the new king of Gulkana for their own ends. She'd been especially wary of Valcorin and the Grand Vicar. That these things Rogmor, Culpa, and Hawkwood were speaking of matched her mother's own concerns so closely was vexing. But there were other things bothering her too. She asked Hawkwood, "How did you get out of the Rooms of Sorrow with the shield and stone?" "The map I committed to memory. It claimed all I need do was crawl back into the stream and let it carry me under the second wall and out into Memory Bay. But neither Rogmor nor I could decipher where in Memory Bay I would be dumped. On that, the map was silent. Otherwise, trust me, I certainly would have tried that route instead of the harrowing one through Purgatory." "So where, then, did the stream take you?" "Again, with great dread, I forced myself to venture into the water and was immediately swept under the rock, Ethic Shroud and the Angel Stone clenched tight in either hand, neither seeming to weigh an ounce. This time, within seconds, the rush of the stream ceased, and I could see daylight twinkling off the surface of Memory Bay about 20 feet above. I kicked my way to the surface and found myself floundering, angry waves dashing me against the jagged cliff side of Mount Albion, Amadon Castle rising high above me. I clung to the rocks for a moment, gathering myself, then pulled my way along the cliffside south until I came to a small inlet with a few outbuildings clinging to the side of the rocks. There was a small dinghy tied to a rickety old dock. I waited, hidden in a cleft of the rocks until darkness, stole the boat, and rowed myself out to Rockley Isle, the rendezvous point Culpa, Rogmor, and I had agreed upon. Kicked a hole in the bottom of the boat, set it adrift, then waited. Jondrelin was at a loss for words, her eyes on Ethic Shroud, wondering how much of what she had heard was to be believed. He carried this strange shield the entire way. "Ask any question you like," Hawkwood said, "for tonight, here on this isle, will be the only time these things are ever spoken of again. We four are the only ones to gaze upon these treasures in 1,000 years. I think the dwarf will agree that Ethic Shroud and the Angel Stone I found should both be returned to where I found them,
Now that I know the rear entrance to the Rooms of Sorrow, I want to put them back. I made note of the cliffside. The underground stream spit me out not 20 feet below the surface. I can easily swim back to that place now.
Returned? Why?
Safekeeping, Rogmore said. We dare not bring them out into the open yet. We dare not go traipsing around the countryside with these treasures. That mistake was made before. After Roderick found the Lonesome Crown, he gave it to his brother, Torrance, and that started a war.
You mean another stone and artifact have been found?
They've all been found, Jondralin. All but one, and Sir Roderick searches for that last one now, in Gallows Haven.
I've so many questions, she muttered, but I don't even know where to begin. If I may. Culpabara bowed to her. The White Prince's bloody crusade through Aiden White and Windare, what reason would you give for that? To take back those lands lost to the heirs of Rael long ago, she answered. Partly true, Culpabara said. As you know, King Everett and those followers of Rael in Sorcevere also believe in fiery absolution, and desire to hasten its fruition too. They wish for Lejon's prophesied return as much as, or more than, those in Golconda do. They seek Lejon's return in their own way, according to their own chivalric illuminations, through war. They believe that Rael was the one and only offspring of Lejon and Mir, and the mantle of heaven was passed on to him and his heirs. Everett Rael believes the stones and weapons are bound to come into his son's possession before the return of Lejon. Whether the stones and weapons will be delivered to Eros from heaven or some other way, the illuminations are not specific. But he believes it will happen. In fact, it probably has happened. He had his son invade Windare to gain possession of one of these artifacts. I always believed Eros's crusade was to take back lands believed stolen from Sorcevere, Jondralin said. It is what my father told me.
That is what Borden would have everyone believe, the dwarf said. But he was one of the brethren. He knew exactly what Eros Rael and his father were after. Lonesome Crown and one of the Angel Stones are in possession of King Torrance Rayborn. Everett and Eros Rael desired these treasures. With Windare almost completely destroyed, rumours now filtering in of King Torrance's death, Eros may already have Lonesome Crown. Culpabara added, The Brethren of Mir have long believed that the 5 angel stones and weapons of the warrior angels were hidden by the Blessed Mother some time after Lejon's death. The moon scrolls of Mir bear this out. Mir left clues within the scrolls as to where she hid the weapons and stones, each in a different location, each hidden deep. There is one man in the Brethren who has dedicated his life to studying the scrolls and finding the angel stones and weapons. 3 of them he's found. One of those, the sword Afflicted Fire, I personally helped him find at Deadwood Gate over 5 years ago. The angel stone I saw then was exactly like the one Hawkwood has just found, but red as flame. Before that, Shawcroft found the crossbow Blackest Heart, high above the skylocks. The 4th one, the battle-axe Forgetting Moon, he searches for now in Gallows Haven. Both Forgetting Moon and Ethic Shroud have always eluded him. Now, thanks to the moon scrolls Squirex stole for us, Hawkwood has found the shield here, under Amadon Castle. Who is this man, Shawcroft, who spent his entire life looking for the stones? Jondralin asked, eyes on the brilliant white shield still on the bench. You mentioned Sir Roderick before, Culpa. Is it him? Yes, Sir Roderick Rayborn of Windare.
It is he who found Lonesome Crown, Blackest Heart, and Afflicted Fire. He left Blackest Heart in Skylocks, Afflicted Fire in Deadwood Gate. Lonesome Crown he found first, 20 years ago, and gave it to his brother, King Torrance. Though Torrance held this treasure in secret, Sor Severe spies caught wind of it. And, like I said, Eros Rael's father was most desirous to possess it. Sor Severe invaded Windare for an angel stone and the helmet of Lejeune that Sir Roderick found?
Partly, yes, Roguemore answered.
Sir Roderick was one of Father's day knights when I was a little girl. I barely remember him. He just seemed to disappear. Rumour was he was exiled from his brother's court and just vanished.
Rumour was, the dwarf nodded.
I ran into him once soon after his exile, Hawkwood said, something approaching admiration in his voice.
About 14 years ago.
Roguemore took Jondrelin's hand. His skin was rough against hers as he clenched her fingers tight. There was a penetrating look in his eyes she had never seen before as he said,
"There is more you need to know about the Brethren of Mere, John. In fact, there is more you need to know about yourself. The Way and Truth of Lejeune speaks of the return of Lejeune during the time of fiery absolution. But the Moon Scrolls of Mere, that our Blessed Mother penned, speaks of the return of all 5 warrior angels, not just Lejeune."
"How does this affect me? What does it have to do with the Brethren?"
"We have found the 5, Roguemore answered. "They are all alive, now, living among us. The princess, the gladiator, the assassin, the thief, and, most importantly, the slave. Each a descendant of one of the 5 warrior angels, each tied to one of the 5 isles by blood, each ready to play a part in summoning forth the true heir of Lejeune and bringing about his return, as the Moon Scrolls have foretold."
A shiver ran up her spine. "I don't understand." A grin grew out of the dwarf's grizzled beard.
"You, Jondrelin Bronachel, are one of the 5 warrior angels reborn. The princess, wielder of afflicted fire."
Jondrelin was trembling with fear rather than understanding. Her mind recalled one of the scriptures from The Way and Truth of Lejeune, a snippet from the Book of the Cross, something about the 5 warrior angels gathered in a grove of trees and an abominable magical darkness that had overtaken them. They thought they were dead, prayed for life, and saw a bright light above that defied all description. It was angels descending toward them, bearing 5 colourful stones and 5 mighty gifts, a red stone and a sword for the princess, a white stone and pearl-coloured shield for the thief, a black stone and a black crossbow for the assassin, a green stone and a war helm for the gladiator, and lastly, a blue stone and an axe for the king of slaves. She could not recall the exact words of the scripture, but remembered the gist of it. A sword for the princess. She had always liked that part of the scripture as a child, imagining a princess wielding a magical sword beside Lejeune, fighting for truth and justice. Afflicted fire. If the dwarf thought she was the princess reborn, then who were the other warrior angels? Hawkwood offered the faintest of smiles. "I know what you are thinking, for I thought the same thing when Roguemore told me I, too, was one of the 5 warrior angels reborn, the assassin,
future wielder of blackest heart.
And Squirek van Hester, the gladiator, Culpabara added, wearer of Lonesome Crown.
I can hardly believe any of this,
she muttered, heart thumping, hoping what they said might be true, because it was wildly fanciful and exciting. But she wasn't able to quite grasp it all. She searched the dwarf's eyes, looking for deception, finding conviction. Culpabara looked at her expectantly. Hawkwood was unreadable, but clearly he believed.
The assassin?
It frightened her.
And me, the princess?
The king of slaves? She asked. Who? And the thief? Rogmar answered her. The one who is to wield Forgetting Moon, the king of slaves reborn, is being watched over now. At your father's behest, he was found as a babe, then hidden. 17 years ago it was. He will remain hidden until the time is right to reveal his identity. Royal is his bloodline, more royal and secret than any. And Ethic Shroud is now found. Hawkwood motioned to the shield resting on the stone bench. Reserved for the thief, one whom you know, one whom you've been told to keep close.
Valdraken?
She looked at all three men in turn, then at the shield.
Yes, Valdraken.
The dwarf looked at her firmly. Though I've had my doubts, and I do not fully trust him yet. He's told me that there is division amongst the Vale. He claims the armies of the Val Vale will only help Gulkana fight against the White Prince if Jovan is removed from the Silver Throne. He says Valcorin is in strong disagreement with his countrymen. Valcorin supports Jovan. It is a quandary.
Her heart thudded. This is why Rogmore wanted me to keep Valdraken close. He thinks that the Vale is a descendant of one of the 5 warrior angels. And I am a descendant too.
Then her heart really pounded as she came to the realization that the blood of one of the 5 warrior angels possibly flowed in her. Everyone knew the stories of the 5 warrior angels. The Way and Truth of Lejeune hinted at the 5 as the princess, gladiator, thief, assassin, and slave. But other than Lejeune, known as the slave, or sometimes as the king of slaves, the scriptures had never mentioned the names of the other 4 warrior angels. Rogmore had claimed she was a descendant of one of the warrior angels, but how could he know? She realized Rogmore still held her hand when he squeezed it, saying, According to the moon scrolls of Mir, in the last days, the princess, wielding afflicted fire, will lead vast armies against those who threaten to destroy Amadon. You, John, are that princess, the princess who will lead all armies. Jovan is right to fear you. Soon Eros Rael will fear you too. Jondralyn slipped her hand from the dwarf's grasp and took a few steps back, looking out the door of the small abbey. Trust no one was the Brethren's motto. I know this is a lot to take in, Rogmore said in a tone of finality. You can ask Culpa any question that may arise, but Hawkwood and I are leaving to meet Sir Roderick and Hugh Godwin, another of the Brethren of Mere, at the Swithin Wells Trail Abbey on the morrow. We plan on returning to Skylocks and Deadwood Gate with Sir Roderick to retrieve the stones and weapons Roderick left there and prepare to battle the White Prince. In his last letter, Roderick claimed he'd finally broken the code to circumventing the traps around the altar that holds the Forgetting Moon. He claimed he was close to breaking the seal to the tomb holding that relic. I am as nervous as I am excited. The quest to gather the angel stones and weapons Sir Roderick has found
is finally underway.
It has been years, if not decades, in the coming, Culpabara said. We should rejoice that the task has fallen to us in our time. We should fall to our knees and give thanks to Lejeune that a man such as Sir Roderick Rayborn dedicated so much of his life to finding those things hidden for so long.
Indeed, the dwarf said gravely. Many of the brethren have toiled, suffered, and died to prepare the way. Deadwood Gate, Sky Locks, Gallows Haven. But it was the final scroll Squirek stole, combined with the scrolls already found by my brother, Ironcloud, that have proved most valuable to us here and now. They led us to the rooms of sorrow in the catacombs under Purgatory.
Hawkwood added, and now Squirek's efforts in the arena may very well prove to be the brethren's greatest accomplishment of all. Jondralin hung her head whenever anyone made mention of Squirek van Hester. She found strength and good quality in both Hawkwood and Squirek, but at the same time she wondered if everything they were involved in, all things associated with the Brethren of Mere, wasn't just so much craziness. But what was it Rugmore had called her? The princess who will lead all armies. She did like the sound of that. She could see the world around her made right with a title like that. Your clothes and a fresh cloak lie under the tarp in the second boat, Culpabara said to Hawkwood. Your cutlasses and harness, along with your brace of knives and short sword, are there too. He turned to the dwarf. Plus, there are enough dried oatcakes and cheese to last your journey. Remember, all roads are being watched. Sterling will focus most of his search efforts for Hawkwood along the main routes in the north. He's only set a few to search for Hawkwood by water. Travelling to Lord's Point along the King's Highway is out of the question. The tolls are garrisoned with silver guards, day-knights, even wolf guards from Rivermead at times. They are all on the lookout for Hawkwood. Sterling's made arrangements for the horses, palfreys for hard travelling, but you'll have to sail to Esconder to get them. I suggest you two leave with utmost haste, especially if you plan on taking our treasures back to the Rooms of Sorrow. After that, 6 days afloat at most. I've brought you a fast vessel. From Esconder, head south to Swithin Wells and the Swithin Wells Pass into the Autumn Range. You won't miss the Abbey as long as you keep to the trail. The entire journey shouldn't take you more than 14 or 15 days. I travelled the route with my father once to visit Godwin and Sir Roderick. It is not a bad trail, weather permitting. From there, continue to Lord's Point. If you become separated, I've arranged with Ironclad for the rendezvous point to be the Turnkey Saloon in Lord's Point. From there, you can sail north to Stancliffe and head east to the Skylocks.
A saloon?
The dwarf asked flatly. Ironclad sent word that is where he would await you.
My brother has a knack for choosing the worst of inns, Rogmog grunted, stroking the wiry, grizzled hair of his beard. The Turnkey Saloon. I can picture it now, a place most assuredly to be run by the dregs of society.
Hawkwood's eyes narrowed fiercely. He was quickly at the Abbey's open door, eyes peering into the darkness.
Something moves against the rocks under the lighthouse, he hissed. We're about to be compromised.
He turned back to Culpabara.
Were you followed? Let's hope it's just a stray goat.
Culpa hustled to the door. With his back to the wall, he craned his neck around the opening for a look himself. Or perhaps just the lighthouse keeper. There are no other boats ashore that I can see.
Someone from the tunnels?
Hawkwood cast a concerned look at the dwarf. Jondralin moved silently up behind the dwarf and peered over his shoulder. A low fog hung about the base of the lighthouse. Moonlight bathed the isle in a wan grey light, dimly illuminating the mass of jagged rock formations that jutted up around the narrow building. There were 1,000 shapes and shadows amongst those pale rocks, some just indistinct forms bulging out of the moonlit vapours. High above, the lighthouse flame did little to light the island, but at ground level it did create tendrils of mist the colour of bone. She thought she heard the rustling of the seagrass, but there was no breeze. Nothing at all moved among the lichen-covered rocks but the listless swirls of fog. Her heart raced just the same. "I see him," Hawkwood said. There was a rare tension in his stance. "Look, dwarf, there, under the T-shaped crag in the boulder just left of the lighthouse." "Aye," Rogmore offered up slowly. "The bloody bastard. Just standing there in plain view, looking right at us. Our bloodwood assassin, up from the tunnels." Jondralyn searched the bleak darkness, yet she saw nothing. Her eyes roamed the jumble of rock and shadow, travelling up the spire of the lighthouse itself, and even beyond that to the looming bulk of Amadon Castle itself. Points of fiery light stood out from torches lining its many battlements and towering spires. Even from where she stood in this small abbey a mile away, the castle towered over the bay and blocked out the stars. Amadon Castle originally started as a fort thousands of years before the birth of Lejeune, built atop Mount Albion against Farley invasions and raids of the savage Oghul tribes of the north. It had grown upon itself exponentially over the centuries, spreading down all sides of the mount to become the colossus it was now. And in that time was 1,000 years' worth of different folks digging around for different purposes under the castle, mount, and city, all the tunnels and carvers and hidey-holes creating an interconnected labyrinth of passages that led everywhere. That underground streams and rooms of treasure and tunnels stretched even under Memory Bay as far as this lighthouse boggled her mind. Who would think to dig under the sea? She finally spied what she thought was a hooded shadow under the lighthouse, darker than the rest. It was an unholy blackness, awash in evil, and with it came a feeling of danger. She shuddered, her eyes riveted to the cloaked form that seemed to swallow the moonlight. This thing, this bloodwood assassin, leaned languidly against the rock. It moved then, seeming to fade in and out of existence. "He approaches," Rogmore said. "He wants to be seen," Hawkwood said. "He wants us to think that he has heard all we've said." "Do you recognize who it is?" the dwarf asked. "If it were my brother, we'd all be fighting for our lives right now," Hawkwood said. "I fear this bloodwood is one I do not know. One who joined Black Dougal's caste after I fled Sor Severe, someone with movements I am unfamiliar with." "What is Dougal's game?" Rogmore growled. "I know not," Hawkwood said. "Lucky I spotted the bloodwood quick. He never came close enough to hear us. I am sure of that. Still, we must remain wary. And if he came up from the tunnel, that means he has no boat, which means we should be safe. We can get back to the Rooms of Sorrow without him knowing. He will figure we are sailing into the darkness to escape him, but we must leave in haste." The cloaked figure slunk back into the shadows, and just like that, there was nothing. "Gone," Rogmore said. "Aye," Hawkwood agreed. "Perhaps." Then Jondralyn felt Hawkwood's hand unexpectedly in hers. Their fingers entwined. Her heart pounded. Then, like a whisper, his hand was gone. But a slip of parchment was left behind. She quickly slipped the note into the folds of her cloak. Neither Culpa nor the dwarf had seen. Hawkwood snatched up Ethic's shroud from the bench and led them all silently from the abbey,
and to the 2 boats awaiting them. All of them were on guard.
Jondrelyn sat on a bench in the privacy of her courtyard, tired, yet unable to sleep. It had been a full day. By the time she was back in her room, it was nearly dawn. There were no further sightings of the Bloodwood on her and Culpabara's journey back to the castle via the extra boat they had brought. Her eyes were heavy-lidded as she gazed up at the faint light emanating from the many torch-lit towers of the castle above. She took from her cloak the parchment Hawkwood had earlier slipped into her hand and unfolded it. She could tell right away it was a crudely drawn map from the dungeons under Purgatory to the Rooms of Sorrow, where he had found Ethic's shroud and the Angel Stone. The map did not show the back entrance to the Rooms of Sorrow that Hawkwood would presumably be using tonight to return the shield and stone, but it did show the way from Purgatory. She knew immediately why he had given it to her. In case something were to happen to him, she would still have access to Ethic's shroud. And then the ink, exposed to light, slowly faded away, and the page was blank. To read it again, she would need Roguemore's lavender Dege powder. She folded the map and entered her room, and headed straight for her bookshelf. On the top shelf, behind the 3rd book from the left, was a small panel. She hid the parchment there, eyes roaming the walls round about, wondering if the Bloodwood watched her now. Am I to be this paranoid the rest of my life? Is this what being privy to the Brethren's secrets means? Wearily, she took off her black riding boots and slipped on her leather training boots, then stood. Her leather armour hung on a hook on a post behind her bench. She quietly slipped out of her cloak and into the leathers. Resolute, she marched from her room. Her destination, Ankh Bourbon's smith shop in the market district, and another day of training. As she left her room, she had but one lingering question on her mind. Am I truly the princess who will lead armies? From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. And it came to pass that in the place of Only was born a boy, the firstborn son of a fisherman, a humble child who followed in the footsteps of his goodly father, living and fishing and growing strong by the sea, killing merfolk and shark and kraken alike with the strength of his own hands. And his name was Lejeune. Chapter 21. Tala Bronnachel. 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon, Gulkana. It takes my breath away, Lintolf le Graven said, gazing at the 4-story edifice that was the Grand Vicar's palace. Sheathed in white marble, gilded in gold, it rose up between the grey brick, mortar, and timber buildings of the surrounding city like a bright shard of heaven, serene and refined. But it seems so gaudy. Denarius and the Quorum of 5 live well, Glade Chaparral said, as if lecturing Tala's cousin. As is their right. As their horse-drawn carriage rumbled over the cobblestones, the streets of Amadon were teeming with people. A silver guard led the team of horses, Glade Chaparral at his side. Tala and Lindolf sat directly behind them in the open carriage. Tala was swathed in a heavy cloak of brown wool. A detachment of a dozen spear-wielding silver guards escorted their carriage on horseback. Glade continued, When one is called as Grand Vicar, he takes upon himself the mantle of Lejeune. His word is law. When Denarius speaks, it is as if Lejeune has spoken. One such as that should live in a palace. Tala wasn't sure about all that. Yet Glade seemed so sure of his viewpoint all the time. Sometimes he could wear his opinions, as well as his looks, with unbearable conceit. Yet that, in a strange way, was one of the things that drew Tala to him. One thing was for sure. These quests the Bloodwood had set her upon were also affording her an opportunity to be near Glade. As they continued down the thoroughfare, Tala cast one last glance at the opulent building, home to the most powerful religious figure in the 5 Isles, and its glittering gold-trimmed, ornamented facade. She wished she could see the Grand Vicar Denarius as the perfect man Glade thought him to be. But she had spent too much time in Denarius's company for that. She'd witnessed his gluttony firsthand. Not that overeating was a direct pathway to the underworld. The sight of the gladiator's mangled head sliding down the front of his cassock still brought a shudder to her. My poor Laurie. As their carriage bounced along, they passed under a section of the city's aqueducts, and Tala now remembered why the place stank so. They were nearing the River Vale. Aqueducts from as far away as the Autumn Range and the northern Skylochs brought cool mountain water into the city. The River Vale itself was mostly for sewage. Human waste and other sloshing refuse would be wheeled in barrels and dumped into it. It was widely known that the Riverside district was the haunt of the bloodletters and covens of witches, that the Grand Vicar's palace and both the Royal Cathedral and Temple of the Legion statue were near such dreadful places, made Tala shudder. Still, this new quest to save Laurie was a diversion that held some measure of excitement. Without it, Tala felt she would be driven mad with the unmerciful sameness of life in the castle. The assassin's puzzle, this game, now that she was sure she had figured out the clue of the wreath, was putting Tala in better spirits. Lindholf also appeared to be in good spirits. There was a spring in his step today, and he'd been full of more chatter than normal, spontaneously singing wonderfully absurd songs on their journey from the castle, and recounting several maddeningly intricate tales of his hunting exploits in Eskander, each story ending with a belly laugh for Tala. She had delighted in his antics. At the same time, she knew she should feel guilty for enjoying her adventures with him, adventures that she had been set upon at Laurie's expense. The carriage rounded a corner, and the Royal Cathedral and the Temple of the Legion statue stood before them. Both edifices soared at least 300 feet above the cobbled pavement, and were constructed of brilliant ivory-colour riven rock quarried marble. Knights with pikes lined the entrances of both the temple and chapel, all wearing the black and silver livery that marked them as Amadon Silver Guards. They kept a trained eye on the comings and goings of all. When the carriage clattered to a stop, Tala, Glade, and Lindholf hopped from it and marched up to the fountain in the centre of the temple's outer courtyard, accompanied by 6 of their Silver Guard escort. The fountain was surrounded by marble pillars carved with crescent moon charms, crosses, black legion trees, and other sacred symbols. Water splashed about the base of the fountain, yet was calmer along the outer edges and afloat with flowers. A crowd swirled around the temple's arched entrance. A host of pilgrims and worshippers, bringing their tithes, clogged the stairs leading up to the great opening. A group of flagellants were clustered there too, all whipping their own naked backs for forgiveness and penance for sins of the flesh. As her group hustled up the stairs and through the archway and into the cooler shade of the building, the crowds stepped aside. Once they were inside the foyer, the noise of the city was reduced to a faint, subdued thrum. Tala immediately sought the holy emberstone, a round dais at the centre of the lobby. She knew from her 8th day lessons that the temple's emberstone had been laid in the 2nd century after Legion's death. It was hard to fathom such a breadth of time. She dabbed some ash from the stone basin set upon the dais, touched her forehead with the ash and made the three-fingered sign of the Lejeune cross over her heart. She allowed Lindolf and Glade the same privilege. A bell sounded, and the small choir in the balcony above began to sing. A pair of bishops walked by, swinging copper jars of smoky incense before them. Tala drank in the sounds of the choir and fragrance of the moment, then proceeded toward the huge polished doors to the temple's inner dome. Two silver guards snapped to attention, and one pulled on a braided rope. The door swung open without a sound, and Tala, Glade, Lindolf, and their 6 silver guard escort were let inside. A handful of other worshippers scuttled in behind them, and the guards closed the doors. Tala was always struck by the majesty of the place and the vast chamber's impossible height. She couldn't help but stare straight up, her eyes drawn to the domed ceiling 300 feet above. She turned her gaze from the perfectly circular ceiling and looked upon the inner temple itself, eyes roaming, searching. The coils of smoke from 1,000 candles sailed heavenward. The place was silent, save for the occasional creak of shoe leather on the marble tile floor and the faint whispers of the temple's occupants. Silver Guard spearmen stood like statues along the curved walls, their armor and spearheads gleaming, their shields black and painted with the silver symbol of the Lejeune tree. There were discreet crossbowmen along the second-story gallery as well. Hidden in the shadows, their ringmail glimmered faintly. Above the gallery, stained glass windows sparkled jewel-like, resplendent with graceful reflections of sunlight. It was a holy place, and the quorum of 5 archbishops of Amadon insisted it always be heavily protected from criminal activity. Several dozen citizens were milling about the chamber, admiring the statue. In the center of the vast room, upon a 10-foot-high raised dais of splendorous grey-veined pale stone, stood the great Lejeune statue itself, over 5 stories tall from head to feet. The likeness of Lejeune was carved of pure riven rock marble, one muscular arm held aloft, and a great silvery sword in that hand pointing heavenward. A wreath of heather crowned the statue's head, and Lejeune's gaze was fixed heavenward. The statue's intricately carved chain-mail armor sparkled in the light. Booted feet were planted firmly upon the dais. The tiered stone dais was ringed by 5 massive black and silver iron cauldrons, from which incense smoke swirled. Each cauldron was set firmly upon the back of a life-size marble-carved ox. The creature's heads and great horns faced outward, as if guarding both the statue of Lejeune and the cauldrons upon their backs. Each cauldron's surface was carved with divine symbols inlaid in white, black, green, blue, and red, each a representation of the magical stones and weapons of the 5 warrior angels: Blackest Heart, Ethic Shroud, Forgetting Moon, Lonesome Crown, and Afflicted Fire, the 5 pillars of Lejeune. This was the great statue of Lejeune, the reason for the construction of such a massive temple. It was a place of worship and pilgrimage, the focal point of both faith and art in all the 5 isles. Some would come from the far reaches of Gulkana to stare at it for days, to cleanse the spirit, or just be near the likeness of their great one and only. I haven't seen anything so awe-inspiring and brilliant since I slithered free of Mother's womb into the sun-drenched snowfields of Eskender, Lindolf murmured from behind her. I'm apt to burst into a greater torrent of tears now as I gaze upon the blinding brightness of the great one and only than I did as babe entering a new world. Mother mia, Glade snapped. Your babbling is inappropriate and liable to split my head in half. The more you blather on today, the more I wish I'd stayed at the castle. Pardon me, Lindolf said, eyes still fixed upon the statue above. I suppose I can see your point. I can wear on some folks. Tala had coerced both Glade and Lindhof into accompanying her on this new adventure by claiming Hawkwood had specifically asked them to retrieve a note left at the temple and deliver it to Jondra Lynn. She believed both of them still held the man in high regard. They had talked of little else but Hawkwood's duel with the Day Knights. As predicted, they'd jumped at the chance to help her. The three slowly circled the great work of art, the silver guard escorting them on all sides. The statue itself was roped off. None were allowed to get within 10 paces of it. As she walked, hand brushing along the rope that encircled the statue, Tala cocked her head like a wary sparrow, gazing nervously up at the wreath that crowned Lejean's head, her eyes travelling down the length of his body. But there was nothing there. No clue. Disheartened with each step, Tala began to wonder if this was truly where she was supposed to have come. Amadon Castle itself was filled with thousands of likenesses of Lejean, statues, bronzes, paintings and tapestries. But searching all of those would take years, if not a lifetime. She continued to circle the statue, eyes even more focused, hoping that something would suggest itself. A silver guard, not of her personal entourage, moved briskly toward her and held out a gauntleted hand, stopping them. He removed his helm, revealing a head of thinning grey hair, and bent his knee before her. "I was not informed that one of the royal family would be coming to the temple today." He placed his helm under the crook of his arm. "I've come to pray at the feet of Lejean," Tala said. The grey-haired guard turned and gave a quick hand signal to the guardsmen above. Soon, all of the silver guards, including the 6 who had accompanied Tala's small group from the castle, were ushering the common citizens from the inner dome. A bishop rushed forth and hurriedly anointed Glade, Lindolf, and Tala's foreheads with consecrated oil from a bull-horn flask, then blessed them with a brief prayer, and scuttled away behind the last of the guardsmen to exit the inner temple. "We should have been notified of this through the proper chain of command, through our captain, Sir Castlegrail," the guardsman said, bowing. "It is customary that the temple be emptied for the arrival of any member of the king's court." "My comings and goings need not be announced to you," Tala said. "I am here now, and wish to pray." The grey-haired guard's face hardened at the abruptness of her words. Still, he bowed before her a second time. "As you wish, my lady." Tala injected an insolent tone into her voice. "I've come to pray on behalf of my dearly departed father and mother. I pray that that gruesome Prince of St. Only will soon be vanquished in the arena, and the traitor Hawkwood caught and hung. They are an affront to justice, an affront to the Silver Throne, and an affront to Lejean and our most holy vicar and quorum of 5. She knew that would be something the Silver Guard would want to hear. "An affront to the Grand Vicar and quorum indeed." The guard bowed again, doing the 3-fingered sign of the Lejean cross over his heart. Tala looked up at the majestic marble face of Lejean. So stern it was, so perfect in its symmetry and allure. Even from her angle, looking almost straight up, it was perfection. If there was a heaven, it was Lejean who ruled it. She recalled an 8th-day sermon in which the Grand Vicar had read from the ember-lighting song of the 3rd warrior angel, near the end of The Way and Truth of Lejean, the climactic part of the scriptures. The verse recounted the final day of the vicious war of the demons, the final day of the Blessed Mother's pregnancy. Lejean, bleeding from the wound in his neck, had just been nailed, still alive, to the atonement tree by the last demon lord, who then also lay down wounded and dying in the dirt at Lejean's feet. The final battle between the last warrior angels and the beasts of the underworld had come down to combat between the 2 men. Both had suffered mortal wounds. It was Mia herself who, after the demon lord had died, and after Lejean had spent 9 days nailed to the tree, thrust the fateful sword, afflicted fire, into the chest of her husband, easing the suffering of her beloved, sacrificing his life for the sins of all humankind, fulfilling the prophecies of the ancients that the last of the demons would only be vanquished when the sins of all men were atoned for. Then, as sacrament, she drank of his blood. The next day, Mia gave birth to the baby Rael. For the 9 days, Lejean's body had hung on the atonement tree, the demon lord rotting at his feet. Thousands had flocked to see their fallen king, before Mia and the remaining warrior angels had cut his body down. Lejean's body was dressed in his finest chainmail and horned helm, then placed upon a cross-shaped altar, along with all the weapons of the 5 warrior angels. Mia inserted the angel stones that had once belonged to the 5 warrior angels into the wound in Lejean's chest. The shield ethic shroud was laid atop him, covering the wounds. Then his body was taken up into heaven, and it was prophesied he would one day be reborn and return on the day of fiery absolution, along with the other warrior angels, to rule forever. As Tala stepped back from her spot directly under the statue, she began to wonder how anyone could stand guard under such grandeur of the statue of Lejean and not be profoundly moved by its glorious spirit. It surely cast a spell over all. The curve and cut of each muscle rippled under chainmail armor, arms and legs even stronger than the marble of which they were hewn. This aesthetic perfection in marble was, Tala believed, why men followed Lejean, why knights and gladiators over the centuries were desirous to forge their own flesh in his image. This massive sculpture of Lejean was perfect, supreme and ideal, from his squared chin to the smooth lines of his exquisitely carved mouth and nose and stoic jawline, to his eyes which, although they gazed toward the dome of the ceiling, seemed to emanate a bravery and caring that no human could possess, yet remained set upon heaven forever, and to the polished sweep of his brow, leading to the reef. And then, as she stepped farther back, she saw it, the flaw in the statue. It was scarcely discernible, perhaps a trick of light. One petal of the carved marble wreath was a different shade of white than the hundreds of others that encircled Lejean's brow. "I wish to be alone now," she blurted. "All must leave save my 2 friends here." She nodded toward Lindolf and Glade. "Of course." The guard bowed again. "If it please, my lady." He turned and snapped his fingers. What few guardsmen remained filed out of the inner temple through the polished cedar doors, the spurs of their boots clicking against the marble tile floor. Even the crossbowmen in the gallery above fell back into the shadows. It was customary for the silver guards to remain unseen whilst royalty worshipped at the feet of Lejean. Once the 2 massive doors were closed and no silver guards were left in the temple, Tala's gaze flew to the top of the statue's head and the discoloured patch on the wreath above. She couldn't figure how someone could have changed the coloration of that leaf so high up. How could one remain unseen by those who came to worship at the feet of the statue every day, all hours of the day? Yet someone had. The bloodwood. There it was, the object she sought, yet impossible to get. "What are you staring at?" Lindolf asked, eyes trained upward, voice echoing through the dome. "The note," Tala pointed, voice hushed. "Hawkwood left it there, on the wreath. Step back here with me, and you can see it." "I see it." Glade pointed once he stood beside her. "One of the petals is duller than the rest." "What of it?" he chuckled. "You think that's your message from Hawkwood?" He began spinning the chain mace toy Seta had given him, deftly with his wrists, the two small balls just a blur to Tala as they whirled around on the chain, making a low, humming noise. She had seen Glade do some interesting tricks with the toy lately, but to Tala, now, here next to the Lejeune statue, was neither the time nor the place. "Put that away," she said. "It relaxes me. It makes too much noise. You'll bring the silver guard back." "Why leave the note up so high?" Lindolf asked in a whisper. "It's impossible to get at now." "You can climb for it," Glade laughed. Lindolf stepped back toward the statue and hopped over the rope barrier. "Cool your coals." Glade stopped spinning his ball mace. "I was only joking. The crossbowmen may still be on the balcony." "The guards dare not look," Lindolf said. "They fear getting caught watching those of royal blood pray at the feet of Lejeune. It will be quite safe to scale the statue unseen." He was literally beaming at the idea of climbing the statue. "I don't know," Tala said. "Do you think you can?" "Indeed." "Far be it from me to object to the desires of the king's sister," Glade said, looking at her. "But I think you're going a bit too far this time." "Bullocks," Lindolf said. "I thought you were the one for adventure, Glade." He turned to Tala and bowed. "I insist on retrieving Hawkwood's note for you, milady." "The consequences be upon you, Lindolf." Glade ceded with a grunt. "But I'll take no part in desecrating Lejeune's likeness." Tala was stung by Glade's refusal to help. She nodded at Lindolf to proceed. He'd been doing everything she'd asked, almost to the point of doting. Not that she minded all that much. If only some of his enthusiasm could rub off on Glade. She felt a trifle guilty, realizing she had conned the two into this adventure by telling them it was a note from Hawkwood they sought. She'd even convinced the Silver Guard into escorting her to the temple to pray. Escorting a group of royals into the city was no small undertaking. And how would she explain to Lindolf what he might truly find up there? "Oh, it's nothing, Lindolf. Just a note from an assassin who has poisoned your sister." Lindolf scooted around the ox and cauldron and climbed the 10-foot-high tiered dais. Once on the dais, he scrambled atop the statue's foot and jumped. He grabbed one of the bottom links of carved chainmail that hung below the statue's knees and nimbly pulled himself up. Soon he was scaling the links of Lejeune's armor as easily as one would climb a ladder. Candlelight played eerily through the empty dome now, and the flicker of red and gold light danced over the chainmail links that her cousin scaled. Tala looked back at Glade. He was no longer by her side, but now leaning against a carved stone arch supporting the gallery some distance away. He'd put away his chainmace toy and nonchalantly straightened his mussed-up hair as he watched Lindolf. Tala tried to concentrate on the progress of her cousin, yet, in reality, she couldn't. Her thoughts were fixed on Glade now. How could he be so infuriating sometimes, and other times so charming? Though her eyes were trained upward at Lindolf, her every sense was tuned to the dashing lordling behind her. Having him there was almost like standing with her back to a burning hearth. Every slight movement he made prickled her ears and sent goosebumps racing over her arms. Why am I so obsessed? It seemed awfully court-girlish for sure. She was practically betrothed to the boy. She needn't act so flustered around him. As a princess of Amadon, it was she who held the upper hand in the relationship. Still, she found herself most nights lying in bed, thinking about those fierce dark eyes of his. But just what sort of young man there might be behind those eyes remained a puzzle. At times Glade could be so happy-go-lucky and full of enormous bouts of joy, especially when they'd been kids. Other times, especially as they'd grown older, he appeared too determined, conceited, and not in the least friendly. She glanced back at him, and his dark eyes met hers. She turned, blushing. A yelp came from Lindolf. Her eyes darted upward. Her cousin had slipped, but caught himself, dangling by one hand from Lejean's shoulder, clinging to a carved link of chainmail. But he gathered himself and was climbing again. If he were to fall, Tala would never forgive herself. She felt as if her heart was squeezing itself through her lungs. Soon Lindolf was perched 50 feet up atop the left shoulder of Lejean. There was hardly room for him as he clung to the side of the great one and only's head, which from neck to crown was taller than him. Lindolf stretched for the discoloured petal on the wreath above Lejean's forehead, but it was just out of reach. Tala's heart snuck up her throat as her cousin gained a foothold in Lejean's ear-hole. Still, he had to cling to the top of the statue's ear as he reached around the forehead of Lejean. Lindolf stretched and strained, fingers coming ever closer to the prize. Glade was standing beside Tala now. She noticed his eyes were now glued to Lindolf as her cousin inched his outstretched fingers farther and farther. "He got it," Glade said, a smile playing about the corner of his mouth. Tala looked from Glade back up at Lindolf. Her cousin had the petal in hand. He began climbing down, his descent a bit slower than his climb. Pride swelled within Tala. Lindolf had made a good account of himself today. Soon he was scuttling down the raised dais and walking toward her. The strain of climbing had left him a tad purple-faced as he stood there, flushed and dishevelled, his hair all a tangle, scarred forehead and cheeks a red rash. He also looked a bit disappointed as he held the cream-coloured parchment out for her to take. "There's nothing on it," he announced. Tala turned the slip of parchment over and over in her hands. It was blank. "Naught but some bit of garbage blown in by the breeze." Glade's eyes blazed like black jewels in the candlelight. "You've put us at risk for nothing, Tala. No more of your wild goose chases. No more of these silly girlish games." Glade's words caused her a momentary pang of heartache. And something had also set Lindolf into a spell of blackness. For some reason, the abrupt turn in Lindolf's demeanour concerned Tala more than the blankness of the parchment. His eyes kept returning to the crown of heather atop Lejean's head. In fact, something dark was growing behind Lindolf's eyes as he spoke. "Glade is right. It's not exactly part of the day-night training, strictly speaking, to climb the Lejean statue." "The entire thing is loopy," Glade said, disgust underlying his words. "Bloody mother mia, let's just get out of here." And he marched for the doors. The clacking of his boots against the tile floor pounded through Tala's head. She wanted to crumple the offending slip of paper into a wad and throw it away, or rush over to one of the many rows of candles and just burn it. Let the flame devour the useless thing. Then she remembered something. "It's so obvious." The note the Bloodwood had left pinned to her bedroom stool the night Laurie was stabbed was written in an ink that, in time, would slowly fade. She studied the blank paper in her hand. Yes! Her heart soared. There was something written there, all right. She just couldn't see it yet. Tala was in the secret ways again. She held the candle out before her, hands quivering. Despite the flickering flame that lit her way, the corridor shrouded her in its dark embrace. The words of the assassin's note were burned into her brain. "Your next task is to get both Glade Chaparral and Lindolf Raven to kiss you at the final night of the morning moon celebration. No peck on the cheek, but a real kiss. Do this, and your next clue to finding Laurie's antidote will be revealed." The request seemed so childish, Sure, she would love to kiss Glade, that is, if he were to kiss her first. Yet to act the aggressor, that was a different pill to swallow indeed. But Lindholf, her own blood relative, it was disgraceful. After returning from the temple, Tala had bid goodbye to Glade and Lindholf, and made her way through the secret passages to Roguemore's private chambers, hoping he wasn't there. It was a familiar route she'd travelled often. Her excitement at possibly deciphering the note had her stalking the secret ways again like a hungry cat. Once at her destination, she'd pushed her way through a square block in the wall near the dwarf's writing desk, then searched his belongings, which were scattered about the room. A room that appeared to have been ransacked recently, by either the Silver Guard, the Day Knights, or Jovan himself. She didn't want to hazard a guess. But she certainly didn't want the dwarf to blame her for it, wherever he was. She wanted to find what she came for quickly. She'd found the small round tin she was looking for, concealed in a hidden pocket of a leather pouch tossed carelessly into the corner of the room. Tala had seen the dwarf digging through the hidden pocket before. She prided herself on being observant like that. Like when I found the secret panel in John Drollin's bookshelf years ago and read all the little love notes Squire Van Hester had given her over the years. After opening the tin, she dipped her fingers into the black powder and then rubbed her fingers over the piece of paper. "Ink from the squid of the Sorcevier Straits," the dwarf had said. "Rare and expensive. The ink fades quickly, but the writing remains intact." Soon, through the smeared black powder, the assassin's words were legible again, though barely. After slipping it into her pocket, she had left the dwarf's room the same way she'd entered, sick at the thought of having to kiss Lindholf. But she needed to put all thoughts of kissing anyone out of her mind and concentrate on getting back to her room. There was still an assassin lurking about the castle, a Bloodwood assassin from Sorcevier, a Bloodwood who had chosen to play a dangerous game with her. So she focused on her path, guiding herself almost by sheer instinct through every twist and turn and secret doorway along her dark route. Perhaps she was being followed to her room right now. Perhaps not. Of course, the assassin already knew where her room was. The assassin was one step ahead of her at all times. In fact, the entire affair was approaching the point of being ridiculous. Kiss Glade and Lindholf? Of all the stupid things. Yet here she was, playing this silly game with one of the trickiest and deadliest creatures alive. It excited her. And it made her feel guilty, too. Laurie was sick, and it was all her fault. But it was Laurie's illness and dementia that convinced her that the game was real. As if touched by a breath of cold air, the tiny flame of her candle flickered and went out. Cursing, Tala snatched the flint from her purse and relit the wick. It danced about in the soft breeze, and she shielded it, walking slowly toward the iron door in front of her. She twisted the door's handle, only to find it stuck. She tugged at the handle again, harder this time, but no luck. Some doors had the habit of locking into place. She knew another route, a branching corridor about 30 paces back that would take her to the long hallway that would empty her out into the castle's armory. From the armory there were several other passages that would lead back to her chambers. It would take longer to get to her room that way, but she had no other choice. Keeping the flickering light of her candle under the palm of her hand, she retraced her steps. It wasn't long before she found the intersection she wanted. There was a crumbling, white-plastered wall to her right, and a vast, dark hollow of wood beams and pillars to her left that stretched into the unknown. The velvet shadows lurking about the dark forest of wood stretching away into the blackness gave her a fright. She hustled her step. A musty smell of mice droppings and mouldering wood flooded the air. She came to an area where scattered rays of light rose from cracks in the floor. At one point, she thought she might have heard the Grand Vicar's voice coming from below. Curious, she slowed her pace, ears trained for any sound. And there it was, a muffled voice from below. The excitement she felt at listening in on a secret conversation grew within her. She continued on, wary, ears alert, stepping lightly, the cracks in the floor growing bigger and the light beaming up brighter. Her candle flickered out. Suddenly, there was a hollowness in the pit of her stomach. She could feel a prickling danger in the air. There was a faint clink, 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 just at the edge of her hearing. She stopped, concentrated her gaze, looking for a reflection, a glint of movement, a hooded figure, trying to let no black niche or shadowy alcove escape her scrutiny. There were over a dozen tiny shards of light shooting up from the floor around her, but none bright enough to illuminate her surroundings. She felt the icy tip of the blade at her throat. A voice spoke in a soft rasp. "I warned you to stay out of the secret ways." Tala dropped the candle. Before her was a shadow that devoured what little light there was. There was an unsettling quiver in her voice as she spoke. "You knew I'd used the passages to get to Rogamor's rooms unseen. You knew I had to find his black powder to decipher your note." "Heed my words." The voice was now tinged with malice. "Do not venture here again, unless I specifically tell you to do so." "And how will you tell me?" "By the notes I leave you, girl." The voice carried a hiss of anger, the blade at her throat pressing in. "Have you infected Laurie with the plague?" Tala asked. "No." There was soft amusement in the voice. "Not the plague. But like the plague, through affliction comes transformation." "What have you poisoned her with? Why?" "You are both being prepared. Laurie for her task, you for yours. Everything has a purpose, my dear princess. Every task you complete serves a purpose in a much bigger plan. A plan that's been in the works for centuries." "Prepared? Tasks?" Tala was even more confused, but felt some courage build within her. "What if I don't want to be a part of this plan? What if I decide not to play your game?" "But you want to play my game," the voice said matter-of-factly, the icy blade at her throat now easing away slightly. "You want to complete the next task. I know you." "You know nothing of me." "I know that Borden's brood is a fickle lot, spoiled to the last." There was a mocking, almost lilting tone to those words. "And both of his daughters willing to fall for any reckless rogue or harebrained scheme." In one rapid motion, Tala took a step back and clapped. She felt the palm of her right hand connect with the back of the Bloodwood's gloved hand, and the palm of her left connect with the boiled leather wrapping of the inner wrist. The move was executed exactly as Seta had taught her, and the dagger spun free. Tala heard it clatter to the wood floor 10 paces away. "You fool," the assassin said, but the voice came as if from a great distance. There was nobody in front of Tala now. Somehow she knew that she was alone again. The Bloodwood was gone. Her heart thundered as she dropped to her hands and knees, trying to catch her breath. She crawled to where she thought the Bloodwood's knife had landed, hands groping at the floor, searching, her palms now a filthy mix of sweat and dust. She found the blade and clutched it to her chest with both hands, as if having just discovered a great treasure. A Bloodwood dagger! Her mind screamed. She could feel her heart pounding against her own clenched hands. "You are being prepared, young one." It was the Grand Vicar's voice. She heard it clearly. Her heart, once thundering in her chest, now stopped cold. "Being prepared to stand in glory at the side of the most holy of Legion's servants." The vicar's voice was coming from somewhere below. Tala leaned toward the few thin slivers of light sifting up through spaces between the wood planks and beams under her knees. She put her eye to each shard of light, searching for a knothole or crack, searching for one just big enough to get a clear view. The Grand Vicar spoke in hushed tones. "Everything I do for you is in preparation for Legion's return." Tala found a wide enough crack. The burrowing and nibbling of mice had created an uneven crevasse between the beam and joist, forming a hole just big enough. She pressed her face to the dusty floor. What she saw froze her blood. She was looking straight down upon her cousin Laurie's bedchamber, a small room with a high ceiling. Tala's perch was perhaps 20 or more feet above the room. Thick woolen rugs covered the stone floor of her cousin's room. There was an armoire against one wall, several stools and a velvet-cushioned chair in one shadowy corner, and a table and bench in the other. A fire crackled in the hearth. Laurie's bed, draped in a wine-red velvet quilt and satin pillows, was directly under Tala. The 4 ornately carved bedposts of gold-inlaid wood stared straight up at her. And Laurie was lying on her back in the centre of the bed. Her eyes were closed, and she was naked. Grand Vicar Denarius knelt on the floor at the side of Laurie's bed. He was now muttering incantations, the words of which were indiscernible. He held a bullhorn flask of consecrated oil at an angle over the girl's still form as he prayed, the amber-coloured liquid slowly dribbling from the flask over Laurie's pale skin. Tala wanted to look away, for many reasons, but mostly because she knew that what she was doing was wrong, sinful. She had crossed a line here. Spying in the secret ways seemed like harmless fun, but this was different. This was spying on the private ministrations of the Grand Vicar, spying on Legion's holy prophet. If she were caught, it could mean her death. Then there was Laurie. She looked so helpless, so vulnerable, so sick and alone and naked. Tala kept her eye to the hole. Denarius corked the bullhorn flask, set it aside, and with one puffy hand rubbed the oil over Laurie's flesh, touching legs, stomach, forehead, her breasts. Tala jerked away from the scene, eyes blurred, tears flowing. "I don't want him touching me," Laurie had shouted earlier that day at the arena. In the fog that clouded Tala's mind, one thing now glowed with certainty. The assassin had planned it all. The Bloodwood had planned that she would be at this spot at this time and witness this very scene. From the Way and Truth of Legion. We can say, "Oh, cursed the day when Legion was falsely enslaved," yet we must not, for his slavery had been foretold on totem and standing stone alike, for it was within the filth of enslavement that Legion met his 4 companions, villainous rogues each, princess, gladiator, assassin, and thief, and together they became as one. Together they became the 5 warrior angels. Chapter 22. Nail. 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejon, Gallows Haven, Gulkana. It was near dawn. A few birds were beginning to make noise outside the tent, but Nail could scarcely hear them. Not far from where he sat, hunched over, head hanging, clumps of blonde hair partly veiling his eyes, there was an erratic yet constant crying. Each harsh wail and muffled sniffle sent a peal of agony through his brain. He shut his eyes, but that brought only a small measure of relief, so he opened them again. "Bloody mother mia!" Jenko Brooks snarled from somewhere in the darkness. "Cork it already, you whiny bitch!" "She's only frightened." The sound of Stefan's voice was weak and didn't carry far. "You must be quiet, Gisela, lest the guards come back in here. The worst is over." Gisela Barnwell continued sobbing. She put her face into the crook of Stefan's chest and arm, melting into him. That stifled her sobs some. Stefan laid a soft kiss on top of her head. Still she cried. "Bloody rotted angels almighty, I can still hear the bitch!" Jenko hissed. "Leave her be," Stefan snapped. "Her family is dead. She saw them killed." "We all saw death today," Jenko's voice rasped. "But none of you had to do what I did. I had it the worst." The Baron's son was silent for a time. Then he angrily snarled, "None of us have slept because of her damn blathering." Nail closed his eyes again and forced them to stay that way. He also wished Gisela would quiet down, but he wasn't sure if he could voice his opinion without slurring his speech or fumbling the words or just plain fainting. His memories were slowly returning, but they were unreal and difficult to sort through. In those few bleary instants of coherency were fleeting memories of the siege of Gallows Haven and its aftermath. Bishop Tolbrit's guts in the sea, Tilda Egbert stabbed in the throat, Baron Brooke screaming. He recalled the tattooed face of the red-haired giant who had slapped the helm from his head. And even worse, he remembered the face of the young Sorcevier knight with the braided hair and dark war paint under his eyes, the one who had struck him down on the beach. He feared the inescapable images were forever seared into his brain. His hair was still caked with dried blood. His head ached with a dull throb. The wound on his scalp, he imagined, was raw. He had to fight back the urge to reach up and feel it. Even if he tried, he wouldn't be able to. His hands were secured tightly behind his back with coarse rope, as were everyone's. The ropes were tearing tracks of stinging flesh around his wrists. His feet were bound equally as tight. They ached. He could feel the scorching pain of his newly branded wrist, and his vision wavered in and out. The lucid moments were growing fewer and further apart. He could no longer count on his instincts and senses to steer his mind right. Any movement sent a lance of pain clean through him. And the thirst! His mouth was so dry it burned with each breath. With his throat in such torment, just a swallow of water would work wonders. "Hands tied or not, I'm just about to strangle you myself, Gisela!" Jenko's rough voice filled the tent again. It was clear that the Baron's son was not inclined to make anyone's experience in captivity pleasant. "Shut up! Just shut your screeching hole now before I come over there and smash your whiny little face!" Nail opened his eyes and stared into the gloom. Only the faintest of pale moonlight rained in from the small hole in the roof of the tent. The peat fire in the centre had died to embers. The tent was scarcely large enough to hold them all. A couple of dozen drab villagers were hunched along the grassy floor, all squashed together like sheep in a pen, all bound hand and foot. The ripe odour of their warm, sweaty bodies was inescapable. Some had soiled themselves. Those who slept were the blessed few, for they could rest despite Gisella's crying. Nail could scarcely make out their faces. Some of those nearest him were familiar, but their skin appeared dull and lustreless. Only a few of the faces were touched by the glow of the embers. An old farmer snored softly next to Nail. Thick swaths of dark blood covered the left side of the fellow's rough-spun tunic and breeches. Nail still wore his own pathetic breastplate. Jenko and Stefan were still in their armour too, armour that, in comparison to the armour of the Sorcerer warriors, was, to Nail's estimation, complete and absolute shit. In fact, life was shit. He did not want the morning to come. Baron Brooke had offered him a spot aboard the Lady Kindly, and now all of Gallows Haven was gone, dead, the Baron's vessel naught but charred wood at the bottom of Gallows Bay. Shawcroft was likely dead, shot with a crossbow bolt, trampled by heavy horses. Gisela Barnwell, former Maiden Blue of the Morning Moon Feast, continued to cry on Stefan's shoulder. Was it just last night that I watched her walk arm in arm from the feast with Stefan, both admiring his new silver guard bow? Where was that bow now? Destroyed, just like everything else good and wholesome. The farmer's snoring was taking on a trance-like rhythm, breaking Nail's line of thought. He fixed his eyes on the dampened fire pit and tried to regain focus. He let his awareness of the uncomfortable ground beneath him fall away. "Will they feed us?" he heard Liz Hen Neville ask. His own stomach growled. "You best pray for food, you fat pig," Jenko said. "Or better yet, have that fool of a bishop pray for your food." "How about I shove my fist up your arse?" Liz Hen said. "Fiery dragons take you, bitch!" "No blaspheming," Polly Mott spoke, a feigned strength in her voice. "I won't hear that kind of talk." "Fiery dragons take you too, you mole-faced cunt," Jenko said. "Leave everyone be, Jenko," Stefan said. "It was you who always talked of leaving for Bainbridge, Stefan. With such talk you're no better than a deserter, and in the end you ran with the rest." "I stayed and fought. We all fought. Eventually." "You ran!" "Stop bickering." Ava Shea spoke so softly it was barely audible. Her voice sounded like a light, fluttering thing in her throat. The sound of it tugged at Nail's heart. "Stefan fought in the village," Polly Mott said. "May the wraiths take you, Janko. I saw him. He did not abandon us." "No, it was Bishop Talbot who abandoned us," Jenko said, the bitterness in his voice cutting through the darkness like a knife. "This shit-smelling tent is grim testament to our bishop's holy powers." He snorted out a sharp laugh. "It's all empty and false. The way and truth of Les Jean, the ember lighting, and that robe Doki little believed would protect the bishop. He was a fool. Doki's only usefulness now is to pray Les Jean may smite the enemy for us. He made a fool out of the lot of us with his going on about the bishop's priesthood robe. Bloody shit! Got the bishop killed is all he did." "The bishop was unworthy in the eyes of Les Jean, you clodpole," Liz Hen countered. "Otherwise his silk robe would have protected him. Talbot should have taken it off and flagellated himself before Les Jean, you know, before he was crossbow shot." "It seems it's the White Prince we ought to worship now, you stupid sow." "I ought to smother the life out of you, Jenko, for saying such." Liz Hen's voice simmered. "Such foul thinking is wrong in the eyes of Les Jean." "Fuck you, you fat whore!" Jenko spat. "And fuck Les Jean too!" The tent was quiet for a moment. Nail took a deep breath, trying to stifle the pain still thrumming through his head. In most ways he agreed with Jenko Brooke. To believe in Lejeune was a fool's hope. The entire church could rot for all he cared. Lejeune struck Durfee Little with lightning. Liz Hen's voice cracked the silence. But it was Bishop Talbot's blessings that brought him back from near death. But for what? To make us all look like fools? I don't think so. There must be some divine plan in all of this we don't understand yet. It was that sore severe woman who made us all look like fools, Jenko said. Not Durfee Little. Durfee was unworthy too. Liz Hen's voice was grim, full of sin. Otherwise Lejeune would have spared the bishop. They were both sinners, Durfee and Talbot. Durfee swam with sharks and lived. Escaped. You're a fat fool with no logic. We are all unworthy, Liz Hen said. We must come to Lejeune with broken hearts and humbled spirits if we wish to be saved. She paused, face gently twisting in concentration as she said, They sent your father away in a box. Janko's gaze sharpened at the news. Liz Hen continued, I saw it with my own eyes. They sent him to Amadon with a message for the Silver Throne. The White Prince said he was going to conquer all of Golconda, said he would kill all who refused to pray to Rael. See, Jenko muttered, who's the true god now? You just bragged of escape not a minute ago, Liz Hen said. Have you so soon converted to Rael? You, who chopped off your own father's limbs? Who does such a thing? Who but a traitor? I am no traitor. Liz Hen grunted. The White Prince is capable of marching straight to Amadon and destroying all in his path, Jenko. And it now seems you'll likely be his lackey and errand boy along the way, chopping the limbs from us all, unless you repent. Jenko's silence was sobering, but Liz Hen wasn't done. Make up your mind, Jenko. You're a tough one, right? Which is it? Escape, or do you wish to become a slave to these scum? It seems you're the only one doing the whining now. Despite his bonds, the Baron's son lunged over the fire pit straight at the red-haired girl. But Liz Hen rolled aside, and Jenko landed on nothing. The big girl, now on her back, ankles still tied, kicked Jenko in the ribs as he tried to right himself. Her stout feet and legs were thudding heavily into the armour about his midsection, denting it, punching away his breath. Soon Liz Hen was sitting atop Jenko, his bound wrists caught under his own awkwardly twisted body. The boy was soon struggling for breath under the bulk of the much thicker girl. Let him up! Ava Shea was scooting across the tent toward the two. He can't breathe. You're too fat for him. Let him up! Liz Hen eventually let Jenko go. I told you I could smother you, she said. Jenko rolled over, coughing and spitting in the dirt. The few who had been asleep were now awake and voicing their complaints about the commotion. The White Prince was asking the Baron about Shawcroft, Liz Hen said over Jenko's gagging coughs. Her eyes fell on Nail, and they glowed a darkening orange hue from the embers of the fire pit. He was asking about a boy who lived with Shawcroft. Jenko grunted. If they attacked us because of that bastard... But Jenko was interrupted by a sound from just outside, and the tent flap sprang open, a swath of moonlight burst in. Quiet down! A sore severe guardsman yelled, then punctuated his warning by flashing the cold steel of his sword for all to see, before stepping back out. The tent flap closed behind him, blanketing them in darkness. They all listened intently as the guard's heavy boots clumped away, followed by a long moment of silence. With dread, he thought of what Liz Hen had said. Eros asked about me. A lump was growing in his gut, clawing its way up his throat. Was The death of everyone in Gallows Haven my fault?
You're so tough, Liz Hen finally said. You should have fought that guard, Jenko.
Shut up and leave me alone.
There was a sudden rustling of canvas opposite the tent's main opening. Then, as if the tent were being torn open from the bottom up, a sliver of moonlight shone in from where the canvas had parted in the pale shard of light. Someone from outside spread the canvas open, and the space was filled with a hulking form. The opening closed, leaving a darkness more powerful than before. Nail felt a sudden rush of fear, and dared not shift or stir. No one moved. All was silent. Nail watched as the shape of a man formed itself out of nothing directly in front of him. It took a moment for him to realize, but it was Shawcroft. He's alive! The man had his thin boning knife in hand, a glinting orange shard in the dying embers of the light. He crawled behind Nail and began cutting the rope around his wrists. He showed little outward signs of having been shot with a crossbow bolt earlier that day, but Nail could tell his master's face was sickly pale, and he winced in pain when he spoke.
"I had thought you dead," Shawcroft whispered as Nail's hands were freed. "But Doki Little informed me otherwise, bless his soul."
He sliced through the rope binding Nail's ankles and handed him the knife.
"Take this. You may need it."
With the feel of the knife against his flesh, the last frail threads of Nail's mind caught up with the reality of what was happening. His master was rescuing him.
"Make haste," Shawcroft whispered. "Crawl through the hole in the tent."
Nail's head was pounding with pain, his vision unstable, but what faint light remained in the tent was enough. He could see that there were lines of both pain and worry in his master's ashen face that had not been there the last time he had seen him. He noticed a longbow and quiver of arrows were strapped to Shawcroft's back. Plus, the man again wore at his belt the heavy longsword Nail had taken from him on the battlefield. He must have found the sword, wherever I dropped it.
"We must go, now," Shawcroft said.
There came a sound of stifled sobs from somewhere in the tent. It was Gisela again. Knife in hand, Nail scrambled toward her.
"No!"
Shawcroft reached out. Nail shrugged off his master's grabbing hand.
"I must free the others,"
he hissed, reaching Stefan and Gisela, slicing through their bonds. Shawcroft crawled forward and took both Stefan and Gisela by the hands and stood them up. He guided the two toward the opening in the back of the tent. Nail hacked through Polly Mott's and Liz Hen Neville's bonds next. They scurried away, crawling through the opening too. Other prisoners were standing now, all aware of the sliced open part of the tent and the bulky form of Liz Hen shoving her way through it. Everyone hobbled toward the hole, clogging it, making far too much noise. Nail moved toward Ava Shea. She twisted around, craning her neck, looking back at him. The luminescence of her face in the dim light stole his breath. Her eyes glowed, and he soaked in the sight.
"Hurry,"
Jenko said, urgency in his voice.
"Us next."
There was a flicker of hope in Ava's eyes as she repositioned herself for Nail to cut her bonds, a faint trembling in her straining arms and outstretched hands as they touched his, the feel of her bound hands on his cold flesh like a caress.
"Hurry!"
The sound of Jenko's voice assaulted him.
"What's wrong with you? Hurry! Cut us loose!"
Nail looked at the dark form of Jenko hovering just beyond Ava. There were both cold anger and impatience in the older boy's look. Nail's gaze fell upon Ava again, and the look in her eyes betrayed her impatience too. He backed away, Ava's soft hands falling from his. She reached for him, but he scooted farther away. Her eyes locked onto his, questioning, pleading, and by the look that fell over her face, Nail could tell that the girl knew his intent.
Nail slipped the knife into his belt and hurled himself toward the back of the tent, shoving his way through the huddle of villagers there, pulling at them, dragging them out of his way. And when the opening was clear, he scrambled through it toward the grey light of dawn and freedom. A grim quiet resided outside the tent. The moist, warm air was muted and lifeless. Yet the watery silence didn't last long. The pain in Nail's head thrummed to the rhythm of his now rapidly beating heart, his vision fogging in and out. Shawcroft pulled him to his feet, pointing him at once toward the dark bulk of the chapel in the distance, shoving him roughly in that direction. Nail almost tripped over a villager who had escaped the tent. The fellow was still bound hand and foot, crawling along the ground. Nail followed the dark forms of Liz Hen, Stefan, Gisela, and Polly Mott in a mad dash toward the chapel. His legs were stiff, and he had to force them into action, somehow managing to gather speed. The ground was littered with bodies in lumps and heaps, all of them sore severe knights. Nail's heart quailed at the sight. At least 24 dead. It was clear that Shawcroft alone had killed them. Even sorely injured, he had killed all these men. And he'd done it in obvious silence and in a systematic way so as not to strike up a clamour. The thing was, now Shawcroft scared Nail. Scared him deep. Who was this man? A murderer? A cold killer? His rescuer? A man back from the dead? "Escape!" The alarmed voice of a Sorcerer guard yelled. "Escape!" There was a burst of more frantic shouting, and Nail risked a glance back. Warriors bearing torches spilled around the tent. They muttered curses when they saw their fellow knights on the ground. The villagers, still bound hand and foot outside the tent, were soon stabbed and hacked by swords that flashed in the moonlight. Shawcroft was running just behind Nail, urging him on. The man hunched in pain as he ran. Then came the sound of barking dogs. It now sounded as if the entire enemy encampment was roused. As his legs churned, Nail sensed they had a decent enough head start on the enemy, though the pain in his head was still a sharp reminder that he too was injured, and everything was a half-muddy haze in his mind. The sound of pursuit grew louder, the feet hammering behind closer. His throat pained him with every raw breath. He imagined the entire Sorcerer army was swarming behind him like a dark flock of crows. He felt the slender knife slip from his belt and fall to the ground, lost. Ahead, Liz Hen Neville, despite her bulk, ran as if the wind pushed her. Stefan and Gisela ran beside her. Reaching the cracked open double doors of the church first, the three of them slipped through. Polly Mott tripped over the wattle and daub fence that lined the hardened dirt roadway in front of the chapel. Nail jumped over the fence with ease, Shawcroft right behind him. They both lifted Polly to her feet, Shawcroft pushing her forward, but Polly shoved Shawcroft away with a deranged shout. Soon dogs swarmed around them, barking wildly, fainting and snarling, snapping at their legs. One dog bit the inner flesh of Shawcroft's thigh, tearing a large chunk from it. With a startled shout, the man pulled his black sword and swung at the dog, who danced away. Nail sprinted the remaining yards to the church. He slipped through the doors. Shawcroft followed, hunching, limping, sword now sheathed. His leggings were bloody and shredded. He slipped inside the building behind Nail. They turned to help Polly through the doorway, but the mole-faced girl lingered near the fence, disoriented, dogs tearing at her clothes. A Sorcerer knight closed in on her fast, his long halberd striking with speed and deadly precision. Polly was speared in the back, and she fell. Dragging the halberd from the knight's hand as she went face first onto the road and rolled over. Her mouth stretched open in silent agony, and her dirt-smeared face twisted back to look at Nail, one hand reaching out for someone to save her, the other swiping the dirt from her own face, revealing her one legacy, the one thing Nail would forever remember her by, the unsightly mole under her left eye. Shawcroft put his shoulder to the heavy door and pushed. An arrow thudded into the door just as it closed with a slow grind. Shawcroft reached up and threw down the iron bar, locking it. "We haven't much time before they find another way in." He led the huddled escapees deeper into the dismal church. As they scurried over the tile floor, a crunch and clatter of shattered glass sounded underfoot. Shawcroft's limp had worsened. Blood poured from the fresh wound in his leg as he walked. He was simultaneously tugging at his ripped pants near the injury. "Where's my knife?" he asked, hand out. "I lost it when I ran." Shawcroft nodded and kept moving. As Nail picked his way through the darkness, the charred smell of burnt wood was overwhelming, nauseating. The stench added to the difficulty he was having just remaining upright and coherent. He felt the need to puke, but he was not the only one in dire straits. Gisela Barnwell clung to Stephen, both of them panting. Liz Henn's chest heaved from the exertion of her sprint. Her wide shoulders slumped in resignation, curls of red hair stuck to her damp cheeks. She was sucking in hoarse lungfuls of air in a way that suggested she was near done in. It was Liz Henn who made the first comment on the state of the church. "It's completely ruined," she cried, as her eyes cast about the gloom. "Where will the boys ever do their ember-lighting rites now?" Nail had always marvelled at the village's great chapel and the muscular carving of Lejeune that was hung on the even larger black-painted wooden replica of the atonement tree in its centre. The craftsmen who'd sculpted the statue had been masters. Once, Nail had harboured dreams of being as good an artisan some day, but now those dreams seemed so far away. The statue of Lejeune had been toppled. It rested face down, smashed on the tile floor, arms broken, torso cracked open. The chains used to pull the statue down were still wrapped about its neck. The thick clumps of horse manure that surrounded the statue were evidence of the foul beasts that had done the work of toppling it. The blackened timbers of the great Lejeune tree that had once stood so tall and glorious behind the statue of Lejeune littered the floor in smashed, jagged splinters. A faint light fell from the shattered windows above and illuminated their dismal surroundings, illuminated the violence and desecration visited upon the holy building. The benches of the church, which had been piled against the walls of the chapel and set afire, were now mere jagged remains in a pool of black ash. Some patches of wood still smouldered. Smoke rose here and there in spiralling tendrils. The entire chapel was naught but a tangled mass of burnt and broken destruction. All things the villagers had once considered holy were covered in a layer of soot and foul, burning stench. Nail was most heartsick at the sight of the millions of exposed, glittering shards of stained glass littering the ash-covered floor like colourful jewels. There were desperate and bewildered looks among Nail's companions as Shawcroft hobbled toward the bishop's altar in the centre of the chapel. Blood oozed black and thick from the wound in the burly man's upper thigh. The altar stone had been removed, something Nail had never considered possible. It lay flat on the floor in front of the altar. What looked like a ladder descended into the altar. "I opened the altar earlier," Shawcroft said. "I feared we might have need of it." Nail heard a flurry of shouts from outside. Heavy banging began on the barred front doors. Gisela spit out a shriek. Her ever-widening eyes darted about frantically. From the rising clamour, it sounded as if the Sorcevier army would soon burst through the doors. Nail imagined a horde of hundreds was out there, circling, trampling poor Polly Mott's body underfoot. The image of Polly Mott being speared in the back was a fresh wound in Nail's mind, but he was too drained to feel much sorrow.
"Down the ladder!"
Shawcroft was helping Stefan climb down into the altar. Nail stepped forward and leaned over. Concealed within the altar stone were a dark opening, and indeed a thin wooden ladder descending straight down into it. A strange orange glow was coming from somewhere below.
"The ladder will empty us into a tunnel," Shawcroft instructed. "There are torches already alight at the bottom. Wait for me. There are many tunnels leading to many unsavoury places."
Stefan's face disappeared into the pit as he scurried down the rungs. Shawcroft helped Gisela into the altar next. She descended a tad slower, less steady and sure of herself, eyes glazed with tears. A flaming arrow sailed through one of the broken windows high above. As it arced into the church, Nail lurched back to avoid being hit. The arrow lit hard on the floor at his feet, its flame dashed in the soot. A second arrow flew in through the dark opening, landing in the shadows of the nave. Nail kept his eyes trained on the black opening above, where the colourful stained glass used to live. He recalled the intricate designs of the windows that had once graced those now vacant holes, angelic images that had once cast graceful shadows of red and blue and green over the congregation. But it was all naught but sprinkled glass under Nail's feet now, the destruction a grim reminder of the evil residing within the heart of the enemy. Liz Hen descended the ladder next, head disappearing down the hole. Nail lifted his leg over the lip of the altar, finding the top rung with his foot. He heaved his other leg up and over and began his descent. The last image he had of the Gallows Haven Chapel was of another flaming arrow arcing through the window, dropping through the smoky haze, smacking into the forehead of the downed statue of Lejeune with a flurry of sparks, arrows skittering off into the darkness. From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. Some claimed Lejeune was born of goodly parents and raised in righteousness from a humble birth by the sea, that he had the powers of heaven bestowed upon him by angels, whilst others claimed Lejeune could divine where gold lay hidden in any streambed or cave. Truth is, he led many astray who paid him for such false divinations. He was deemed a fraud, and for his crimes was sold him into slavery to rot in the pits of riven rock. Chapter 23. Galt Albrecht. 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. Why were the iron shackles and neck collars not used? Eros asked. Some supplies were left on the ships returning to Windare, my lord. Captain of the Hound Guard, Rufuk Bradolf, answered, his pinprick eyes shifty in the half-light of dawn. He stood over the body of a dead girl in front of the Gallows Haven Chapel. It's naught but a few escaped peasants, he continued, thin mouth grinning, bits of food stuck in his rotting teeth. Plenty such folk escaped in Windare. We paid them no mind. Eros Rael cocked his head as if in deep contemplation, nodded once, pulled a thin, ivory-handled dirk from the folds of his white cloak, and handed it to Galt. Galt took the blade, carefully planted his torch into the ground, then rammed the dirk up under Rufuk's chin and into his brain. Rufuk's body spasmed once, eyes bulging in surprise. He slumped lifeless to the roadway, his mouth still stuck in a dirty grin. As Galt retrieved his torch, he watched the light die in Rufuk's eyes, then looked away. He just didn't care anymore. It was these ever more frequent, passionless moments of coldness that were bothering him. He had grown too familiar with the Illuminations ritual of cleansing of emotions. These past 5 years of war and death, he had been keeping his heart utterly empty. He handed the knife back to Eros. The Angel Prince's enraged eyes roamed over the crowd of rowdies and hound guards and their squires gathered before the chapel. "Has the ease of our first battle in Golconda made us lax in our duties, forgetful in our discipline?" His question shot forth angrily. "Why were the prisoners kept so near the edge of camp? Why not closer to the middle?" Nobody answered. "We cannot take our enemy lightly, no matter how crude their weaponry and how inept they seem. Even our mangy dog can kill a knight if it gets lucky." Eros looked at the corpse lying in a spreading pool of blood at his feet. "The next hound guard captain better not prove as sloppy as you, Rufuk." As far as the hound guard went, Eros usually paid them no more than passing attention. Yet lately he appeared especially bent on berating them as lazy vermin, lower than the squires, naught but a nuisance set to infect the entire might of his army. Eros pointed to the dead girl lying in the road by Rufuk. "I want her head on a pike, planted at the entrance to the prisoner tent as a warning. Send Rufuk's body home. No pyre will be built for him. We will not honour him with the purging flame of redemption." Sending Rufuk's body home was a grave insult to his legacy as a warrior, but there was nothing to be done for it. Rufuk had gotten what he deserved. Galt tried to dig any sort of emotion out of himself, but he could not. He held his torch low, examining the dead girl lying beside Rufuk. Even an hour after her death, she was still pretty, one might say. Pretty but for the strange mole under one eye. The unfortunately large blemish, Galt surmised, no doubt caused the girl much torment in life. How could it not? Any boy worth his salt would be hard-pressed to overlook such an unsightly splotch on a woman. Galt followed Eros through the open doors of the Gallows Haven Chapel, stepping into a stench-filled gloom. Eros's white cloak skimmed across the floor as he walked, stirring the soot, setting it a-whirl in smoky spirals behind him. The Angel Prince wore Skyreaver this morning. Galt examined the black-scorched walls of the church. Everything within the chapel had been eaten by flames. Small fires still licked at the blackened bits of scattered benches and rugs. Acrid smoke lingered, hanging in oily clouds above. In Sorcevier, the closest thing one could find to a structure devoted to Lejeune were tiny prayer lodges, but those were mere wattle and daub, thatch-roofed affairs, found only in remote wilderness areas. In Sorcevier, it was taught, buildings such as this Gallows Haven Chapel were for idol worshippers. Every abbey, chapel, and cathedral in Aden White and Windare had been destroyed by Eris's armies. Galt had taken part in their destruction, but such pointless pillaging left him feeling hollow over time. Eros promised he would desecrate each place of idol worship in Golconda too. He preached to his armies that the followers of the Grand Vicar in Amadon were superstitious fools in need of purging, and he would begin by destroying their majestic places of worship and blasphemous statues. He railed against the stupidity of the holy white robes of their bishops and their insane flagellation ceremonies. He claimed their works and flagellations would not save them. Only the grace of Lejeune could save one soul. The followers of Rael need only study the chivalric illuminations and believe in Lejeune and swear fealty to his rightful heir, Rael. One was saved by the atonement tree of Lejeune, not by ember gatherings and works of goodness and flagellation ceremonies and idol worship inside opulent cathedrals. For Galt's part, he'd seen too much blood and death in the name of both Lejeune and Rael to care much about the intricacies of belief. He still held to what his mother, Princess Evelyn van Hester of St. Onley, had taught him of religion. No one belief system should be trusted. Her faith had been simple. The weapons and stones of the 5 warrior angels would one day return to the 5 Isles and rid the world of war and sin. And that was what Galt fought for, to see his mother's dream fulfilled. That Eros might have found one of those stones on the battlefield in Windari only added to his inner conflict. Though he admired his lord, he did not believe Eros Rael, under any circumstance, could possibly be the one to rid the world of suffering and war. King Everett had bred nothing but bloodthirstiness and savagery into his only son. Enna Spades, Beau Stabler, Hammerfist, and the Bloodwood were standing near the fallen Lejeune statue. Several other knights of the Blue Sword were milling about the periphery, but the chapel's gloom seemed to swallow them up.
"I take it you are none too impressed with Sir Rufok's handling of the prisoners," Stabler said, bowing before Eros.
Eris's eyes strayed to the rectangular altar in the centre of the church. The altar stone had been removed, revealing a hole and ladder. Spades bowed too. "Poor Rufok." Her voice drooled false sentiment. "But he was an idiot, a foul-mouthed ass-licker. He deserved a knife in the neck. Wish I could have done it myself." To Spades, those of Golconda needed to suffer agony at the hands of the brave and righteous warriors of Rael, and if anyone in the Sorcevier army didn't see it that way too, well, then they could be excused from the fighting as politely as Eros had just excused Rufok.
"Rufok was near to earning holdings near Morgandy."
Stabler, on the other hand, acted appalled at war's brutality from time to time.
"His family will be disappointed to learn of their loss."
"And what of our loss?" Eros demanded. "This army grows lazy. What news of those who've escaped?"
"Your best trackers already searched the corridors under the chapel,"
Stabler said. "We will soon find where they've gone." Eris's eyes narrowed as 2 armed men entered the church. Galt could tell his lord was in a black mood and would not go gentle with anyone. A deep-rooted tension was in the air. Eris's eyes cut through the gloom toward the entrance of the chapel.
"Hound guard from the watch," Stabler said.
The 2 hound guards approached Eros. They both dropped to one knee before him and, without so much as an ounce of enthusiasm, introduced themselves as Carlos and Alvin. The torchlight was a ruddy glow in the eyes of the 2 newcomers. Carlos, the bigger of the 2, spoke first.
"We've news, my lord," he said,
eyes nervously travelling back toward the broken doors of the chapel, past the barely visible lump of Rufok Bradolf outside on the roadway, and beyond. The wet sounds of 2 knights sawing the head from the mole-faced girl's body could be heard. Carlos's heavy-jowled face took on a sunken look. He nervously folded his arms over his protruding belly. The man's bulk accentuated his overly shined armour, which shimmered in the light of Galt's torch. Eros looked expectantly at Carlos. The younger one, Alvin, stood and shuffled nervously. He sported a frightened smile of grimy-looking teeth. "They're all dead," he muttered.
"Who's all dead?"
Eris's gaze turned to Alvin.
"The rest of our regiment. The 24 with us patrolling the town for stragglers and hiding villagers. All killed."
"Killed how?"
"A man," Alvin blurted. "A dangerous man. Dangerous like we ain't never seen before. He had a big black sword. Then there was blood all over, everywhere. Now, I seen plenty of folk die on the battlefield, mind you. I'm used to the blood and whatnot, but there was something brutal in this man's killings. More deadly and evil than even a Bloodwood, I reckon."
"Killed as silent as a Bloodwood too," Carlos added with a worried smile. "I didn't even know what was happening till most of our contingent were dead and bleeding in the dirt."
"It was most certainly Sir Roderick Rayborn they saw," The Bloodwood turned to Eros. "King Torrance's brother, Shawcroft. I have dealt with him before. Trained as a day-knight, he is a deadly foe, even for a Bloodwood." "He looked right at me." Alvin's voice dwindled to a whisper. "He was injured. Arrow shot, maybe. Yeah, still deadly, like the spider says. But he vanished, the man did, quick as he come." "And why did you not rouse the camp immediately?" Eros said, "before he could steal away with my prisoners." "We stayed and hid in a root cellar." Alvin looked embarrassed. "Idiots!" Hammerfist piped up. "You should have spoken to this man. You likely could have knocked him dead with your bloody rotten breath, Carlos. Your information is practically useless." Both Alvin and Carlos hung their heads, Carlos's sunken eyes travelling to the lump of Rufuk Bradolf, still lying in the roadway outside. Hammerfist continued. "Your armour is obnoxiously bright, Carlos. Is it your ability to find root cellars to hide in that keeps it so shiny?" "A tin of pig fat," Carlos said. "I polished my breastplate with it daily." "Utterly astonishing!" Hammerfist laughed. "Sir Roderick could not have helped but notice that massive hunk of brilliance strapped about your belly. Like the Eastern Star, it illuminates your comings and goings. You'd be less visible if you set your hair afire. Had Sir Roderick killed you and then left your fat body shining away on the road, it would have surely given his location away. I imagine he was happy that you found that root cellar." "Indeed. As you say, sir." Carlos bowed. "Remove that glare from our eyes," Hammerfist continued. "Never let me see you wearing it again. And furthermore, use that tin of pig fat to grease down your anus. Now that, I'm sure, Alvin will appreciate." Humiliation scrawled on his mug, Carlos shuffled off. Alvin bowed to Eros before following on the heels of his shiny companion. "How is it such daft fools made it into this army?" Spades muttered. "For it seems they cannot even manage the very simplest parts of soldiering." Eros Rael had remained silent throughout the exchange, sheer, unbridled annoyance alive in his eyes. Mansalor Allen brushed by Carlos and Alvin on his way into the chapel. He was a tall fellow, not much older than 20, with braided rows of dirt-coloured hair and Windare fighting tattoos under his eyes. He had been captured during the initial siege of Ikaboa, but during the course of his captivity he had seen the light of righteousness and was now a true believer in Rael and a warrior fighting on the side of Sor Severe. He walked up with confidence, armour clanking, boots clicking, helm lodged in the crook of his arm. He was a newly made Knight of the Blue Sword. Mansalor acknowledged the presence of the Angel Prince with a formal bow. "I have news for Stabler, if it pleases my lord." Eros nodded, and Mansalor directed his comment to Stabler. "The main tunnel leads to a pond not half a mile away in the foothills of the mountains. The escapees have headed into the hills. They will likely seek shelter in the mountains higher up. I didn't have many men with me, but I did send 2 rowdies to follow them. The escapees have left a well-marked trail." "Good." Stabler turned to Eros. "They will be tracked down soon, my lord." "It is not good enough." Eros aimed his gaze at Spades. "That Sir Roderick risked so much to rescue these few children tells me that the boy I seek is with them. I requested each prisoner be accounted for by name." "That task was fulfilled," Spade said, familiar copper coin dancing between her fingers in her hand held by her side. Galt could tell she was lying. The illumination said, "Through the light of the eyes, one can glimpse the soul." Spade's eyes now sparked nervously, coin moving more rapidly between her fingers. "Not fulfilled to my satisfaction, it seems." Eros's ice-coloured eyes, as always, remained void of light and feeling. There was one who did not name himself. Worry was etched on Spade's face, but also satisfaction. An injured fellow who seemed delirious. I gave charge to Stabler to interrogate him further. She looked at Stabler coldly. It was clear from the glint in Stabler's iron-grey eye that he resented Spade's accusation. He smiled, but there was a hard animosity in it. "You've always boasted of being Sor Severe's best tracker." Eris's eyes were fixed on Stabler too. "Take 50 knights and the Bloodwood, join up with the 2 rowdies, follow the escapees for a time, see where they go, see what they carry, but bring them back alive." Stabler bent his knee to his lord and bowed low. "I will bring them back alive." "Do so. You know the price for failure." Standing outside the chapel, Galt breathed in the welcome fresh air. The remaining hound guards had stuck the mole-faced girl's head on a stake, then planted the stake into the soft peat just off the hard-packed dirt roadway. A handful of squires were now strapping Rufuk Bradolf's body to a litter bound for whatever pitiful graveside they could find. Again, Galt found himself drawn to the girl's face, and the blemish there. He resisted the urge to turn away. He felt he was an interloper, witnessing her sweetly silent and detached reverie. Her sightless eyes were glued upon the burnt hulk of the church. She had no choice. She could not avert her eyes from the disgrace that had once been her place of sanctuary. A head without a body was always disconcerting to Galt. The drying orb with the dripping neck had once been a talking, breathing, eating entity. Now it just floated in the darkness, silhouetted against pale light of the dawn. The grey chill of the morning coiled chain-like around Galt. What if it were the blonde girl, Ava Shea's head on the pike? How would I feel then? He felt the sting of bile working its way up his throat. It would remind me of my own daughter back home, is what it would do. Sudden sweat was beading on his bald head, and the first hint of a fever sent a shudder through him. His breath came in jerks, and his pulse raced, but he refused to be sick. Of all the horrors I've seen through the years, why is this one severed head on a pole affecting me like this? His heart ached for the mole-faced girl. What was her story? Had she a boyfriend? Did he die during the siege? Was she heartbroken at his death? What about her family? Were they dead too? He closed his eyes and gained control of his breathing. Over the years, he had spent too much time protecting himself from his own compassion. He had to. Warriors were trained not to feel. Sympathy in battle made one hesitate. Hesitation made one die. Never wish ill on your enemies, the illuminations read. Reap it. In the end, Galt knew, it was better to see a mole-faced girl's head on a stick than your own. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. On the eventide of their escape from the slave pits, the 5 warrior angels gathered in a grove, their hearts open to glory. Angels descended in their midst, bearing 5 stones and 5 mighty gifts, a red stone and a sword for the princess, a white stone and a pearl-coloured shield for the thief, a black stone and a black crossbow for the assassin, a green stone and a war helm for the gladiator, and lastly, a blue stone and a battle-axe for the king of slaves. Chapter 24. Nail. 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. The Dead Goat Trail rose up the mountain in a steep, twining path just beyond two towering boulders. Above the two boulders, the tops of the trees were cast in a golden sheen. The sky was mottled with fire-rimmed clouds. Still, the air was chilled, and morning dew lay heavy on the ground. Nail, Stefan, Gisela, and Liz Hen stood between the boulders, looking down at Shawcroft. The pale-faced man lay against the stone with a blood-soaked shirt wrapped around his upper leg. Blood flowed freely from the dog bite. His leather breeches were sopping red. For the group of escapees, it had been a panicked flight from the tunnels under the chapel to this point at the foot of the Dead Goat Trail. Enemy knights had been swarming the landscape, searching. It wasn't until now that Nail really took notice of the black longsword on Shawcroft's lap, and the bow and quiver full of arrows there, too. It was similar to Baron Brooke's sword. There was that same black opal on the sword's pommel. Its naked blade ran thick with congealed blood. Shawcroft also carried his leather satchel, its strap thrown over his shoulder. He winced visibly as he unslung the bag. "Of all things, do not lose this satchel, Nail. You must make sure it reaches the Swithenwells Trail Abbey and Bishop Godwin." Shawcroft stood slowly, struggling mightily to do so, sword and bow sliding from his lap to the ground. He draped the satchel's leather strap over Nail's head and tugged on it, making sure it was secure, its flap buckled securely on the side. The Varley-designed scrollwork inlays, stamped into the leather, had always fascinated Nail. Shawcroft picked up his sword. Nail found he could not look away from the blood along its blade. "Aye," Shawcroft said, following Nail's eyes. "Been a long time since I felt day-night steel in my hands. My old sword. I kept it hidden in the eaves of the cabin all these years. A fine-made blade. I thought I'd lost it when you took it from me on that battlefield. I thought I'd lost you. But a day-night will always be able to find those things most important to him." Gingerly, Shawcroft picked up the longbow and quiver of arrows, holding them out to Stefan. "Also from the eaves of the cabin. Now yours, Stefan, to make up for the lost Amadon Silverguard bow. It's a shame you won such a fine weapon at the Morning Moon Feast, only to lose it in your first battle." Stefan took the bow. It was elegantly made. "A day-night bow," Shawcroft said, "made of ash and witch hazel, the most accurate bow ever crafted by the hand of man. Mighty powerful, too." Stefan strapped the quiver of arrows over his shoulder and tested the bow's grip and tightness. "It's a good bow." Shawcroft's eyes roamed the forest around them. "I've done a poor job covering our path. I've lost much blood. I won't be able to make it up that trail with this leg. I'm but a liability now. Dog bit, arrow shot, dying." Nail's mind grew numb, but the truth was evident. Blood pooled under his master. Baron Brooke had taught his conscripts that an edged weapon thrust into a man's throat or heart was a rapid death, and a strike to an armpit or inner thigh would bleed a man out quickly. And judging from Shawcroft's pallid face, Nail could now see that the bite of a dog could accomplish the same thing as a well-honed blade. The dog bite had accomplished more than the crossbow bolt from the red-haired witch-woman who plied the slaver's brand. His heart grew faint. "It was good I found Doki Liddle and Zane Neville wandering the hillside near the cabin after the Sorcerer invasion," Shawcroft said, eyes still on Nail. "Even as injured as they are, they helped load food and supplies onto Bedford Boy and Lily. I sent them up the trail in the middle of the night with the ponies. I bade them wait for us at the top of the trail,
in the meadow near the old ruins. I hope they listened and did not become spooked. Sometimes one must place trust in others, as I did in them. Both are brave boys, I suspect.
Though Zane is grievous injured. What's happened to my brother? Lishan blurted. Eros asked about you and Neil. She continued rapidly. Why? What's going on?
Never mind that.
Shawcroft cocked his head to the side as if listening to the wind. Neil's eyes darted into the forest. The leaves of the trees were thick with dew. He could feel the blood rush to his head. His vision wavered, and something black swooped past his eyes. He tried focusing on the 2 boulders flanking the path beyond Shawcroft. He'd heard tell a man could be touched by the wraiths after a serious head injury, and he had taken a wicked blow during the battle, which had addled him to the point where he now imagined his skull was cracked. Could the wraiths squeeze in? He found Lishen was glaring at him. He turned to Shawcroft and asked, Did they really sack Gallows Haven because of me? Because of us? Shh! Shawcroft waved the question away. From the sound of heavy hooves, I figure the knights bearing down on us number around 50. All on horseback, palfreys from the sound of it, lightly armoured for fast travel. Dogs travel with them. We may have but 10 minutes before they get here. He pointed to the east, up the steep trail. Almost 100 feet above, clinging to the craggy slope, was a tall, swooping pine. Shawcroft turned his hardened gaze to Stefan. By the time you reach that tree, the knights should be upon me. Use the bow. Kill as many as you can. I can't, Stefan mumbled, eyes darting between Gisela and Shawcroft. You have the skill, Shawcroft said. It's not my skill with a bow that worries me. A fearful look fell over Stefan like a shroud. It's just... He paused. I've never killed a man before. Shawcroft, his face a chunk of stone, pulled Stefan close and looked him square in the eye. The power to kill is the only power that matters now, boy. He poked a thick finger roughly at the rusty iron armour over Stefan's stomach. Despite what armour a man wears, always aim for his belly. His gut is vulnerable. Naught but skin and water, and precious little else. 1 arrow to the stomach and a man's done. Got it? I heard tell you were good at killing merfolk. This is no different. Stefan gulped and nodded at the same time, his eyes roaming back up toward the pine clinging to the ragged slope. That trail is steep, narrow, difficult for horse and rider, Shawcroft said. They may have to dismount and guide their horses if they wish to follow you. I can only hold them at bay so long. Once they are past me, they will most assuredly follow you. Shawcroft's piercing gaze was now focused on Neil. You know these mountains. You know each vale and standing stone. You've panned every stream and hiked every trail, oft-times alone. You can see the others to safety. They are each one your friends. Neil was at once bolstered and confused by his master's praise. Shawcroft looked at him squarely, unwaveringly. You are harder, tougher, smarter than most men. It is how I raised you. You saved Zane from the sharks. There is nothing more brave than to save a life. Then his face dropped. But you can also take life, son. And there can be bravery found in that too. If any lag behind, you will have to leave them in the mountains. Remember Radish Biter. Though they hide it, Doki and Zane are sorely wounded. I'm afraid Zane won't make it far. You must reach Bishop Godwin above all else. What do you mean? Lishen asked. What's happened to my brother? Shawcroft slumped to the ground, his face drooping even more. The man had called him son. It was the first and only time Nail had ever heard that word directed at him. He reached down to lift his master up, but Shawcroft brushed his hands away.
"Follow the dead goat trail. Do not dawdle. Do not leave the main road. Go to the small cabin by the written wall. I've stashed torches and 2 more quivers of arrows for you there. Take the hot springs notch behind the cabin to the Rome mines. Don't forget the scarves. They're in Lily's pack. You know how skittish the ponies can be in the mines if their eyes are not covered. Once in the mines, make your way to the bridge. You remember the bridge, don't you?"
Nail nodded in answer. Yes, he knew the way to the bridge over the chasm, the dark hole deep in the mountain that had no bottom.
"I once told you that bridge was too dangerous to cross," Shawcroft said. "But heed me now. It is quite safe, and today you must cross it. Beyond the bridge is an underground pool, the place of the skulls. You will know it when you see it. Beyond the pool is a wide hallway. You will find a set of stairs carved into the right-hand wall of the hallway. They lead up to an empty tomb. The way is mostly clear. If you see silver fluid dripping from the walls, do not touch it. I've already dismantled most of whatever traps were set around the place, but first, the 3rd step up, far left stone. Push it in but an inch, and the rest of the stairway above will be free of traps. Once at the top, remove the altar stone in the center of the tomb. There you will find 2 items. I dared not take them from their resting place myself. I fear that task has now fallen to you. Once you have the items, descend the stairway from the tomb and continue down the wide hallway. It leads upward. Avoid all other staircases and ladders. Stick to the hallway. You will eventually come out on the northeastern range, just below the Swithin Wells Trail. You know the trail. Follow it to the Abbey. You remember Bishop Godwin from the Abbey, don't you?" Nail nodded somberly. Bishop Hugh Godwin was the old hermit who lived alone in the Swithin Wells Trail Abbey. Shawcroft and Nail had visited the man a few times. Shawcroft said, "Godwin will lead you to Lord's Point, and then—" "Lord's Point?" Liz Hen blurted. "Why Lord's Point?" "What will we find in the altar stone?" Nail asked. Shawcroft's brow furrowed. "Best you not know until you reach the altar, lest you are captured. Many things are found hidden beneath the ground. Men and kings and ancient warriors and the weapons they forged. All are eventually buried. Ages pass and important truths are hidden, forgotten. Yet most men never look beyond the surface of their farms and forests and within their own castle walls for knowledge. But those who search the deep find salvation." There was now a clear rumble of hooves pounding and dogs barking in the distance. "Remember your stances, Nail," Shawcroft added. "Remember your footwork, the way you swing a pick. And don't forget the backswing. Rake with both hands tight. The precision of all I taught. It is now a part of you. It all matters." Shawcroft pointed up the dead goat trail. "Now go." They were all 4 winded when they reached the pine tree. Liz Hen and Gisela slumped in exhaustion. Nail leaned against the tree to catch his breath. The pine was skirted with damp green moss about its northern base, but firmly planted into the steep slope. Stefan peered over the edge of a lichen-covered boulder near the tree. From where they stood, almost 200 feet above the sea, a clear view of the town below was revealed. Wispy threads of smoke were rising from the vast Sorcevier encampment north of town.
Parts of Gallows Haven still smouldered. The Greykin spear was a husk of burnt rubble. The Lady Kindly was sunk in the bay, naught but a dark skeleton of char and ash just visible under the water. Piles of bodies burned on the beach. The village dead would never receive proper funeral rites, Nell realized, never be committed to the ground to be buried with respect, their heads propped up in their graves with dignity, their eyes facing east, as was custom. It saddened him. But there was a more immediate threat just below. The mounted Sorcevier knights had reached the 2 boulders that marked the Dead Goat trailhead. The barking of many dogs and the clatter and thunder of the horses' steel-shod hooves echoed up the craggy slope. Shawcroft had been right. Nell counted around 50 mounted knights, all of them wearing light leather armour, some clad in simple breastplates. Very few wore helmets. Their palfreys were unarmoured too, smaller than the gruesome chargers they'd ridden yesterday. Still, these men and the beasts they rode were built for killing and death. How could the villagers not have seen that yestermorn? Why didn't they all just run for the hills at the first sighting of the warships? Sunlight bled through the trees and pooled on the Dead Goat trail around Shawcroft. A lump found its way into Nell's throat. It grew as he watched his master awaiting death. The approaching knights were formed in several columns. At the head of the middle column rode a dark-haired, bearded man in a mail shirt with a patch over his right eye, the only knight on a tall white charger. He reined his steed sharply as he reached the 2 boulders, as did the knights behind him. With a shout, the one-eyed knight silenced the dogs. The notch between the boulders was not wide, perhaps enough for a wagon to pass through, but that was all. The knights waited before it. From so high up, the words exchanged between Shawcroft and the knight with the eye patch were indistinguishable, but Nell got the gist of the conversation when Shawcroft braced his stance and brandished his sword. One of the knights lowered his spear and set heels to flanks and plunged his steed through the notch at a breakneck pace. Shawcroft easily dodged the low-hung spear. He stabbed his sword into the chest of the speeding palfrey, pulled his weapon free, and swung high, decapitating the falling rider as the horse folded to the ground, dead. Shawcroft's rapid dispatch of the first knight sent a ripple through the other Sorcevier men. Their eye-patched leader sent another knight through the notch. Shawcroft killed that man and horse too. Again, Nell was taken aback with both shock and, dare he admit, pride at how good his master was with a sword. Even sorely injured, Shawcroft was a deadly fighter, and there was something indefinably familiar in the way his master was fighting. Nell glanced at Stefan. His friend placed the quiver of arrows on the rock before him, then unstrapped his armour. Stefan wore a threadbare, sleeveless tunic underneath. He picked up the day-night bow and flexed it once, twice, testing its tightness, fear in his eyes. Below, the leader of the Sorcevier knights made a sweeping motion with his arm, and 20 of his fellow fighters dismounted. They drew their swords and rushed through the notch at Shawcroft. He fought off the initial surge, killing some, knocking others to the ground, his sword a whirling steel curtain before him. More knights poured through the gap, barking dogs on their heels. Stefan knocked an arrow. His muscles strained as he pulled back on the bow, the knuckles on his fingers whitening as he held the arrow in place. Jubal Brook had once taught the boys the exact drop of an arrow in 50-foot increments. But from so high up, it was the distance that was uncertain. That, and the steep angle, rendered the arrow's drop and all of Jubal's lessons moot. The updraft rising from the trail might give the arrow lift. Stefan appeared to be calculating such things in his mind as he sighted down the shaft. Moments passed. Nell willed his friend to fire. Shawcroft was fighting for their lives down below. Still, Stefan hesitated. Nell needed only look at the throbbing veins on Stefan's neck, and the sweat forming on his forehead to know that his friend was scared.
"Shoot the bastards already!"
Liz Hen urged through clenched teeth. Stefan let the arrow fly. It zoomed away, plummeting over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. The arrow caromed off one of the tall boulders below and caught one knight in the hind part of his leg, dropping him. Stefan knocked another arrow, sighted down the shaft, and fired again. His second arrow sailed true, hitting the knight nearest Shawcroft. The force of the impact plunged the arrow into the fighter's breastplate, hurling him to the ground. Liz Hen yelped in triumph. After that second shot flew true, Stefan leaned and spat, knocked another arrow, and fired again, striking another knight in the stomach. He plucked the next arrow from his quiver with more confidence and let it fly. It struck a knight about to stab at Shawcroft. The knight released his hold on the sword, clawing at the arrow now buried in his arm. More than a handful of Sorcerer knights now littered the ground at Shawcroft's feet, and Nail could tell that his master now fought with more vigour. Shawcroft's initial surge of energy seemed bolstered further by the sight of the many dead around him. Stefan continued to launch shaft after shaft down into the fray. Several knights were now pointing with their swords up toward the source of the arrows. Soon the knights began loosing arrows of their own, but their arrows lost speed and fell against the mountain far short of Nail's perch. A big grey dog, much bigger than the rest, darted through the notch far below and tore into the face of a knight at Shawcroft's flank. "It's Beermug!" Liz Hen yelled. "Saint's dog's down there!" The dog leaped from knight to knight in a snarling streak, ripping at throats, hamstringing legs. The dogs belonging to the knights leaped and bounded at Beermug, trying to bring the larger dog down. Yet Beermug was a brute, big and fast, shrugging off the smaller dogs as if they were of no account. Soon the knights and dogs backed off, leaving Nail's master and Beermug standing alone among the dead. The fighting stopped, and Nail wondered if his master might indeed prevail. That was when the man in black leather arrived and slid from his ink-black stallion. A Bloodwood! Nail's mind reeled. The man sauntered confidently through the milling knights and straight between the cleft of the boulders. His red-eyed steed, like a sinister statue, remained rooted in place. The man walked right up before Shawcroft and Beermug and stood there, confident, cool. A few muffled words were exchanged between Shawcroft and the newcomer. There was a brief moment of stillness, and then the lithe darkness struck. Like black lightning, blades with the glimmer of midnight. So fast was the man, Beermug had no chance to react to the whirl of movement and flickering daggers. Nail didn't fully see it, but Shawcroft fell to his knees, arms and torso crisscrossed with many red, welling wounds. Beermug darted backward with a sharp bark that echoed up the cliff. The fiend in black backed away from the dog. Stefan fired his last arrow. It smacked into the leather-armoured shoulder of the black-clad Bloodwood and glanced away harmlessly. The man looked up the cliff face once, nodded toward Nail, Stefan, Gisela, and Liz Hen, then stepped forward and plunged his final dagger deep into Shawcroft's chest. The blade tore a bloody path downward through Shawcroft's stomach, ripping him open. Nail's master folded sideways to the ground, coming to rest on his back. Beermug sniffed at Shawcroft, whilst the dark killer turned and walked toward his demon steed without a backward glance, and rode casually back toward Gallows Haven. Nail could no longer watch as the remaining knights galloped their mounts through the notch over Shawcroft's body. "Well, that was something," Stefan said, tears in his eyes. "But your master was right. They'll have a bloody hard time following us up here." A hollow look was on Stefan's face as he gathered his armour. He sprinted up the Dead Goat Trail, day-night bow in hand. Liz Hen and Gisela on his heels. They found Zane and Doki waiting in a meadow at the top of the trail. With them were Shawcroft's 2 chestnut ponies, Lily and Bedford Boy, both munching grass. Next to the meadow were the ruins of an old fort. Its walls were crumbled in spots and covered in growths of ivy. The terrain was sprinkled with large rocks and pines, and a layer of moss and fern and dewy undergrowth. "Look at you," Liz Hen said to her brother. "You are hurt." Zane's eyes, usually laughing, were tightly closed, his face a grimace of pain as he tenderly favoured his left side. From mid-chest down, the left side of his armour was coated in a sheet of dried blood. There was a gash in his armour and an open, seeping wound underneath. "I tried to help Man Pa flee into the mountains," he said, "but some of them knights caught up to us before we even reached Puddleman Pond. I didn't fare well in the fight. Neither did Ma. Pa fought like a bear, but he was killed. After I got struck, I played dead. Not that heroic, really. But I'm alive, I reckon." "Ma? And Pa?" Liz Hen looked resignedly to the news. "At least they're with Lejeune now, together with the great one and only." "What about my folks?" Gisela asked, eyes wide and worried. "Did anyone see them? What about my little brother?" "We should go back," Doki said, scratching his own rear end vigorously. "See if anyone is looking for us." He favoured his leg, wincing as he limped around Bedford Boy. Doki had been hit with the arrow on the beach, but the thin boy seemed in much better shape than Zane, even with the row of teeth marks crossing his chest and back, the wounds barely visible under his ramshackle armour and torn tunic. Any evidence of the lightning strike was long gone. "We should see who's left alive down there," Gisela said. Nail's mind flew immediately to Ava Shea. Is she still alive? Or was she now as dead as Polly Mott, a spear in her back? I could have saved her. "Everyone is dead or captured," Liz Hen snapped. "We should flee as Shawcroft wanted. Those knights still chase us." "Shawcroft killed 15 of those knights himself," Stephen said. "You probably killed 10 too," Nail added, and then wished he hadn't, for his words brought immediate tears to Stephen's eyes. Nail felt a lump well in his own throat now, thinking of his master. A shudder rippled through him as a vision of the bloodwood sprang forth. He shook it off, looked at Zane. "Your dog was down there?" "Bear Mug?" Zane asked with hope-filled eyes. "He fought alongside Shawcroft," Nail said, his voice cracking. "What a good boy, that dog!" Zane smiled, but that smile only slightly covered the pained look in his face. "I hope he wasn't hurt. I'd sure love to see him again." "Shawcroft won't be coming with us," Stephen cried. "He's dead." Stephen's words were met with a grim silence. Nail fought back the tears. He didn't want the others to see him cry. His master had taught him that crying was for fools and the feeble-minded. "We must keep going," he said. But Stephen folded to the ground at Gisela's feet and wept. "Why should so many men have died just for us to escape?" he asked, his face a mask of grief. "I killed so many. How can I ever live with that? And Shawcroft dead too. For us. Why?" "You did what you could to save him," Nail offered, knowing they should flee this open meadow. "He wanted as few men hunting us as possible." "Why would they want to hunt us?" Doki asked. "What have we ever done to them? What do we mean to them?" "Was Lejeune who allowed our escape," Liz Hen said, staring right at Nail, as if she truly believed all of this was his fault, Our Lord is great and he is merciful. He will not allow those men to find us. Jenko doubted Lejon, and now look where he is, still enslaved. My sister has the right of it, Zane said. Lejon will see us to safety, or Lejon will see us dead. His will guides us now.
Stefan stood and wiped the tears from his eyes.
Those knights still follow us. We've wasted much time gabbing.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
We'll need weapons.
Liz Hen began rummaging through the bags strapped to the ponies. Soon she was chirping instructions to everyone, ordering them to help her search. Gisela immediately joined in. Nail silently urged the girls to speed their inventory of the supplies. But curiosity and hunger got the better of him, and he soon found himself rummaging through the bags. Bedford Boy carried sacks of flour, dried beans, and smoked elk jerky, along with a handful of empty rawhide water skins. He handed out strips of jerky to everyone. They all began gnawing on it with great relish. On Lily's back was a parcel of bedrolls and wolf-hide blankets, a cooking kettle, flint and matches, 4 daggers, and a hatchet. Stefan took one of the daggers and buckled it to his belt, and handed another to Doki. Zane took a dagger too, as did Nail.
I should have a weapon.
Liz Hen snatched the dagger from Doki and slipped it into the twine belt circling her shift. Gisela, not to be left out, untied the hatchet from Lily's back and slipped it through her thin belt. Then they were off, moving as quickly as they could. Nail led the group, Liz Hen right behind him, guiding Bedford Boy. Doki, limping a little and using Lily for support, followed next. Stefan and Gisela walked hand in hand. Zane brought up the rear, lumbering along slower than the rest. The Dead Goat Trail bore them through the meadow toward the higher ridges of the autumn range in the distance. Nail looked back. Their tracks were just the palest of disturbances on the trail, still easy enough to follow, even for the most inexperienced of trackers. And Nail was sure that the Sorcevier knights crawling up the trail behind them were far from inexperienced. The very thought that he was possibly responsible for the deaths of so many was almost too much to bear.
Why would they want to hunt us?
Doki's question plagued his mind.
What have we ever done to them?
Around mid-afternoon they reached Sabre Creek, not having seen any sign of the knights or their dogs. The creek was swollen from the spring thaws, churning and roiling. It was the first fresh water they had come upon. All of them took long drinks. Stefan filled the rawhide water skins. Doki stripped off his armour and shark-torn tunic and dropped his breeches.
I messed myself when swimming with them sharks. My arse is chafed something fierce.
Bare-bottomed, he submerged himself in a shallow bend in the creek, lifted his torn shirt, and washed the row of shark bites. He dipped his pants into the water, wringing those clean too. All this to the consternation of Liz Hen, who berated him for holding them up.
I itch, Doki said. I can't go on with soiled skivvies. Mamma said a bum crack left begrimed is liable to offer up constant arse pain. Arse pain, Liz Hen said, disgusted. On top of all the injuries you and the rest of us have suffered, you're worried about your stupid, soily bunghole. I can't help that my arse started hurting. Hurting? I shall cram a knotty tree branch up your rosy red sphincter, you stupid. Liz Hen kicked dirt and pebbles Dokey's way. I ain't stupid. Dokey ducked. The rocks lit in the creek behind him. What's a sphincter? Don't ask stupid questions. Liz Hen picked up a rock to throw at him. I think she means sphincter, Zane said. You know, your rectum. What's that? Dokey asked, then dodged the rock aimed at his head. Fancy there's a chamber pot in one of them sacks for our stinky companion? Zane asked, of no one in particular. I'm with my sister on this. Lightning struck, shot by an arrow, nearly ate by a shark, and his only concern is the putrid offence in his breeches. As Lejeune is my witness, now we all have to suffer hearing about it. Stupid shark-bit fool. That shark took me down gentle as you please, Dokey said, running shivering wet fingers over the wounds along his chest before pulling up his pants. But I reckon I wasn't to his taste. He let me go as swift as he took me. Nails shuddered, recalling his own experience in bloody waters, surrounded by sharks. And the mermaid, cold scales wrapping around his legs, pulling him down. He took Shawcroft's satchel off his shoulder, unbuckled the flap and opened it. His master's words rolling in his head. Of all things, do not lose this satchel, Nail. You must make sure it reaches the Swithin Wells Trail Abbey and Bishop Godwin. Inside were a handful of rolled-up scrolls and a complete copy of The Way and Truth of Lejeune, bound in leather-covered boards and tied together with a slim leather lace. He thumbed through the pages. It was full of many splendid interior drawings. The print was small. Nell hadn't seen a complete compilation of The Way and Truth of Lejeune, but for the massive bound volume that Bishop Tolbert had kept in the chapel. Nobody but bishops and barons ever got to read the holy book, and now here was one right in his hands. But such a thing would do them no good here. Disappointed with the satchel's contents, Nell put the items back. He mourned the loss of his own satchel of drawings, left in Shawcroft's cabin, lost forever. When Dokey was once again clothed, the group clattered through the creek and continued on, a hustle in their step. Hiking in battle armour was not easy. The skin under Nail's breastplate was being rubbed raw in places. Each hurried step was a slow torture. He thought of removing the unwieldy bulk, but he had no other clothing or protection. Signs of Dokey's limp had all but disappeared since his wash in the creek, though he still scratched at his bum from time to time. Zane, holding his side gingerly, continued to lag behind, only to catch up after stern words from his sister spurred him on. There was no sign of pursuit. Nail counted them fortunate for that one bit of luck. As the trail rose higher and grew steeper, snow still lay in patches and melting drifts along the way. The Sabre Creek became a silver ribbon winding through the yawning gorge far below. Near late afternoon, they reached the valley of the Rome mines, with still no sign of the Sorcevier Knights. They picked their way through the broken-down wooden hovels of the long-dead ghost town. The steep mountains were honeycombed with mines on either side. Many were collapsed, some closed off by stretched elk hides, the majority just open, dark holes. Pine and birch grew tall and lush along the ridges. A crown of rocky peaks surrounded the valley, their jagged tops covered in brilliant sheets of snow and ice. Nail guided them through the valley. The written wall soon towered over their trail on the right, like a massive watchtower. A gentle slope of fern, aspen, and lichen-covered rock rose to the left, creating a jagged ravine for about 100 paces. The trail under the cliff was rough and studded with large boulders. The two ponies navigated the obstacles with ease. Sunlight twinkled through the aspen leaves above and rained down upon them in a golden shower, littering the path with drops of sunshine. But once under the cliff and out of the sun, Nail noticed it was bitter cold next to the stone wall. The others stopped and gazed up the sheer rock face, which vaulted 200 feet straight over their heads. "Wow," Gisela said, her thin voice creating a small echo against the cliff. Hundreds of drawings and carvings lined the wall, the crude communications and artwork of the long-dead inhabitants of Rome. The drawings were mostly of animals, and even though they were simple, Nail had always been able to distinguish what each drawing was. Bighorn sheep, birds, snakes, stickmen with bows and spears, and with just a few skillful strokes, the artists had captured the subtle differences between deer, elk, and moose. One drawing even depicted what appeared to be a crude scene of a man wearing a crown washing the feet of another man wearing a wreath of flowers. There were symbols, squares, circles, crosses, broken S's, what looked like jagged rows of teeth or mountains. Nail shuddered. Many of the carvings were similar to the marks he had on his own body. Many similar to the red glowing symbols I saw in the bloody water with the mermaid. Frightened by the coincidence, Nail urged the others on. There was a squalid little cabin ahead, its roof mostly fallen in, spots of dirty old snow at its base. So lonely and forlorn-looking, it hunkered under the massive written wall like a whipped cur. A cleft in the cliff lay just beyond the cabin, the hot springs notch. It was the notch that would lead them to the main entrance of the Rome mines. Nail stepped inside the cabin and found the torches and 2 quivers of arrows left by Shawcroft. He handed the arrows to Stefan, then tied the torches to Lily's back. Liz Hen was outside near a corner of the cabin, looking down into the large elk trap Nail and Shawcroft had dug into the hard ground years ago. "Looks just like the horse the dark guy who killed Shawcroft rode." Nail walked toward her. The pit was about 10 feet square and 10 feet deep. At the bottom, impaled by many long wooden stakes, was a black horse, a mare, dead, guts ruptured, ripe and rank, its once red glowing eyes now a foggy burnt umber. The Valley woman's steed. Nail didn't remember ever placing huge wooden spikes at the bottom of the trap. He took a step back, picturing Shawcroft shooting the Valley woman with a blue-feathered arrow through the top of the shoulder as she looked up at him from the pit. "What a gruesome, foul beast!" Liz Hen made the 3-fingered sign of the Lejeune cross over her heart. "And what a gruesome, foul smell!" "The lady on the trail rode a similar black mare," Stefan said. "Remember, Nail, do you think this horse is hers? Do you think she's okay? That man who killed Shawcroft reminded me of her. Do you think they are in league together?" Nail was not going to venture any information on the Valley woman Shawcroft had killed. Nearby, willows lashed in the breeze. A brisk wind set the leaves in motion and tree limbs to gnashing. Nail thought he heard the clanking of armour behind him, and whirled, pulling the dagger from his belt. He wasn't alone in his fear. Stefan also had his bow drawn. In the far distance came the barking of many dogs. The Sorcevier Knights had found them. A grey form streaked from the underbrush straight at Zane, but rather than cower, Zane yipped for joy as Beer Mug barreled into him. The two tumbled to the ground, Zane crying out first in pain, and then joy as he hugged his dog. Bearmug lapped at Zane's face, and then whimpered as Zane climbed to his feet, tenderly holding his arm to the wound at his side. "I knew I'd see him again," Zane said, ruffling the short fur on his dog's head. "As Lejeune is my witness, I just knew he'd find me. What a good boy he is." He then looked at his sister gravely. "I don't know how much farther I can go. Now that Bearmug is here, perhaps I should stay behind. We'll be safe." "Nonsense," Liz Hen said. "You're coming with us. The nights draw near." "We should go," Nail urged, as more dogs could be heard in the distance. He led them away from the elk trap with the dead horse, past the cabin, and into the hot springs notch. The notch was narrow at first, but then opened up, lined with gnarled birch and aspen clinging to the rock rising above. A bleak fog sifted up through the cracks in the ground, gases seeping from the hot springs deep below the mountain. The mist wreathed the narrows in an ethereal gloom that only grew thicker the farther they travelled, draping the forest in a cloak of sickly green. The scuffs of their footfalls were swallowed up by their surroundings. Still, the sounds of the knights and dogs following them grew in volume. They stuck close together on the trail. No one spoke. Only Bearmug seemed lively, ears pricked, always looking back in the direction they'd come, toward the sounds of the other dogs. When the trail levelled out, the opening to the Rome mines was before them. In front of the mine's entrance lay the still waters of a small mossy pond. Massive, pale support timbers framed the dark opening of the mine like the columns of a cathedral. The beams bowed inward and appeared strained under the jagged rock. Hundreds of initials were carved into the wood, the antique workings of long-lost miners. They all stared at the dark opening before them, all but Bearmug, who stood silent vigil at the rear, ears alert to the coming dogs and their armed masters. Fear gripped Nail as he stared at the ominous black shaft sunk into the mountain. It was a type of fear he had never felt before. He had been in these mines time and again, but tonight Nail questioned his master's wisdom that they should venture into their dank depths. Nail knew these mountains. There was a high trailhead not far away that would lead them over these peaks and see them safely to the Swithenwells Trail Abbey. There was the sound of a horse whinnying. The chink and clink of armour followed. Gisela squealed in fright. The barking of the dogs grew more frenzied with the cracking and snapping of branches and grown men's voices. Gisela clung to Stefan, eyes wide, pupils darting here and there. Bearmug growled, low and deep. Liz Hen grabbed him by the scruff of the neck in time to stop him from lunging into the trees. As the sound of pounding hooves grew louder and the voices of the knights grew more distinct, Nail's survival instinct screamed for him to turn and run into the hills and leave his friends to fend for themselves. "Lejeune will see us to safety, or Lejeune will see us dead," Zane had said earlier. Nail didn't know the truth of such a platitude, but he now realized the mines were their only escape route. In the echoing canyon, obscured in dense fog, there was no telling how close the advancing knights were. Nail hastily dug through Lily's pack and found the scarves. He tied them around both ponies' eyes. Stefan found flint and matches and lit 2 torches. He handed one to Nail. Torch in one hand, Lily's reins in the other, Nail moved quickly. Wading through the brackish pond before the tunnel's entrance was a cold shock, and he had to duck as he entered the deep darkness. "Must we enter this dungeon?" he heard Liz Hen whisper to Doki. "I have a feeling some of us won't make it out of here alive." "I do hope you're wrong," Doki said softly, scratching at his rear. "I do hope you're wrong." The passageway sloped down and to the north. It was cold, musty, and bitter. Within just a few short steps, the tunnel became so dark it ate the torchlight. Large chunks of rock and wood littered their path. Chisel marks peppered the cavern walls on either side. The tunnel continued down. It grew colder. Nobody spoke. But the sounds of their travel never quite disappeared. The click of the ponies' hooves, their snorts, Liz Hen's heavy breathing, all just bounced from wall to wall and back again, circling about, growing louder, deeper, softer, splitting behind them, returning ahead. Creating such a ruckus was unavoidable. The Sorcevier Knights will have no trouble finding us in here, Nell thought. These caves were a death trap. They followed this singular dark corridor for what felt like hours before it split. Water dripped endlessly from a gnarled rock that hung low over the intersection. The tunnel forked in a perfect Y. The right path led up, the left down. Nell did not hesitate. He knew these tunnels well and chose the path leading up. They followed it for some time. Hours passed as they walked. Beyond the torchlight lived a deep blackness. In some places the ceiling was low, and they had to duck and push the ponies through, sometimes removing the sack strapped to Bedford Boy's back. Nell was expecting the toilsome work, having experienced the like with Shawcroft and Bedford Boy before. But Liz Hen grumbled that the ponies were holding them back. "When will we be out of this damnable place?" she kept asking. During the quiet moments, Nell listened for the sounds of pursuit. He could hear nothing. Onward they went. The narrow mineshaft had soon become a twisting and turning maze of passageways. Numerous tunnels branched off at all angles. At times their path would open up into cavernous rooms. Some caverns had steps carved into the stone, rising straight up. Others had stairs spiraling down into the dark. There were ladders disappearing into dark pits in the floor, and ladders climbing up into holes and cracks in the ceiling. But Nell avoided those, never hesitating in his course, the others shuffling along behind. Nell had swung a pickaxe in most of these rooms and tunnels, always with his master over his shoulder, holding a torch aloft, barking orders, making sure he swung the axe just right. Rake the stone away from the wall with the horns of the pick. Never dig at the rock with your hands. Let the tools do the work. With Shawcroft it was patience and perfection in everything. To Nell, it had all been so pointless. After a while, Nell stopped and untied a water skin from Lily's back and let the others drink. The glow of the torchlight created a pocket of light around the group, burnishing their faces in a sullen amber glow. Zane's freckled face was pale and more pouchy-looking than ever. Everyone's faces were lined with worry and fatigue. "Are you doing okay?" Stefan asked Gisela as she drank from the water skin. She took several gulping swigs, then handed the skin to Zane. "I'm scared," she said, wiping water from her face with the sleeve of her shirt. "Me too." Stefan kissed her gently on the forehead. Gisela clung to him, as if longing for some reassurance that she was not alone in this dark place. Stefan's armour gleamed in the torchlight. Nell examined his own rust-splotched breastplate. It was splattered with blood. The skin on his face was tight and numb, and then he remembered he was still covered in blood from the battle. He felt the gash on his head through his matted hair. He must look a bloody sight in the torchlight. And to think, the battle was only yestermorn. It seemed a lifetime ago. A whisper of breath touched the back of his neck, and he shuddered, thinking he heard the metallic clink of armour in the tunnels behind them. It was time to move on. Another hour dragged by as they walked. The mine was cold and lonely, and they rarely spoke. Each fork in the road led them ever upward. Beyond the torchlight, everything was submerged in a swamp-like blackness. They stumbled over piles of broken rock where large stretches of ceiling had fallen. They skirted dripping stalactites that brushed the floor. They stepped over cracks that could snap an ankle. Some cracks in the floor were so wide they had to lengthen their stride just to clear them, then gently coax the blind ponies leg by leg for fear their stick-like limbs might get caught. Nail was sure of their path and told the others that the bridge Shawcroft had told him to aim for was just around the next corner. Zane vomited up a bloody stream against the wall. The sound of his retching was thunderous. When the sounds of Zane's vomiting died, they heard the distant barks of the dogs float out of the darkness behind them. Heart-pounding, Nail ushered the group quickly around the bend and into a large cavern, the walls barely discernible 50 feet around them in every direction. In the torchlight, the dark slash of the open pit before them extended from one wall of the cave to the other, completely cutting off their path. The chasm was black and bottomless. Nail had thrown a rock into it once, and never heard it strike bottom. Above, the ceiling was also non-existent. The opposite rim of the chasm was over 20 paces away. Shovels, picks, buckets, and other mining tools lined that edge like a row of pale teeth in the torchlight. Across the chasm, on the far side of the wall, was the dark oval opening of a tunnel Nail had never explored before. To their right was a narrow stone-and-mortar bridge that spanned the chasm, about 3 paces wide and a foot thick. The bridge Shawcroft warned me never to cross. The thought of crossing it now sent a ripple of fear through him. His master had earlier said it was indeed safe, but it didn't look safe. Bowed in the middle and drooping. Most of the mortar holding it together looked to have crumbled and fallen into the pit. The voices of the knights behind them were growing louder. "I can't cross that," Gisela said. "We've no choice." Nail's heart fluttered anxiously as he led Lily toward the narrow causeway. He placed one foot tentatively on the crumbling stone, leg shaking as he did. Lily sensed his nervousness and stepped back, pulling on the reins. "Come," he said, in a voice that cracked with fear. The pony followed him, her eyes covered still. Nail, torch in one hand, the rope leading Lily in the other, traversed the chasm as fast as he dared. He thought he heard the stone bridge cracking under Lily's weight, grey mortar sloughing off into the pit. But they both reached the other side. Nail turned back to assure the others the way was safe. Zane, wasting little time, was already on his way over the narrow bridge, beer mug right behind him. "I'm too heavy." Liz Hen handed Bedford Boy's reins to Doki. "Lead the pony." "But my arse feels itchy," Doki exclaimed. "I don't care what your arse feels." Liz Hen waddled her way over the bridge, holding her chubby arms out for balance. Once she'd cleared the chasm, Doki, scratching at his rear with one hand, began pulling Bedford Boy slowly toward the bridge, reins in the other. Nail risked a glance behind Stefan and Gisela. The dark opening they had just come through was now aglow with torchlight and loud voices. The knights! There was a scrape and a muffled noise, and both Liz Hen and Gisela screamed. Nail turned just in time to see Bedford Boy tumble from the bridge. The pony's scarved, chestnut-coloured face turned up to his briefly as it dropped and disappeared into the darkness, and was gone, vanishing like a vapour of smoke into the blackness. Doki Little stood in the centre of the bridge, eyes wide, urine staining his breeches and running down his legs. He stood that way, frozen. Then, with 2 quick strides, he was across the span to safety. "You stupid!" Liz Hen smacked him across the face, crying aloud. "That pony carried all our food, you stupid!" She hugged him to her thick body, sobbing. "All our food," she muttered between sobs. The sight of Bedford Boy plummeting into the ghastly chasm was fixed in Nail's mind. It was a soundless fall. He stared at Liz Hen and Doki. They clung to each other in an embrace of both horror and relief. Horror that the pony was gone, relief that Doki was alive. "He just stepped right off," Doki kept muttering. "Just stepped right off." Flickering torchlight advanced up the tunnel behind Stefan and Gisela as a host of knights bearing torches boiled toward them from the opening. A handful of barking dogs behind them. Stefan immediately swept Gisela up into his arms and, in 4 loping strides, carried her over the bridge. He ran by Nail and disappeared down the passageway in the far wall. Zane retreated down the tunnel too, beer mug on his heels. Nail felt an arrow zing past his head. He whirled in time to see several knights drawing their bows, while, at the same time, a line of 5 other knights and 3 dogs were running over the stone bridge toward him. A second arrow pierced one of the canvas sacks Lily carried. The pony bounded away from Nail, knocking Liz Hen and Doki aside as it raced away down the tunnel. But Liz Hen and Doki were quick to pick themselves up and follow the pony in its mad escape. Then, with a deafening crack, the stone bridge gave way. Rock and mortar and 4 of the Sorcevier knights and all 3 dogs plummeted down into the black nothingness. The 5th knight lunged forward with a clamour, landing halfway on the lip of the chasm, his lower body hanging over. The man clung to the edge of the pit just a few paces from Nail, arms scrambling to find purchase on the stone, hands grasping at the pebbles and buckets and bits of wood scattered there. But his efforts were to no avail. He slipped and disappeared from view, screaming as he fell. Nail, torch in hand, was alone now, facing the remaining Sorcevier knights and dogs. They stared at him from across the open chasm, all of them appearing as shocked as he, having just witnessed their 5 companions tumble away into the darkness. They gathered their wits quickly, though, and in an instant the knights' bows were again drawn. Nail whirled and sprinted into the tunnel, arrows whizzing by, clattering off the stone wall behind him, one striking the torch from his hand. "Eros wants them alive, fools!" a gruff voice shouted. Nail ran on, gladly leaving his torch and the Sorcevier knights and the gaping black pit behind. The passageway leading from the bridge was long and narrow, and dumped them into a second cavern about the same size as the one they had just fled. There they stopped to catch their breath. "They won't soon cross that chasm," Stefan said, handing a newly lit torch to Nail. "With the bridge gone, no man can jump that distance." "I wouldn't be so sure of that," Zane said. "Remember Cotton Stansfield at the morning moon feast 2 years ago? I dare say he ran and jumped near 20 feet to win the athletic competition." "I don't think they will follow us," Nail said, "and if they do, it will take them a while to figure out a way across that pit." But one thing was certain in Nail's mind. If there was another way across that chasm, those men would soon find it. There wasn't much time to linger. Nail led them onward. The path clung to the far left of the chamber. To the right of the path lay a sheet of ghostly water, an underground pond fed by melting snow seeping through cracks from above. It lay flat and still, and scarcely stirred when Nail's boot kicked in a pebble. The stillness of the pool was disconcerting. Cobwebs of mist rose from the water in places. The bitter air about this new cave was damp and harsh to breathe. They skirted the pool along the narrow path, all eyes on the black water, all of them drawn to it, as if transfixed. Beermug lapped at the water. Zane bent to take a drink too, but his sister stopped him with a firm hand and admonished him not to. A cool drink sounded good to Nail, but Bedford Boy, along with their water-skins, was gone. And from the looks of it, Zane needed fresh water in a bad way. But this pool appeared less than fresh. It looked dead. Nail, unable to keep his eyes off the water, stopped and knelt, holding his torch out, studying the eerie black pool, shuddering as he did so. Something was in the water. He jumped back, startled at what he saw. Like ivory ghosts, the floor of the pool was lined with human skulls. But upon closer inspection, Nail wondered if the skulls were human at all. The dark water distorted what he saw, or what he thought he saw. Be they human or monster, either way there were skulls down there, hundreds of them, all bone-white and awful. Although the pool frightened Nail, it also reassured him. It proved that they were still on the right path. Shawcroft had called it the place of the skulls. Nail led them away from the pool. Nobody but he, it seemed, had noticed the skulls in the water, or if so, they kept the awful sight to themselves. The path they followed led to another tunnel. It eventually widened out and continued on straight and slightly upward, though it seemed that this passageway was newer, with freshly chiselled walls. To the right was a wide set of stairs leading up into the darkness. The staircase so wide, a group of 20 horsemen could have climbed it abreast. The stairway Shawcroft asked me to climb. Nail wondered what was up there. To his thinking, it was best they just continue on, and leave these mines as soon as possible. Still, the stairs pulled at him. "Should we go up the stairs?" he asked Stephen. "We haven't the time. We dare not tarry, and Shawcroft mentioned traps." "He said he'd dismantled them." "Traps?" Zane uttered. "I don't know what you boys are carrying on about, but I don't think those knights can get across that chasm." He sat down, easing his back gingerly against the tunnel's wall. "I'm taking a load off. I need a rest, perhaps a little nap." Zane nodded his head toward the wide staircase. "That'll give you two plenty of time to find out what's up them stairs." Beermug lay down next to Zane, placing his head on the boy's lap. Nail looked at Stephen. "Come with me." "You mustn't leave me, Stephen," Gisela pleaded. "You can come, Gisela." Stephen handed his torch to Doki. "Don't let it go out. These 2 torches are all we've got left." Third step up, far left stone against the wall, Nail bent and pushed on it as Shawcroft had instructed. With just a touch, the stone seemed to move of its own volition, but just barely. There was a howl of wind from the darkness above, then a faint metallic clink-clink, then silence. Nail marched up the stairs, holding his torch aloft, hearing Stephen's and Gisela's rustling steps not far behind. He grasped the hilt of the dagger at his belt, more for comfort than out of a belief that the short blade would be of any use on this dreadful stairway. The stairs emptied them out onto a square room with a high ceiling. The carved columns that supported the roof were draped in spiderwebs. Wooden coffins lined the wall. Some had crumbled and fallen open, revealing bits of cloth and bone. Some skeletons were embedded in the walls, their bones rotting away in the sullen air. It was a dire place. A tomb. The mournful darkness of the grim room seemed to press in on the torchlight. Tiny streams of silver liquid seemed to bleed from random cracks in the walls, slowly pooling on the floor. Nail entered the coldness of the room. Stephen and Gisela right behind him, the girl's eyes glued to the skeletons in the walls. Nail handed the torch to her. Its light lay softly upon an altar that dominated the centre of the vaulted room. It was cross-shaped, about waist-high, and capped with an altar stone similar to the one in the Gallows Haven chapel. Beautifully worked carvings encircled the base. eerily similar to those stitched onto Shawcroft's satchel. With Stefan's help, Nail slid the slab of stone aside, revealing what was hidden inside the altar. He wasn't really sure what he had expected to find, but sealed within the silence of the stone box was a gigantic double-bladed battle-axe. Its curved, gleaming edges and pointed horns looked as sharp as a slice of grass. The weapon had a thick haft of steel, wrapped in black leather, interwoven with Valais runes and silver thread. It was the most magnificent thing Nail had ever laid eyes on. He glanced up at Stefan. The boy's eyes were wide with wonder. Gisella's even more so. Nail's mind reeled. Is this what Shawcroft was digging for? Here? At Skylarks? With that fellow Culpabara at Deadwood Gate? Sparkling weapons? The questions flitted away as he looked back into the altar. Nail reached down and picked up the axe. It was twice as heavy as it looked and took some effort to lift, the finely honed blade scraping against the stone of the altar as he dragged it up and out. A curious feeling stole over him. It suddenly felt as if he knew this weapon, as if he had held it before, and holding it now was in some way the right thing. He thought he saw tendrils of blue smoke misting up from between his fingers wrapped around the iron hilt, but then the vision was gone. Still, he felt a strange sense of connection to the thing, of completion. His own blood-streaked face reflected back at him in the axe's gleaming surface. His image was twisted, distorted. With matted blonde hair coated in dried blood, he looked like a demon child of the underworld. His eyes, now peering from under the strands of his bloody hair, were feverishly aglow in the image that danced back at him from the wondrous axe-blade. "What's this?" Gisela said, thrusting the torch over the open altar. Nail looked from the axe to the girl. She was reaching her free hand into the altar toward a bright blue stone that sat atop a black swatch of silk. She snatched up the sparkling azure gem and held it in her trembling fingers. "It's so pretty," she said. "It glows like the stained glass in the chapel when the sun shines." Nail was disappointed that he was not the first to find the marvellous stone. It shimmered blue shards of brilliance in the torchlight and set Nail's heart to racing. Nail scowled at Gisela and set the axe down against the altar. "Give it to me," Stefan demanded with a stern voice. He reached onto the altar himself, taking up the black silk, then held the silk out to Gisela. "Give it!" A guarded look was on her face as she placed the blue gem carefully within the silk. Stefan hastily wrapped the stone in the cloth and handed it to Nail. "Shawcroft wanted you to have it. This place frightens me like nothing else. Let's go." Tucking the silk-wrapped stone into Shawcroft's satchel next to the Way and Truth of Lejeune, Nail hefted the huge battle-axe once again, admiring its quality. "Is this my destiny?" It was as if he had seen it all before, hovering at the edges of his dreams. A blue stone, an axe. Stefan and Gisela were already heading back down the stairs. Nail took a step to follow, but then noticed that on the first step down, the stone against the far left wall was moving. Then came the low, moaning rumbling of rock grinding against rock from the room behind him. He turned and looked one last time at the cross-shaped altar, which now seemed to be sinking into the floor. It wasn't the sight of the altar slowly disappearing that froze his blood. It was something far worse. "They shouldn't be there," his mind raged. To draw them was strictly forbidden on pain of death, and to carve them— no. His mind couldn't grasp what he saw. They were only small carvings, but it seemed they numbered in the hundreds, all of them, one after the next, receding into the floor as the altar sluggishly sank downward. Carved at the base of the vanishing altar were burning eyes, flashing teeth, leathery clawed wings, serpentine tails, nameless beasts of the underworld. Dragons. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they found Doki and Liz Hen tending Zane's wound. Beer Mug, sad eyes fixed on Zane, whimpered. "Have a gawk at this, boys," Zane said, trying to keep an unconcerned look on his face, but there remained a strange, sickly glaze over his eyes. His armour was off, strewn about the wide corridor at the base of the stairs, all of it coated in congealed blood. The wound in his side was shocking to behold. Broken shards of rib were visible there, beside his inner organs, the skin around the wound just mangled, clotted, torn meat. The stench of it engulfed Nale, nearly causing him to retch. He had not realized how injured Zane was. It was obvious to them all now. Zane was dying. "What in all of creation is that?" Zane asked, pain-filled eyes on the heavy battle-axe cradled in Nale's arms. "What's a thing to have to lug around now?" Liz Hen snorted, squinting at both Nale and the axe with disapproval. "As if we didn't already have enough to worry about. Now we have to haul that thing about too. What use could that thing ever be to anyone, Nale? You stupid, stupid bastard." From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. After clawing their way free of slavery, the 5 warrior angels arose again, each with an angel stone, each bearing a divine weapon. Thus they began their war of cleansing. The demons of the sky, once fearsome with fire and might, shook and trembled before them. All came together under the warrior angels' banner of cleansing, dwarf and varley and ogle alike, and the fiery demons and their dark lords fled before them. Chapter 25. Tala Bronichel. 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. The flutist, a woman with deft fingers and delicate windpipes, blew an upbeat tune whilst dancing a jig to the tempo of the kettle drummer behind her. Half the revellers in Sunbird Hall danced, the other half dined on all manner of food. Servants, wild-eyed and flushed with heat, rushed from hall to kitchen and back again at the beck and call of the celebrants. Serving girls carried silver trays laden with pewter goblets of ruby-coloured wine, dishes of roast duck, ham, and autumn-range elk, along with large bowls filled with grapes, apples, carrots, figs, and nuts of every hue covered the tables. All celebrants were dressed in their finest attire, many women with garlands of beads wrapped around their heads. The morning moon celebration was full of pomp and frivolity. The steward, Sir Thomas Forking, had outdone himself in preparing Sunbird Hall this year. The entirety of the King's court was full of joy and laughter. All save Tala and Laurie. They were sitting alone at the end of a long table. Laurie was listless, sickly, her once beautiful face sunken and sad, and Tala's mind couldn't rid itself of the image of Denarius blessing her cousin. Tala clenched her eyes shut. Do not think of it. Would she never be able to wash away the fog of numbness and disbelief that clouded her mind over the event? She knew that the spirit of Lejeune worked in mysterious ways. Not all prayers and priesthood anointings were meant to be understood by the layperson, but the more rational side of her mind wished to claw the man's eyes out. In the depths of both her mind and heart, What she'd seen was wrong. Laurie, seemingly unaware of her surroundings, looked sicker by the day. She folded her arms on the table and rested her head on her hands, feigning sleep. Tara's heart ached for Laurie in so many ways. She felt for the black dagger strapped to her thigh under her dress. Only after clutching the dagger's hilt could she relax. Having the bloodwood blade at her side was reassuring. She had been carrying it ever since she'd knocked it from the assassin's hands. The music of the celebration had softly worked its way down to naught but a solo bagpipe, its flowing notes seeming to contain ages of sorrow. It put Tala in a mood now more befitting the ill look of Laurie. "Wine, if it pleases my lady." The barmaid from the Filthy Horse Saloon, Delia, held a silver tray with 5 goblets. Tala graciously took one, sipped of the fruity wine, then nodded nervous thanks to the dimple-faced girl. The fact that she herself had introduced Delia to the castle's kitchen matron, Wilhelmina, earlier that day, worried Tala. The assassin's game had taken on many angles, and Tala was not yet sure what part Delia had to play. But here the lowly barmaid was, serving drinks to the royalty of Golconda. As with all of the serving wenches, Delia wore a short plaid skirt and a billowy white shirt cut low about the neckline, with a tightly cinched corset that accentuated her already large breasts. As she made her way through Sunbird Hall with a tray of wine, the barmaid drew the admiring eyes of many a soldier. To Tala, the girl was a bit rough around the edges, and looked terribly out of place, surrounded by so much finery. At times, so much finery made Tala sick to her stomach. The mass of painted royalty and strutting soldiers filled Sunbird Hall with their myriad of voices, all but drowning out the delicately played notes of the harp and bagpipes. Many sat at the long tables, while others lounged on soft cushioned furniture, long benches, and stumpy divans covered in velvet and expensive bearskins. Black pillars lined the chamber. The walls between the pillars were strung with tapestries that portrayed Lejeun's journey from young fisherman to great Graken hunter to slave to demon slayer. Large candelabra lined the walls too, and there were hundreds more candles atop the rows of polished wooden tables set throughout the room. The overabundance of torchlight and candlelight threw an almost blinding warm glow over the room. The rows of wide double doors to the Sunbird Hall balcony high along the easternmost end of the room were thrown open, allowing for a breeze to cool the red-faced crowd. Tala knew she fit in well here, to a point. She was wearing a richly embroidered velvet nightcloak over a maroon dress laced up the front. She thought the ensemble worked well with the darkness of her curled hair. But there were so many pretty noblewomen and court girls in the hall tonight, all of them showing more flesh than she. Each painted girl who walked by was revealing a bit more cleavage than Tala was comfortable with. As she looked around at all the merriment and frolicking, she realized that, as the youngest female member of the royal family, the more interesting parts of life were passing her by. That was really what sickened her most about the whole celebration, the unfairness of it. She missed her mother and father. Each of their deaths had come so suddenly. Each death had been a hard blow to Tala, scarcely 11 years old at the time. She could remember her mother, Alana, dying painfully in bed whilst giving birth to Ansel. Then came the news of her father a few moons later, killed in battle while fighting in Windare against the White Prince. Tala had realized at too young an age that there was nobody left to properly raise her with love and tender care. Nobody save her older brother, Jovan, and what few silver guards he posted outside her room each night. Tala wished Jondralin would pay her more attention. Tala's joys in life were few. Laurie and Lindolf's visit from Eskander were the only highlights in her otherwise drab existence. But even that had turned out poorly this time. This plight with Laurie and the Bloodwood was taking its toll on Tala's sanity. She felt so lost and alone. She spotted Seta, Glade, and Lindolf sitting together at a table not too far away. The fragile lines of the Vale princess's tight dress were lecherous. Valdraken was mingling with Valcorin and some other ambassadors behind Seta. Glade was dressed in dark leather pants that clung tight to his legs, a billowy white shirt tied at the waist with a thick black leather belt, and a black cape that was slung carelessly over his left shoulder. There was something a tad brooding about the way he sat there with Lindolf and the Vale princess. He was keeping his eyes to himself mostly. Lindolf, on the other hand, was wearing such a clash of colours it would be hard for anyone not to notice him. He donned a maroon-coloured doublet and tight blue pants the colour of the sky, along with a bright green cloak that hurt her eyes. The scarf draped around his neck was as red as Navlonia's strawberry. His movements were jerky as he began recounting some wild story for Seta and Glade. Tala strained to hear him. "At any rate," he said, "I spilt the jug on my breeches in a most disadvantageous way. Looked as if I'd just pissed myself. Now, I couldn't go back looking like a bedwetting fool, but I hadn't much time to think things through properly, so I figured if I just got the rest of myself all wet, it would all blend in, you know. So I took the remainder of the wine jugs in the pantry and doused myself with them, and then proceeded back into her bedchamber, sopping wet from head to foot." The sound of Seta's laugh, more gentle than the harpist's melody, made Tala groan inwardly. "Nonsense," Glade said. He sounded drunk. "You ain't never been inside no girl's bedchamber." Lindolf ignored him and continued, "As I stood there all a-drip in wine, I told the girl she could lick me from head to foot. But she'd have to catch me first." Lindolf stood and began to caper to the music, long arms swinging disjointedly. "She chased me about her chamber, bare-arse naked, tongue wagging like a dog. She wanted me all right, wanted to lick me clean." Seta laughed at the story. Glade put his mug down, stood, and wandered toward Tala. "That cousin of yours is as crazy as a bug in a mug." He sat, snatched up a handful of nuts from the bowl in front of Tala, and started munching them. Delia, at Tala's table again, placed a small mug of mead in front of him. "A beer for my young master?" Glade eyed the girl curiously. "Fancy seeing you here." Then he burped. "Fancy indeed," Delia responded with a smile. Tala thought she sensed a veiled watchfulness in Glade as his eyes roamed over the barmaid, who walked away. Tala's gaze travelled to the raised dais in the centre of the southern wall, where Jondralin sat in a richly brocaded blue gown and even darker blue cape fastened with a delicate silver brooch. She looked positively radiant. The stone dais under Jondralin was strewn with soft white rugs. Across the table from her was Jovan. A row of day-knights stood behind the king, their backs against the velvet-draped wall, arms folded over heavy black breastplates and mail, longswords hanging under their silver surcoats, their countenances glowering. Tala needed some air. Glade was clearly drunk, and the room was growing crowded. She felt so lost and alone in the middle of it all. Laurie's sickness and the assassin's game vexed her mind. She asked Glade to remain with Laurie and stood, straightening her dress. She then made her way toward one of the two staircases to the balcony that branched off to either side at the eastern end of Sunbird Hall, pushing through the crowd. She climbed quickly, buoyancy in her step. The rows of ivory-panelled doors were open tonight, revealing the outside balcony beyond. Once atop the stairs, she could breathe easier. Tala caught a sideways glimpse of herself in the strip of polished glass scrollwork embedded in one of the doors. She turned and stood there for a moment, appraising the image staring back at her. She concluded that she didn't look half bad. More cute than most, all things considered. Head held high, she strode boldly through the doorway and onto the balcony outside. The lulling scent of flowers was pleasant in comparison to the heavy wood smoke of the hall. Ivy festooned the carved stone balustrade, trailed over the balcony, and climbed the castle walls. Crimson petals and twining vines draped the web-like trellis that arched over the row of doors behind her. A wistful tune drifted in from Sunbird Hall, which was a haze of yellow light in her periphery as she soaked in the cool night air. Alone now, Tala rested her hands on the stone railing. She cast her gaze down to Memory Bay below. The moonlit view felt dizzying into space. In the restless harbour, ships of every size bobbed with the curling waves. Far below, the tide crashed, spewing foamy water high against the rocks at the base of Mount Albion and the castle. Scores of stone structures huddled down there, clinging to the vast structure's base. Crisp winds blew in from the bay, moaning over the battlements and spires above. Those same towers blotted out the stars behind her. The morning moon hung low on the horizon. Tala wanted to think of anything other than assassins, black daggers, poisons, Laurie, or the Grand Vicar. She stared at the moon hanging above Amadon. For many in Golconda, much happiness and joy hinged on this. The first moon of spring. Farmers began to till their soil. Trappers and game hunters ventured into the autumn range again. Graken hunting ships set sail, and feasts were held in the breadth of the land. But in Amadon, the final night of the morning moon celebration was a waste of time to Tala, a yearly tradition that stretched back thousands of years, so ancient that probably no one even remembered what its original purpose was. Tala's older sister would know. Jondrelin knew everything about Lejeune and the Holy Book and the convoluted, bloody histories of Golconda. The morning moon was mentioned briefly in The Way and Truth of Lejeune, as were all of the 15 moons and seasons. Despite how hard Dame Mergrid tried with her, Tala was not the type to study books. But she knew the moons. In the dead of winter fell the first moon, the afflicted moon, followed by the blackest moon and the shrouded moon. On the first day of spring was the morning moon, then Ethic moon, angel moon, fire moon, and next, in the middle of the summer, came her favourite moon, the blood moon. Summer faded and turned to fall with the heart moon, followed by the crown moon, thunder moon, archaic moon, and lonesome moon. Snow season began again with the forgetting moon, and really got frigid with the winter moon. 15 moons in all, 24 days each, 360 days total, 1 year, and then it all started over again. "Why did you leave me?" she heard Glade's voice from behind. She tore her gaze from the dark skies to find him unexpectedly at the balcony next to her. He slid one of his hands over hers. Stunned at his unexpected touch, she jerked away. "I only wish to share the view, if it pleases milady." Glade flashed a cunning smile. He looked less inebriated than Tala had initially thought. "Why did you leave when I sat with you?" he asked again. "You're drunk, and you seem far too besotted with satyr," she answered, knowing as soon as the words spilled from her mouth that they rang with pettiness and jealousy. "Lindolf is monopolizing her with silly stories. I only played drunk and excused myself to be with you." Tala was hurt by his answer. It appeared Glade would have been more than willing to spend his entire evening at Sata's table, but since Lindolf was annoying him, retreating to her and Laurie's table was his only option. She furrowed her brow and glowered at him. But a lock of his hair had strayed over his face, making her fingers itch to brush it back so she could clearly see his dark and beautiful eyes. "Sata wishes you two could become friends," he said. "You can be so cold and aloof, Tala. Around Sata, that is." "Me? Cold?" That Sata wanted to be friends was news to her. "Aloof?" She didn't know how to respond, so she was silent, letting Glade's statement sink in. "You seem upset," he said. "It's nothing," she responded, confused. "Your hair looks divine. The way it falls and frames your face, curled so." Tala gazed at the ocean. Her heart beat like a kettle drum. She fought off a smile, but lost, and ended up grinning madly. "Your smile is a treasure," he said. "We would indeed match up well." He reached for a few stray tendrils of her hair, brushing her cheek with the back of his fingers. She felt her face flush. He had a beguiling way about him that made everything he did, every small gesture, like touching her hair, seem intriguingly dangerous. "The famous Raven Bronichel hair," he said, dark eyes boring into hers. "We would make such beautiful children." "Truly?" Tala asked, heart light in her chest. Glade let the wisps of her hair fall from his fingers. "But you do such unladylike things." He gave her his characteristically apathetic shrug. "For such a pretty girl, you're weird. I don't know how I can even contemplate—" "Unladylike?" Tala raised her chin and looked him full in the face, her smile now gone. Everything he did caught her off guard. "What is so unladylike about me?" she challenged. "Secret treks to dockside taverns, having Lindolf climb the statue of Lejeune, and that barmaid from the Filthy Horse. Here, tonight. What are you up to, Tala?" What do I dare tell him? Tala's mind spun. Who may be watching? She felt she was going insane. She took a deep breath and took Glade's hands in her own, facing him. "Perhaps I'll tell you what I'm up to for a kiss." Tala couldn't believe her own brashness. She knew this was a dangerous precipice she now teetered on. She tried hiding her embarrassment behind a fluttery giggle. "Don't be daft," he said with laughing eyes, moving back a step, letting go of her hands. She felt a surge of disappointment. It was all going so embarrassingly wrong now. But, with a roguish grin, Glade spoke again. "You'll tell me what I wish to know, whether I kiss you or not." He took up her hands again, pulling her close. A cool breeze plucked at her cloak and dress, but the sensation of Glade's body against hers was like a hearth fire on her flesh. Now, instead of feeling lost and alone, Tala felt a wild sense of completeness with Glade, of being made whole. She tried to suppress her desire as he wrapped her in his arms. Tala closed her eyes. Then his lips were on hers, moist and soft and perfect. She drank in the taste of him. The wine still on his breath was sweet, intoxicating. His hands roamed as he kissed her, caressing her shoulders, drifting down her back. Eyes opening wide in shock, she found herself facing the crowd over Glade's shoulder. She could see the entire room below. The Bloodwood could be any one of the 200 or so revellers crowding Sunbird Hall. People danced, drank, ate, but nobody appeared to take notice of her and Glade's embrace. Nobody but Dame Maregrid, that is. Tala spied her tutor down below, glowering up at the balcony. The woman's fat gut was half stuffed under a table and half resting atop it. Tala knew she would catch a scolding from the woman for sure. Perhaps the bloodwood hides in the walls. At that thought, her eyes shot upward. The lofty ceiling was crisscrossed with arched buttresses and heavy rafters. Wood smoke curled there, thick and dense. Glade kissed her with fervency now. He thrust his tongue into her mouth. It was a sudden and alarming thing, thrilling and disgusting and intimate all at once. He pulled his lips away from hers then, looking satisfied, arms still encircling her waist. "Has kissing me got you all moist and slippery inside?" She shoved him away. "But you must remain a virgin until we marry," he continued, a mocking hunger in his eyes. "So I'll be finding some other lass tonight." Tala wanted to jab the Bloodwood's dagger into his eye. Jab it in and twist. Fighting back a growing tide of anger, she tried to formulate a respectable response, but Glade snatched her around the waist and pulled her tight against him again, stroking her hair. "I must go," he whispered gently, "but fear not, our wedding night will be a special time for you." He turned and glided down the stairs, his black cape a-swirl, billowing at her in defiance with each retreating step. Tala wanted to vomit her churning insides out all over the pretty flowers lining the balcony. Was that all young men ever thought of? She was so disgusted by Glade that she wished he'd just drop dead. How could he be so charming and repulsive at the same time? There was not an ounce of niceness or humility in him. She'd seen the same impertinence fester in her older brother. Jovan had used and then tossed aside every girl who crossed his path. "Has Glade upset you?" Lindholf's white leather boots clicked on the stairs as he made his way toward her. The hues and brightness of Lindholf's garb nearly blinded her. Tala swore her cousin's cheeks and forehead were rouged, perhaps to cover the burns and scars of his childhood accident, or, more likely, to cover the legion of pimples gathered on the other parts of his face. Everything about her cousin clashed horribly. "He has an angering effect on the ladies, you know." Lindholf bowed before her, sweat gleaming on his forehead. "And the more oafish he is, the more the girls fawn over him." Tala wrinkled her nose at the smell of his breath. "Were you talking about Seta?" he asked. "I think Glade is in love with her." "You don't say," Tala groaned, wondering why every conversation she had with Glade or Lindholf revolved around the Vale princess. "Glade would jam his pecker into anything, even a Vale," Lindholf said, "but Seta toys with him. It can only end poorly for him." "What do you mean?" "I mean Seta would chew Glade up and spit him out. Then Valdraken would cut his throat. Glade ought not mess with the likes of them. The Vale, that is." "What have you got against the Vale?" "It's the tone Seta uses when speaking of you, Tala. I care not for it." Tala's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "She made mention that you're none too bright when it comes to certain things." "None too bright," Tala repeated, stung. Her eyes roamed Sunbird Hall for any sign of the Vale princess. "What did she mean by that?" "She didn't specify. You know how girls talk." "Why would you tell me such a thing?" Tala said, upset, "as if I don't have enough to worry about." But as Lindholf rattled away his answer, Tala was already lost in thought. After all, Glade had just informed her Seta wanted to be friends. Now Lindholf comes with his bad breath bearing the exact opposite news. Tala searched the crowded room below, a knot building in her throat. She located the Vale princess standing near a table with her father, Valcorin. Dame Mergred was tending to Ansel, both of them near the main hearth at the far end of the room. Tala's eyes scanned the tables for Laurie, but she could not find her cousin. "Where's your sister?" Tala asked. "Not feeling well," Lindolf answered. "Mother took her to her chambers." "Why would you tell me say to cast insults my way?" "As cousins, we should stick together," he said. "Our realm has grown full of peril. We must have allies, Tala. You must have one person you can trust above all others. For my part, I think you are the fairest and smartest girl in all of Gulkana." For some reason, the sincerity in Lindolf's words touched her deeply. Within her cousin, she knew there lived no guile, no bravado or pretense. At all times he meant what he said. Then an image of Laurie's sickly face flashed into her mind. Guilt flooded her. She straightened her back and told herself to get a grip on her emotions. "You're right, Lindolf," she said. "We should stick together. I value your friendship more than you know. You've such a sense of humour. You can make me laugh with but a look. You're so funny, and truth be told, much more interesting than Glade. I've always felt close to you." She grabbed his hands in hers, looked into his trusting eyes. "We have a connection that most people will never have." "You truly think so?" I've always loved you, Tala." The words spilled from Lindolf's mouth as if he could not stop them, and he bashfully looked away. Tala's heart skipped a beat at his tender admission. With her hand, she caressed his burn-scarred cheek, pulled it around so he was facing her again. "And I love you, cousin," she said, looking into his emotion-filled eyes, wondering what it was her cousin was really confessing to her. He has such dark pupils. Just like his fair-haired sister, Lindolf's eyes were strangely black and, at the moment, full of hunger. But there was a gentleness behind that hunger, too, a tenderness that touched her heart. "Are you okay, Lindolf?" she asked, her hand still caressing the burns on his face, seeing the tears springing from his eyes. "I would not trust Glade." Lindolf leaned into her, his face melting into her hand still on his cheek. "Though he has been my best friend since childhood, I see now his only concern is for himself. I do not want to see you hurt. Our family visits to Amadon are too few." His body leaned into her, face bowing down to hers. "If I could live here with you, I would." A small, sane part of her mind wanted to pull away from him. The other part of her mind, the part stricken with desperation to save Laurie, was glad, though. "Protect you, I would," he said, and quickly gave her a bashful little peck on the cheek, then pulled away, as if stung by a bee. My apologies, m'lady," he stammered in a nasally voice, his breath still reeking of drink. "Don't be silly," Tala said, realizing they were not quite in full view of Sunbird Hall. She fought off her better judgment, now determined to do something she knew might be painful, but necessary. Her knees were weak as she took him by one of the knobby wrists and pulled him toward the stairs and into full view of the hall. She clung to him now, her eyes cast up into his. "Kiss me again." Lindolf's eyes were wide, as if he'd finally realized what she'd said. Lust was buried there, just beneath the surface of his every glance. Tala could see it there, and felt shame for what she was doing. Her heart throbbed heavily as he took her in his arms and kissed her with a fervency she did not know could exist in any one person. She returned his kiss with a certain detachment, though, eyes open, ignoring his bitter breath, scanning Sunbird Hall over his shoulder. From what she could see, there was not one person in the room below looking up at them. Even Dame Margaret had moved from her normal spot. The whole exercise seemed futile, even cruel. Then she saw Glade Chaparral. Glade stood down there in the centre of the milling crowd, still as stone, dark locks of hair slung over his forehead, even darker eyes boring into hers as she clung to Lindolf. There was a challenge in those eyes. Tala sensed it. Glade turned and stalked away, lost in the swirl of the crowd. Lindolf pulled away from her, his expression lofty with joy, as he took her by the arm and led her farther back out onto the balcony. "I never knew you felt as I did. I admit to being a bit confused." "I, too, am confused," she said, stunned at what she had done. "Tala, know that I would defile 1,000 Lejeune statues at your whim." Lindolf's impulsive burst of candour made Tala feel all the more guilty. And his mouth was on hers again, wet and slippery and unwanted. "Enough!" Tala pulled back from him, a little more abruptly than she'd have liked. Lindolf's expression grew sulky. From the look he gave her, it was clear that he was now just realizing that there was something going on here beyond his understanding. The silence between them grew thick. "I will not let you make a fool of me," he said, backing away from her. "I will not let you use me like the other girls, only to find out it is Glade you really want." His voice was pleading, and yet the guilty look on his face was telling. Tala could see that her cousin was truly embarrassed by what had just happened between them, and probably considered the entire mess his fault. Deep down, she knew that Lindolf was so inexperienced with females, he probably affixed a romantic significance to every innocent touch, word, or sigh. Certain besotted young men could misread the most casual of gestures as a promise of devotion. "Pastry, my lady." Delia was walking up the stairs toward them, a silver tray in hand, only one pastry left on the tray. But Lindolf ignored the serving wench, fleeing down the stairs and into the crowd without a word. "It wasn't for him anyway," the busty barmaid said, watching Lindolf go. She turned back to Tala. "They're so good. The best the kitchen is serving tonight. I saved this last one just for you, my lady. That valet fellow, Valdraken, was scarfing them down faster than I could bring them out. They say the Holy Vicar will be here soon, and the last 4 gladiators too. Tonight has been like a dream." Delia held the tray out for Tala. The pastry was the size and shape of a small seashell, delicate, flaky, and covered in a thin white glaze, with a dab of cherry-red frosting on top. "Cream-filled. Take it, I beg you," Delia implored. "A gift from me, for all you've done. It couldn't have been easy to get me this job." Tala snatched up the pastry, eyes following Lindolf's retreating form as he pushed his way through the crowd. Her heart thumped in her chest for many reasons. "We play a cruel game, you and I," Delia said bluntly. The barmaid's statement caught Tala off guard. "I don't know what you're talking about," she declared, mind frantic. "I think you do." Tala stepped away, her back stiff, her face set. But Delia kept talking. "I've seen tavern wenches play this very game. Nothing good can come of it. Playing one lad off the other, the flirting, the kisses, pretending interest in both, never committing to either, always hinting of something more, dangling sex in front of them. Such a thing has never crossed my mind." Tala flushed. "Feigning interest in many men. It's just something we silly girls do." "This hasn't anything to do with you," Tala said. "You were correct the other day," Delia said. "I had no idea I would be subject to so many questions by the kitchen workers. Who am I? Where was I born? Do you know Princess Tala? Are you friends with her? They've certainly noticed me. I've even seen your sister glancing my way from time to time. I'll get the courage to talk to her later, I'm sure. Or perhaps, If I'm lucky, perhaps Jondrelin will approach me." Tala was now disgusted and ashamed of herself for allowing this uncouth creature into the castle. The girl's breasts were about to puff up out of her top and spill all over everything. Tala actually caught herself scowling. "I can see that I bother you." Delia bowed sharply. "I did not mean to interrupt you and your, friend's kiss. Enjoy the pastry." The barmaid turned and beat a hasty retreat down the stairs toward the kitchen, empty tray in hand. A simple thank you for the pastry would have been a more appropriate response than a dirty scowl. Irritated with herself, Tala put the pastry to her mouth. With one bite, her blood turned cold. She gagged on something that seemed to grab onto her tongue and stick to the roof of her mouth like rough parchment. Instinct took over and she spit the offending object out, fearing she'd just been poisoned. Tala frantically spit and spewed until she was sure her mouth had been completely purged. Scattered over the balcony before her were the offending chunks of half-bitten food, and in the centre of the mess was a small slip of coiled paper, the thing that had grabbed the top of her mouth and startled her. Heart-pounding, she picked the paper up and wiped it clean with her fingers. It was a note. She read, "Shame, shame, 2 lads, a kissing. Oh, the juicy trouble that shall cause. It is time to open your eyes, girl. Jovan should have married Carowyn Rayborn as was arranged. He should have sent troops to the aid of Windare years ago. Yet Denarius advised against it on both accounts. Find out what keeps your brother, the King of Gulkana, so beholden to the Grand Vicar. You've already been shown one clue. Leave your answer for me in this same spot, on this very balcony. Only then will you get your next clue." Next clue? Tala's mind raged with frustration. Finding the cure for Laurie's affliction was yet again put off. The game continued. A thrill shot up her spine. Tala stuffed the paper into her dress and raced to the edge of the stairs, her eyes scanning the crowd, looking for the barmaid. But the girl was nowhere to be found. More startling, a line of silver guards, all fully armoured with thick crossbows in hand, were now marching up both sets of balcony stairs toward her. Tala's heart leaped into her throat at the sight of the gruff-faced fighters advancing on her. "Milady," one of the guards bowed to her. "None are now allowed on the balcony for the arrival of the last 4 gladiators, not even royalty. You must go down and prepare yourself for their grand entrance. Grand Vicar Denarius arrives with them soon." From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. The last warrior angels would have you believe my beloved was a man unblemished and without fault, innocently enslaved, while those who enslaved Lejeune would tell you he was a charlatan and a thief. Either way, the fact remains Lejeune was the king of slaves, bathed in scarlet, bathed in blood. And he carried an angel stone in hand, and bore the mark of the slave upon his flesh. Chapter 26. Jondrelin Bronnachel, 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon, Gulkana. The gladiators' entrance into Sunbird Hall began with a low groan of bagpipes. Drums beat dully and deep. Then the swelling rise of a dozen flutes soared above it all, a tide of joyous sound punctuated by the thunderous gongs of a large iron bell. Every royal, soldier, and servant now faced the closed double doors at the western end of the hall, ecstasy in their eyes. The silver guards were in place, lining every wall and alcove, including the 2 sweeping staircases at the eastern end of the hall leading up to the balcony, spears and crossbows at the ready. The crowd hushed in awe. The drums and gong erupted into a fury of whirling and pounding, building to a crescendo, then falling silent. Only the fluttering of the flutes and the low moan and sigh of the bagpipes hung in the air, and then they, too, faded. 300 or more pairs of eyes stared eagerly, almost hungrily, at the wide double doors that now swung open to 12 swarthy-looking day knights who pushed their way into Sunbird Hall, Grand Vicar Denarius in full regalia not 10 steps behind. The 5 archbishops of Amadon followed him. The day knight captain, Sir Sterling Prentice, black-lacquered armour buffed and shined, followed the 5 archbishops. Behind Sterling, in silver armour, was Sir Lars Castlegrail, commander of the Silver Guard, and behind Sir Lars, the last 4 gladiators were introduced by the arena herald, one by one. Squirek Van Hester, the Ogle Skilgar, and 2 dark-haired Valet pirates named Val C. Lavarok and Val Rivaux. The 2 Valet walked straight into the centre of Sunbird Hall with confidence. They stood together, dark and brooding. But it was the anvil-jawed Ogle, towering over everyone, who garnered the most attention. In his bull-hide, spiked armour, and steel-toed leather boots, Skilgar stood more than 7 feet tall, as he shoved his way between Val C. Lavarok and Val Rivaux, and roared, to the shock and delight of all those present. The Prince of St. Only stood behind the other 3, dressed in a simple white robe, the wreath of heather Tala had made for him about his head. Jondrelin could see the venom in his eyes as he stared at the vicar. 6 of the day knights now flanked Squirek, 3 on either side. The Prince of St. Only was also the only one of the 4 gladiators shackled at the ankles, wrists bound behind his back. The other 3 fighters were able to move about freely, chains around their waists and wrists, but long enough that they could hold plates and feed themselves. The 2 Valet pirates were sipping from goblets of wine already, and the Ogle had a hunk of cooked meat in hand. Indeed, the entrance of the 4 gladiators had certainly gotten everyone's attention, none more so than Jondrelin. The arena was her destiny. She was weary, her muscles sore from today's training, scarcely able to move at all, it seemed. But seeing the 4 warriors birthed a renewed energy into her exhausted body and soul. In her uncomfortable, suffocating gown, she walked stiffly towards the gladiators, every muscle protesting. Ankh Bourbon had certainly set her onto a rigorous path. It had been nearly 2 days since she'd slept. She ambled across the room, trying to look as lucid and regal as possible, trying to make sense of the swirl of thoughts spinning in her head. Thoughts of angel stones and the bloodline of Lejeune. She was still trying to wrap her head around what Roguemore, Hawkwood, and Culpabara had revealed to her about the Brethren of Mere. She wondered if she had dreamed the entire evening on Rockley Isle. Hawkwood had given her the map. That was real. It was still safe in its hiding spot in her room. But whom do I trust? Squirek was here. Can I trust him? He was a member of the Brethren. She'd almost reached him when she was diverted by the Val Valet ambassador. I must take up an issue with Sterling Prentice, Balcoran said, and your gracious presence could help, if it is not too much to ask. Valcoran bowed deeply. It would take but a moment, and I would be forever grateful, my lady. She agreed, a bit reluctantly, though, allowing Valcoran to take her arm and lead her in the direction of the day-knight captain, who was helping himself to a pastry. May I speak freely? Valcoran bowed to Sterling upon arrival. Of course. The day-knight captain dipped his head in return. I consider us friends. But to Jondrelin, The look in his eyes bespoke different sentiments indeed. Valcorin talked in a less than cordial manner, too. "The Silver Guard is not clearing the temple in a timely manner. Seta and I wish to worship at the feet of Lejeune unmolested. Breta was due to arrive last week. She has not. Our hearts are filled with worry. We pray for her safety. To pray at the feet of Lejeune offers comfort and solace."
"The Silver Guard does the best it can, I am sure," Sterling apologized. "And I am sorry to hear of Breta's absence. I do hope she is well and arrives at court soon."
"With the money the Varley give to the church, you'd think the Val Varley ambassador could pray at the feet of Lejeune without a mangy crowd wailing and flagellating themselves directly behind him." Valcorin looked at John Drolin for affirmation. "Or should I take up my concern with Denarius himself?"
"No need for that,"
Sterling said, without a trace of emotion. He was not easily ruffled. "Varley money has indeed purchased much influence in Gulkana. This I know." John Drolin couldn't fathom why the Val Varley ambassador was bringing up such a petty problem now, or why he needed her at his side to do so. Still, Valcorin held her eyes a moment before turning to Sterling and continuing. "The common street rabble should never be allowed in the temple. It is a holy shrine, a grand work of art sculpted by Varley hands. It should be a sanctuary for royalty only. I should not fear being accosted by the degenerate when taking my daughter there to pray."
"It is indeed a holy shrine, created by the great Varley artisans of old," Sterling conceded. "But you forget its purpose. Faithful followers of Lejeune travel for hundreds of miles to pray at the feet of Lejeune. For some, the journey is the culmination of their life's desires. We cannot close off the statue to these pilgrimages."
"The place smells of urine." Valcorin gave the captain a flat, unfriendly stare.
Sterling was quick to answer. "That a foul odour dwells in the temple of the Lejeune statue is a gross dereliction of duty. I will give Sir Castlegrail explicit orders to more hastily clear the temple even when Varley royalty choose to visit, and to have the floors scrubbed thrice daily."
"It's more than likely the Silver Guards who are pissing in the corners."
"I assure you, each of your concerns will be taken care of."
Sterling bowed low and just a tad curtly to Valcorin. "I certainly hope so." The hint of coldness living in Valcorin's eyes now carried with it a hint of impatience, too, almost a look of having been slighted by this oversight. To John Drolin it seemed scarcely a concern at all. She knew that the Varley kingdom had supported the Church of Lejeune financially in its fledgling years, providing most, if not all, of the artisans who had done its great paintings and sculpted its great statues and built its chapels and towering cathedrals and temples. But that was ancient history. True, the Church owed the Varley much. In fact, the Varley were still the largest contributors to its coffers, donating far more gold than could ever be spent. John Drolin knew that the bishopric was beholden to the Varley, but only to a point. Still, by the way King Jovan grovelled at the Grand Vicar's feet, and in turn how the Vicar's day-night captain had just grovelled to Valcorin, one could deduce that it was the Varley who truly ran things in Gulkana. With another bow, Sterling parted company with John Drolin and the Val Varley ambassador. Valcorin thanked her for her help and moved on too, leaving her to wonder what she had been needed for, if anything. A busty serving girl sauntered by and gave her an impish little grin, then turned and moved through the crowd toward the stairs leading up to the balcony. John Drolin couldn't quite place where she knew the serving girl from, but she'd seen her before. She tipped her head at Squirek, who bowed in return. The Prince of St. Only stood a few steps behind the other gladiators and assumed the bearing of the Lejeune statue itself in his plain white robe and wreath of heather. Sunbird Hall, she realized, was not the place she could have a frank conversation with them about brethren of mere matters. Directly in front of the Prince of St. Only, Valsy Laverock and Valerie Vaux looked to be sharing a joke. The two Valais gladiators were athletic and deadly. She had seen them kill in the arena with as much precision and skill as either Squirek or the Ogle. Both Valais warriors wore simple black leather pants over shirts of overlapping scaled leaf mail. It was customary that the gladiators attend the celebration in full battle gear. The royals revelled in seeing their fighters all dressed up in their gladiator regalia, minus the weapons, of course. Skilgar was stuffing his mouth with meat and pastries. As he chewed, his ponderous lips peeled back, revealing a gaping maw crowded with rows of fang-like yellow teeth. His hideous face wore an expression of contempt for any who approached him asking of the tournament. He snarled at all comers, a deep rumble setting many to scatter. The three other gladiators appeared to be the only ones in the room unaffected by his grandiose presence. To be honest, this particular Ogle was profoundly more ugly than Jondralin's trainer, Ank Bourbon. Skilgar's arms were as corded and rough as old stumps, and hung lumbering and low beneath his shoulders. His beady eyes drank in the sight of the Valais princess Seta, standing a few paces away. She was talking to Claybor Chaparral. The Ogle shambled forward and stood over her, smiling wide, globs of food in his teeth. Lord Claybor looked at the beast in utter revulsion. Yet Seta bowed graciously to Skilgar and handed him a pastry from her own hand. He gobbled it immediately. Jondralin had heard stories of this Ogle's crimes. He was a brutal killer of hundreds. Humans were his prey. To kill so habitually was a sickness, many said, a sickness caused by the wraiths that could never be reined in. It was clear that the wraiths afflicted Ogle kind too. Skilgar noticed her staring, curled his lip, and growled. Jondralin blanched and made her way back to her brother's table on the raised dais at the eastern end of the room. Skilgar was a fright. Unlike Jovan, she believed the rumours of Ogle Ragnar raids in the far northlands of Golkana. Ogles had their own prophets and shamans who spoke of the end of times as the great Ragnar, which included raiding and pillaging, and, it was also rumoured, human sacrifice. Jovan was alone at the end of the long table, the remains of his dinner spread before him. A row of 6 day knights, ever watchful of the crowd, lined the velvet-draped wall behind the king. To the far left of the 6 knights was the tall silver throne itself, always covered in white sheets, scarcely used or even seen since Borden Brunachel's death. Jovan wore a black cloak trimmed with silver at the wrists and neckline, with a black leather belt embellished with shiny brass looplets. Diamond and ruby rings adorned his fingers, jewelled bracelets circled each wrist, and gold chains, each hung with glistening gems, were draped about his neck. The only simple thing about Jovan was the royal crown upon his head, a silver band nearly 1,000 years old. Unlike her brother, Jondralin wore no finery with her already richly brocaded gown, just a simple silver brooch. No gold chains, no rings. She didn't want people to begin thinking of her as overly extravagant in anything. She desired the populace to see her as different from Jovan in every way. She sat at the opposite end of the table from him. She dipped her hand into the bowl on the table, snatched up a handful of nuts, and popped them into her mouth, one at a time. Her gaze was fixed on a bracelet Jovan had removed from his wrists. He began shining it with a white silk handkerchief. The sight of her brother, so engrossed in polishing such a useless trinket, sickened her. She wanted to take the bracelet and cram it down his throat. There'd been a time when she felt her brother was not so unreachable. But of course they had been young children then. it was highly doubtful they would ever reclaim that closeness they'd once shared. And after the duel in the courtyard, where Jovan had so soundly thumped her in front of everyone, she knew there was little love left in him for any of his siblings. She took solace in the fact that she was privy to information that even her brother was not. Jovan was unaware of the rooms of sorrow, buried under the city. He did not know of the White Angel Stone, or Lejean's shield, Ethic Shroud. Jovan was not part of the Brethren of Mia, as she was, as their father, mother, and father had been. "Ale, to wash down your nuts, my lady." The serving girl, who had earlier caught Jondralin's eye, curtsied before her. The girl held forth a silver goblet. With her ordinary looks, this girl was just another servant in the crowd, simple, bland, and unassuming. It was her breasts that set her apart, puffing from the top of her corset in a most obnoxious, attention-grabbing way. Jondralin took the offered goblet, trying to place the face of the girl. "Do I dare ask to sit with you a moment, my lady?" The girl threw her a shy look. "You can sit where you like," Jondralin said. "Not on your lap, I assume," the girl said, giggling. Jondralin shot the serving girl a dark look as the girl straddled the bench in front of her. "If Dame Wilhelmina sees me here, I would get a scolding for sure. She brooks no slouching from her staff." The girl certainly had a flirty, confident way about her that Jondralin imagined enthralled most men. From the way the girl brazenly sat facing her, Jondralin could see up her skirt almost to the top of her inner thigh. The girl placed both hands on the bench before her and pressed her breasts together with her arms, leaning in. She had a way of ducking her chin and making her eyes look big and round and, well, rather beautiful. Those eyes also twinkled with mischief. "You look familiar," Jondralin said. "I've seen you at court before, yet I cannot recall your name." "You don't recall my name?" The girl's eyes grew a tad cold as she pulled back. "I must say I'm hurt." She flashed a nasty, flirtatious little grin. Jondralin felt herself blushing and, casting her eyes about, noticed Tala standing at the edge of the crowd, scowling like a thundercloud. Jondralin frowned at her younger sister and turned back to the serving girl. "What is your name?" "Delia," the girl said, her voice dark and creamy, almost husky with lust. Then it dawned on her. "You work at the Filthy Horse Saloon. What are you doing in the castle?" "Who's this?" Jovan's voice rumbled down the length of the table. "Who's that girl with you?" Jovan was pointing at Delia. His voice slurred. Jondralin could tell her brother was not quite fully drunk yet, but getting there. "Introduce me," he said. Delia shot to her feet, then immediately dropped to one knee before her king, bowing low. "What is your name, girl?" Jovan stood. "Delia," she said, straightening. "If it please your excellency." Jovan staggered the length of the table toward the girl, his ceremonial sword clanking at his side. "You're not considering sneaking away with my sister tonight, are you? The way she dresses some days, one might think it was indeed women she fancied." There was a hard tightening around Jovan's eyes. Jondralin was learning to notice these small warning signs. Jovan was spoiling for an argument. He hovered drunkenly over Delia now. "I'm afraid that Jondralin does not care for men, if you take my meaning." "I'm sorry, Your Excellency." Delia bowed again, still on one knee. "Perhaps I should go." "Don't let me scare you off, sweetheart," Jovan said, holding forth a hand and helping Delia to her feet. She stood graciously and bowed to him again, but Jovan was looking at Jondralin.
How does Ogle cock taste? He spat the question angrily at her. I hear the peckers are over a foot long and covered in boils. Jondrelin snatched the goblet from the table and took a long drink from it. Don't think I don't know about your gladiator training, Jovan said, hostility now carved on his face. I hear Ankh Bourbon would only train a human if that human suckled his cock as payment. So tell me, how does it taste? Jondrelin settled into a seething silence, now sipping from her goblet of ale. She did not want to get into a fight with her brother now. But Jovan pulled his black sword. It rang from its sheath with a hiss, earning a frightened squeal from Delia. Jondrelin flew to her feet. What's the meaning of this? Tala was between them, begging. Please, Jovan, no. The look on her face was one of such worry and fright. Jovan brandished the weapon, eyes glinting like steel. I can only imagine what foul oath that dwarf made you take to join his brotherhood. I know not of what you speak, Jondrelin stammered, eyes bouncing between Tala and Jovan. She had never been asked to swear an oath of any kind by Roguemore or Hawkwood or Squireg when she was introduced to the Brethren of Mere. But for some reason, she now wished she had swore an oath of some kind, if for no other reason than to spite Jovan. That dwarf's witch-worshipping cult is an affront to Lejeune, Jovan snarled. I shall have you flogged for your insolence now that the dwarf has disappeared. And if I find out that you had anything to do with Hawkwood's escape from purgatory, I will have you flogged. Perhaps worse. Please, Jovan, come sit with me. Tala took Jovan by the arm, trying to lead him away, trembling as she did so. But Jovan shrugged Tala off, his jaw twitching with anger as he turned on Jondrelin. Beware, sister. Some day someone may hold you to account for this unfathomable treachery you were involved in. Please, Jovan, you're drunk, Tala pleaded again. Come sit with me and Ansel. He's bloody well lost his mind. Jondrelin sat again, taking another swig of ale. With a forceful motion that made her flinch, Jovan sheathed his sword and said, You know I suffer from a rabid intolerance of idealism and folly, both of which abound in you. The arena is no place for a woman. It will gain you nothing but your own bloody death, John. Jondrelin was gulping at her mead now, both hands clenched tight around the goblet. She eyed Jovan with what she hoped was unmistakable belligerence, but Jovan's attention was now elsewhere. He was apologizing to Tala. True, I am drunk. Jovan's voice was slurred. He scratched at his head wildly. I'm behaving poorly before guests and serving girls, and even my dearest sister. Please forgive my brash behaviour, Tala. But Tala was looking straight at Delia, who appeared to avoid her stare. Jovan's glassy gaze also shifted to the serving girl. You also must accept my apologies, he said, holding his hands out to her. I insist. But Delia was frozen in place, staring at the king with wide, terrified eyes. Poor thing, I've frightened you. Jovan bowed to the filthy horse barmaid. The silver crown slid from his head this time. It landed gently on the thick white rug under Jondrelin. Do you mind? Jovan motioned to the crown at Jondrelin's feet. I dare not reach down for fear of toppling over drunk, and I apologize to you too, John. Much weighs heavy on my mind of late. Jondrelin
picked up the crown and handed it to him. Jovan placed it firmly back atop his head, then slapped her, a backhanded blow across the cheek that knocked her reeling against the table and sent her goblet of ale splashing over the rug. "Only the king is allowed to touch the royal crown," he spat. "Mind your place." A bone-deep weariness washed over Jondrelin. She felt the sting on her cheek. This was a battle she would not win now. She knew it. This abuse at the hands of her brother would not be over until she had proven her quality in the arena. She would usurp him. Then she would have to kill him. He was staring directly at Delia, his head leaning closer and closer down toward her, so close Jondrelin feared Jovan might very well topple drunkenly into her, face-planting himself right in her pale cleavage. "Like a little kitten, you charm without knowing it," Jovan said to the girl. "Have you ever fucked a king?" "No, Your Excellency," she answered. "Neither have I." Jovan took her by the hand, pulling her toward him. "Perhaps you can tell me what it feels like." With a snap of his fingers, the 6 Daenites standing against the wall stepped forward and escorted Jovan and Delia out of Sunbird Hall. From the Moon Scrolls of Mia. Oh, that chaotic war of cleansing! How it raged! Demons great and small fled before the might of the armies of the 5 Isles, the 5 warrior angels leading the way, reaping destruction. It mattered not where the foul demons slunk off to, be it mountain, sea, or cave, for they were found, and they were slain. To the very last they died, to the last day of the vicious war of the demons, that final cleansing under the great atonement tree. Chapter 27. Sterling Prentice. 4th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon Golkana. Sterling felt cursed as he opened the door to the entry hall of the king's chamber. Beyond that, he made his way through a small foyer and cordoned-off library, and then into Jovan's bedroom. Culpa Barra followed. Sconces lined the walls, illuminating the scene. Jovan's bloody clothes and bedsheets were strewn about the floor. The Valvale ambassador, Valcoran, was examining the king's 4-post mahogany bed and blood-soaked sheets. His daughter, Seta, stood on the thick bearskin rug at the foot of the bed. Another Vale, the dark-haired fellow who'd been accompanying the ambassador's daughter as of late, by her side. Val Draken, his name. Sterling didn't like the looks of him. The grey stone walls of the room were draped with velvet tapestries and hung with an astonishing number of decorative swords, all opulent with intricate jewelled hilts and delicately sculpted crosspieces. Every surface of Jovan's scroll-worked armoires and cabinets was covered with golden trinkets, glittery goblets, and jewelled Lejeune statuettes. A kitchen girl, the front of her corset covered in blood, slumped against the wall near the cold stone hearth. Blood splatters adorned the priceless horsehair divan near her. 6 silver guards flanked the girl, spears held at the ready. She wasn't going anywhere with that much steel pointed in her face. "I've already had Jovan carried to the infirmary," Valcoran said, and bowed to Sterling. The Valvale ambassador wore a long black robe. The red brass pendant of his rank hung about his neck from a slender, bejewelled chain. He was escorted by Sir Landon Galloway himself. Valgiani, my own physician, accompanied him. How grievous were his injuries? With a bit of Vale luck, he may pull through. Sterling studied the crimson-coated bedsheets with ever-growing dread. Jovan had lost a lot of blood in the attack. Though the captain held scant love for Jovan, the fact that an assassination attempt had happened so easily within the castle was a failure of staggering magnitude. It could cost Sterling his life. It was his solemn duty as day-night captain to protect both the Silver Throne and the Grand Vicar. As things stood, with the king near death, the vicar would be hard-pressed not to have Sterling hung. "We held her for you to question." Valcorin motioned to the distraught girl under guard. "A serving wench from the kitchen staff, or so she claims." "How could one such as she cause such chaos and havoc?" Sterling asked Culper. It had been a long night for the two of them. The Grand Vicar's anointing of the last 4 gladiators had already put Sterling in a state of prickly agitation that had lasted all evening. Every year it was the same, and in Sterling's estimation it was an uncouth tradition. Dousing criminals with consecrated oils and then uttering the angel warrior's prayer over each was an affront to human decency. Yet the priesthood blessing administered over the 4 gladiators was specific in its intent. The winner of the tournament was deemed holy, and therefore ultimately innocent in the eyes of les gens. Sterling doubted the validity of any of it. Agitated, he scowled at Valcorin, Satyr, and Valdraken. "What are your daughter and this other person doing here?" "They were both with me when the guards raised the alarm," Valcorin answered cordially. "Naturally, they followed me here." The Val Valle princess nodded to Sterling, as did Valdraken. "Odd to bring a lady of the king's court into such a bloody mess." "My daughter's here to learn an important lesson on abstaining from rash action, using caution in one's life. You know that life is not always a vase of fragrant flowers." "Whatever." Sterling looked from father to daughter. "This is a day-night investigation now. Archbishops will be involved too. You all must leave." He moved toward the serving girl, who still cowered against the wall. Tears streaked her cheeks. Sterling admired the cut and fit of the girl's outfit. Even covered in blood, the garment suited her well. "Name?" he asked. "Dahlia." Even scared and shaking, the girl possessed a rich, throaty voice. Her eyes darted about the room and rested on Culper, who'd stepped up behind Sterling. "What have you to say for yourself?" Sterling continued. "He desired to sleep with me," the girl blurted, "but then he got suddenly angry with me. I tried to soothe him, but then he would not have me." "So you stabbed him?" "No, sir. He fell asleep. Then I fell asleep. When I woke, he was already stabbed." 4 silver guard spears immediately threatened her throat. Fear flashed in her wide, round eyes. "It was I who shouted for the guards," she said, voice shaking. Sterling looked askance at Culper, who shrugged. Jovan was not one to dally with the kitchen help. The captain appraised the girl with a cold eye. She had a wild, untamed look underneath her fear, but he was certain that this girl had not stabbed Jovan. "I fell asleep," Delia said, "on the floor. When I woke, he was already bloody." Sterling's eyes roamed the room, looking for any sign of a hidden passageway. Nothing was apparent, but his look was cursory. He made a mental note to come back later with Culpa Barra and search the chamber more thoroughly. Perhaps there were passages here that Jovan had not told him of, or that he himself did not know about because they were so ancient. The hidden tunnels in the castle were countless, but he did not want to discuss the secret ways with Culpa whilst the other guards and the 3 Valle were still present. To his consternation, the latter hadn't left yet. "Your story makes little sense," he said to the serving girl. "If I'd done the killing, why then would I yell for help?" she asked pleadingly. Valcorin spoke. "I must say, minus her unimaginably noticeable bosom, this girl's ordinary appearance is the perfect disguise for an assassin." Sterling's brow furrowed with annoyance. Still, the valet had a point. "Everyone can imagine a slim girl being an assassin," Seta added, "but bosoms like hers are the perfect disguise. They sort of cancel any attempt at going unnoticed. I ask you, Father, who would ever think a girl sporting breasts of such magnificence would be apt to knife the king?" "Yes," Valcorin said, "and again, any girl endowed with such delights would surely gain the attention of the king. Then, once alone in a room like this, with a knife—" "The perfect crime," Seta said. It was an asinine theory. This girl hadn't knifed the king. Truth was, Sterling could scarcely tolerate the valet. They had a knack for locating the absurd in everything and prattling on about it until any sane person wanted to tear out their own hair. No matter what, life was just one big game to them. As an entire species, the valet's propensity to conjure havoc for havoc's sake knew no bounds. They were always running some scheme or con, purely for their own amusement. Sterling wouldn't put it past either Valcorin or his daughter to have staged this entire assassination attempt just to garner a few valet giggles at his expense. Merely looking at their delicate, smug faces made him want to punch someone or something. He'd sooner trust a blood-sucking ogle than a valet. "It would be a nuisance to keep her around," Seta said. "I foresee only trouble if she lives, Father. We should behead her now." "I agree," Valcorin said. "Please, no," Delia said frantically. "I had nothing to do with this." Valcorin pulled a slim dagger from the pocket of his tunic under his black robe. His thin lips turned up at the corners in a faint grin. "You dare draw a weapon in my presence?" Sterling queried, annoyed. "Put it away." "As you wish," Valcorin said, a trace of amusement dancing behind his maddening little smile. "I'm only trying to be of assistance." "Frightening the girl does little to assist me." It was Culpabara who advocated the wisest course of action. "Best we lock her in the dungeons under the Hall of the Day-Knights until we've investigated this further." The serving girl hung her head, hair covering her face. In a way, Sterling actually kind of agreed with Seta. Behead the serving wench now and be done with it. But what the valet princess didn't realize was that killing the girl now would not solve the more obvious problem, the real assassin. That dark shadow, whoever it was, still stalked the halls of the castle, and if Sterling did not find the assassin soon, it might be he who suffered a swift beheading. "The king didn't want to bed me," the serving girl muttered. "He got mad at me." Sterling stepped in front of the girl and lifted her chin in his hand, studying her face. He could spot a lie in anyone, and this serving girl was easy to read. She was not lying. Her eyes bored into his, pleading. "I shouldn't even be here," she said. "Don't you understand? This is not what I was asked to do. He got mad at me." If what she said was true, and Javan had not bedded her, it was a shame. "I was supposed to be with Jondralyn," the girl said softly, more to herself now than to anyone in the room, eyes cast to the ground. "Doesn't anyone understand?" "Perhaps you meant to steal from His Excellency the King," Valcorin said. Sterling's brow again furrowed with annoyance. "Gather a contingent of silver guards and escort her to Purgatory," he ordered Culpabara. "I will interrogate her there later." As he watched Culpa tie the girl's hands and march her from the chamber, Sterling's mind churned. Someone, quite possibly in Javan's own council, was behind the assassination attempt. Valcorin came to mind first, the Archbishop's next. He distrusted all of them. But if this is the valet's, or even the vicar's doing, why? Jovan was their puppet. Perhaps it was Edmund Guy van Hester. After all, the Lord of St. Onley had ample reason to hate Jovan. But killing the king would not free Squirek, so Edmund seemed an unlikely culprit too. He was a conquered lord, living in a conquered castle. He had no power anywhere. If it was a Sir Severe assassin, again, why? If it had been a trained assassin, Jovan would certainly be dead. And from the evidence, whoever attacked him also had plenty of time to slay Delia as she slept. But again, why? A Bloodwood would be better off assassinating John Drelin, or even me for that matter. After all, Jovan had offered no resistance to their recent conquest of Windare. Even now, the king offered scant resistance to their inevitable invasion of Gulkana. It was as if the new king, in his apathy, was speeding absolution along at a breakneck pace. At the very thought, Stirling fumed. Not everyone in Gulkana harboured such a death wish. Certainly not John Drelin, nor Roguemore. And perhaps that was why Stirling had taken sides with the Brethren of Mere. King Borden Bronichel and Stirling had been like brothers. The king had tried to get Stirling to join the Brethren before his death in Windare. He had confided in Stirling many of the secrets of Mere, which Stirling had, at first, found alarming. Not until after Borden's death and Jovan's taking of the Silver Throne had Stirling finally realized the ever-growing ineptitude and futility of Jovan's reign, and joined Roguemore's secret organization in hopes of forging a better Gulkana, a Gulkana of which Borden would have been proud, a Gulkana that would fight against the White Prince. But to this point, Stirling had done little as a member of the Brethren of Mere except help Roguemore in seemingly petty schemes, arranging horses for Hawkwood and the dwarf in Esconder, the hare-brained plan of picking a fight with Roguemore just so Hawkwood could challenge the Dayknights to a duel and get tossed into purgatory. That fiasco had cost 4 good Dayknights their lives. Clearly, the Vale were not the only ones in Amadon concocting wild schemes and cons. He was not privy to all the inner workings and secrets of the Brethren, but in truth, Stirling enjoyed helping them. It was with the dwarf that he, with the help of Kelvin Cronin, had begun organizing legions at Lord's Point and Lockenfell, preparing behind Jovan's back for the Sor Severe invasion. Plus, there was something insidious in the way Jovan was being manipulated by Denarius and the Quorum of Five, but Stirling could not put a finger on exactly what. It was with the Brethren that he could do his part behind the scenes to counteract all the political machinations of Valcoran and the Grand Vicar when it came to Jovan and the young king's rule. And that was a worthy cause in and of itself. Now that John Drelin was part of the Brethren, all the better. He saw Borden's strength in her. It was clear that Hawkwood saw that strength in her too. John Drelin, at least, desired to stand up and fight. She had honour. The very last prophecy in the revelations of the 4th warrior angel in The Way and Truth of Lejeune warned that the wrath of Lejeune would be great if those able to bear arms in Gulkana did not fight the righteous war. Even in the face of absolution, they were still to defend themselves. For Lejeune would only arise again for those who would defend themselves. When he was younger, Stirling had wondered if the prophecies in The Way and Truth of Lejeune weren't all just nonsense. But things seemed to be coming to pass rapidly now. Fiery absolution might be inevitable, he surmised. But Gulkana need not go down without a fight, as it appeared Jovan was leading them to do. He hated Borden's son. Jovan was a miserable, overly pious, fickle boy who distrusted those he should trust and trusted those, like Valcoran, who ought to be slapped in irons and thrown into purgatory. Perhaps this assassination attempt was the work of Roguemore or Hawkwood or even Jondra Lynn. Whatever the reason, someone had tried to kill Golcarna's king tonight, and to Sterling's way of thinking, it was a shame Jovan had not died in the attempt. He recalled the first verses from the Book of the Slave in The Way and Truth of Lejeune. For if it needs be that one man die so an entire kingdom falls not into destruction, then so be it done in the name of Lejeune. Still, Sterling did not want to be hung for negligence in the death of his king. So, the task was upon him to hunt down an assassin in a castle full of more nooks and crannies and hidey-holes than there were fish in the sea. He could already feel the anger and frustration rise within him. "I offer my help, and the help of my retainers in tracking down this killer," Valcoran said. "Val Sovrane, one of my best guardsmen. Even Valdraken can help. He is more skilled than any of your day knights, an expert tracker—" "Enough!" Sterling glared at the Val Vale ambassador. "The only help I'll need from the likes of you, or any of your kind for that matter, is to lick my arse clean after a ripe shit." The insult shot through the air like an arrow, and, in the immediate wake of its outburst, Sterling desired to take the words back. But it was as if those words had been trussed up inside, waiting for their chance to escape, ever since the Vale ambassador had accosted him earlier that evening about silver guards not clearing the temple of the Lejeune statue fast enough. "I ordered you leave this chamber long ago." Valcoran took a step back from Sterling, astonishment on his face, a delicate hand rising to his chest. His voice now simmered. "Well, I must say, I've never been treated so vile. The Holy Vicar will hear of this. Come, Satyr. Come, Valdraken. Let us relieve Sir Sterling of our presence." As he watched the insufferable Val Vale ambassador strut out the door, his daughter and Valdraken following, Sterling fumed at himself for not controlling his own anger. And once he let that anger get to him, Sterling knew, there was no telling what he might do. He found it hard to believe that his short investigation led him to the bedchamber of Jovan's youngest sister, Tala. The slim, dark-haired princess sat on the edge of her bed, looking up at him with a blank, sleepy stare. "Why would you have your brother killed?" He leaned over her menacingly. She answered with silence. Yet he was struck by the sudden intensity in her eyes. This surprised him, for he figured the news of her brother's injuries would set off a great flood of royal whining and histrionics in the girl. Yet here she sat, calm, the look on her face one of deep, dare he say, reflection. It was as if this girl, too, was trying to mull over in her mind the whys and wherefores of the attack on Jovan. But one telling thing about her reaction, she wasn't shocked at the news, though she did ask how her brother was. "Jovan lies in the infirmary," was all he gave her. The old Vale sawbones, Valgiani, who had cleaned and stitched Jovan's wounds, claimed the king had been stabbed 5 times, yet somehow the blade had missed every vital organ and artery. Sterling had learned from the head kitchen matron, Dame Wilhelmina, an aged windbag who knew each and every morsel of gossip in Amadon Castle and who could prattle on about it for hours, that Delia was put on the serving staff at the request of the king's sister Tala. Several things had started falling into place in Sterling's mind. Also, more questions arose, especially when Dame Wilhelmina claimed that both Glade Chaparral and Lindolf le Graven had been spotted with Tala near the docks in stolen Silver Guard armour. Sterling had Wilhelmina escorted to Purgatory under the Hall of the Day Knights and placed in a cell near Delia. He ordered the guards to stay within hearing distance and see if they discussed anything of note. If they were part of a plot, or just unwitting players, Sterling would soon find out. Sterling studied young Tala Bronichel as her dark eyes stared into space. She was transforming into a young woman of graceful, almost spiritual beauty. In a few years, she would surpass even Jondralin as the Jewel of Amadon.
"Even a sister to the king can be hung for treason," he said. "Tell me what you know, and your brother might be lenient with you, if he survives."
Still she stared, eyes boring into the cold stone hearth behind him. Sterling leaned toward her, taking the young girl's chin in his hand, forcing her head up so she could look him in the eye.
"Wilhelmina will surely hang. Is that what you want? If this was your doing, or if someone put you up to this, best spill it now. It would be a shame if the poor kitchen matron was executed because of you, and the serving girl hung too."
"I do not know what you're talking about," Tala spoke. Her usual affable and charming voice was buried somewhere deep within herself.
"Things do not look good for you, young lady. Tell me what you know."
There was a flicker of emotion in her eyes now, and hatred, too. "If my brother is injured, I demand that you take me to the infirmary." Her words were a challenge and defiance, a command, really. Insolence now emanated from her in waves.
"That is out of the question."
Sterling wondered if the hatred he detected within Tala was directed at him. It wouldn't be a surprise. With the exception of Jondralin, he'd never found favour with the Bronichel children ever since Borden had been killed in Windare. He knew that Jovan hated him and considered him of little importance, preferring to keep counsel with Denarius and Valcorin. And he sometimes felt that Jondralin only tolerated him because of his deep affection for her father, and now because of his links to the Brethren of Mir. For as much as Sterling had admired Borden whilst he was alive, and for as much as he was grateful to the king for making him day-night captain 16 years ago, deep down Sterling knew that Borden's son was different from his father, weaker, more afraid. Jondralin had more spirit than a dozen men. She was the future of Gulkana. And Tala showed potential. She was gathering some strength now. She brooded darkly in front of him. "I order you to take me to my brother."
"You've heard of Purgatory. Perhaps I shall escort you there, personally."
"You haven't the authority," she said calmly. She was correct, and he was actually starting to admire her for standing up to him. Any incident involving the royal family brought into play many meetings and much discussion among the nobles and King's Council, and even the Grand Vicar. One could not just march the king's sister off to the dungeons under the Hall of the Day-Knights without serious repercussions. Tala was certainly more stoic and far smarter than he had originally thought. Interrogating her like this was going to get him nowhere. Still, he was convinced she was hiding something. He backed away from her. She relaxed visibly. Her posture now carried with it a smidgen of victory.
"That serving girl who tried to bed the king is a killer," Sterling said. "Keep in mind, Tala, when anybody from the streets of Amadon is given entry into the castle, the possibilities for calamity are infinite."
The girl blanched at his words.
"But I see now perhaps Wilhelmina is lying and you had nothing to do with this."
He would let Tala think she was off the hook for a while.
"You've never seemed overly burdened with an abundance of ambition," he continued. "To plot an assassination is most likely beyond your limited wits."
He glanced at her one last time before leaving her chamber. Real anger burned in her eyes.
"Yes, this girl is hiding something."
He grinned at her, admiring her audacity. He knew he would find out what she was hiding. He would pull the information from her. It might not be today, but he would succeed.
His life depended on it.
From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. I, Rael, begin this illumination in hopes that all will learn how my mother stripped me of my birthright. Lejeune died, nailed upon a tree, Mia piercing him with afflicted fire. Upon a cross-shaped altar she did lay him, weapons at his side, 5 angel stones thrust into his wounds, ethic shroud atop his chest. I was born at his side, heir of Lejeune, dragon claw. As for my birthright, you will see what Lady Death hath stolen. Chapter 28. Galt Albrecht. 5th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Gallows Haven, Gulkana. Crabs and seagulls had picked the beach clean. Crows pecked at the still smouldering pile of corpses behind Galt as he walked along a grassy knoll toward the prisoner tent. All morning his thoughts had been on the small green stone Eros had taken from King Torrance Rayborn. If only my lord would show it to me one more time. It was a pleasant morning, and though he'd been awake since yestermorn, it had been a pleasant night as well. He'd made love to Spades just before dawn. It had been over 6 moons since the two of them had shared a bed. As a man who prided himself on his level-headedness, Galt didn't personally care for the unsteady nature and evil temperament of the red-haired beauty, and he'd promised himself he wouldn't get involved with her again. But Spades had long legs, a smoky stare in bed, and a beguiling nature when it came to the arts of seduction. The mole-faced girl's head was still on a stake near the entrance of the prisoner tent. There were also 4 dead bodies under the stake, hands still tied with rope behind their backs, the captives who had died yestermorn in the escape attempt. The line of prisoners standing in front of Spades could not tear their eyes from the dead. Some looked sick, as if their will to live had transformed into poison and was eating them from the inside out. Galt counted the fetching blonde girl, Ava Shea, still amongst the prisoners. He felt a strange relief, seeing that she was still here. The thought that she might have been killed had made his blood run cold. He averted his gaze, for he found that she watched his approach with uneasy anticipation. Spades turned, eyebrows raised in question. He gave her a brief nod, acknowledging that Eros was on the way. With the familiar copper coin, the one emblazoned with the likeness of Jondralyn Bronichel, twining through her fingers, Spade strode toward the prisoners. "Well," she said, stopping before Ava Shea, running the fingers of her free hand through a lock of the girl's blonde hair, as if inspecting a fine silk scarf. "Eros will be pleased you're not among those who escaped." Spades tugged at the girl's hair and stroked the girl's face, ending her caress with a sharp, friendly slap to the girl's cheek. Ava Shea looked right at him. Caught in her gaze, Galt found only further undoing of his thoughts. She was so frail, so deeply wounded. Looking at the girl made him sad, and he hadn't felt sadness like this since leaving his stepdaughter Krista in Rokenwalder. Spades marched down the line of prisoners, smiling broadly at the sight of Jenko. He slouched in his bloodied armor and matted hair, a sulking look on his face. "And here I'd had you pegged as the brave one," Spade said, "yet somehow you're still tied up. My, I reckon you're stupider than I thought. How humiliated you must be. Your countryman managed to escape, and here you remain, the trussed-up fool." Her words were finding a sore spot as Jenko's posture was stiffening, and he no longer sulked. His eyes now smouldered. "Have you no tongue, boy?" Spades flipped her coin up once and caught it casually. Or was it removed by the one in your group brave enough to organise an escape? Piss off, Jenko fired. You do have a tongue. Spades stepped back. That's what a girl wants to hear. A fellow without a tongue is of little use to a lady, if you take my meaning. Piss off! Keep spewing that kind of sweet talk, my love. I just may show you a tongue-lashing you won't soon forget. Galt stole a glance at Ava Shea. The girl's frightened eyes bounced between Spades and Jenko. From the look on her face, it was clear that it was not death this girl feared, but something worse. Galt figured Ava had every right to harbour that fear. Spades was never satisfied unless everyone around her was miserable. As if these few survivors of Gallows Haven didn't have enough to contend with. The destruction of their town, the slaughter of their loved ones, slavery, and now Enna Spades. Every prisoner recoiled in fear as the Angel Prince crested the grassy knoll. He was flanked by Hammerfist and Spiderwood. Eris's spectral presence had a way of striking despair into even the most seasoned of warriors, and those less hardened stood no chance, especially with Hammerfist and Spiderwood looming at his side. The feeling of utter dread was palpable among the prisoners as the Angel Prince, stark white hair billowing out behind him in the breeze, stalked down the knoll toward them. He was wearing his customary white cloak, open in the front, revealing his blue sword, Skyreaver, knee-high black boots with iron-studded toes, and tan woolen leggings, over which lay the pearl-coloured chain-mail tunic and black belt. When he came to a stop near Galt, his milky eyes bore down on the prisoners, black pupils narrow and focused. "Bring that one to me," Eros said, pointing at Jenko. Hammerfist grabbed Jenko and yanked him from the line. "Give me your name," Eros ordered. Jenko remained silent, defiance in his eyes. Hammerfist slapped his face. "Name!" "Jenko." Hammerfist slapped the boy's face again. "Do it proper," he said coldly. Jenko's eyes now burned as hotly as the red mark on his cheek. Spades stepped up next to Hammerfist. "What he means is you must bow before your lord when speaking to him. Now say your name again. Bow and say, 'My name is Jenko, my lord.' And give us your last name too while you're at it." Jenko spat at the feet of Hammerfist. With a meaty fist, the red-haired giant punched Jenko in the breastplate so hard it left a dent and knocked the young man to the ground. Hammerfist kicked sand into his face before hauling him to his feet again. "There, there." Spades pocketed her copper coin, brushing the sand from Jenko's shoulders and hair. "Things will only go bad for you until you do it our way. It's not so hard. Now, go on. Show the others how it's done proper." Jenko looked at the ground, humiliation and anger in his very posture. "We haven't all day," Spades added. Jenko bowed, wincing as he did so, and said, "My name is Jenko Brook, my lord." "Excellent," Eros said. "Son of Baron Brook, I presume?" Spades smiled wickedly. "A man who would slice up his own father to save a girl. I like it. Very delicious." Eros said, "You will have the pleasure of accompanying me on a short journey, Jenko Brook. But first, I insist that you tell me the names and ages of every person who escaped 2 nights ago. Start with the 4 dead on the ground, then name the girl up there." Eris's long finger pointed languidly up to the mole-faced girl's head. Jenko's gaze went from the dead townsfolk to the head on the stake. "Why should I answer to you?" Hammerfist slapped him across the face again. Eris said coldly,
I will have Hammerfist kill you if you do not answer me."
"I'm already dead."
Jenko's dark eyes travelled from Hammerfist out to the bay, where the masts of a Graken hunting ship stuck up out of the dark water of the sea like skeletal fingers clawing from a grave. "I, too, feel remorse." The angel prince followed his gaze. "Truly, that ship could have been put to a much better use. Some soldiers don't think before they act. Battle lust hits them, and they just pillage and burn. I could have used that ship to ferry more Sorcevier soldiers onto Golcana soil. Many thousands more of us still wait in Windare." Eros studied the masts of the sunken ship. To take back the lands of Aiden White and Windare that was stolen from us ages ago is one thing, but to bring about the utter ruin of the nation of Golcana and the Church of Legion, who orchestrated the stealing, is quite another. At the same time, to destroy such a fine ship is a waste. He then nodded to the Bloodwood. Spiderwood stalked forward and snatched the girl Ava Shea from the line and marched her toward Eros, a black dagger at her throat. A hollow feeling crept into Galt's gut. The Angel Prince's gaze sharpened as he leaned closer to Jenko, voice now laced with menace. "Answer my question. Who are they?" Jenko remained silent. Hammerfist slapped him again, saying, "Torching the chapel after taking a shit on your bishop's holy book gave me great pleasure." He looked at Ava Shea. "As will watching 10 of my lord's largest warriors rape your pretty little girlfriend right here, right now, right in front of you. And afterward I will order Bloodwood to split her open." At Hammerfist's words, the hollow feeling in Galt's gut grew. He realized that he did not want to see the girl hurt any more than Jenko did. "We already know you love the girl. We know you would maim and torture your own kin for her. So do as my lord has asked." Hammerfist continued in a tone low and deadly. "Now, who are they?" Jenko looked to the bodies on the ground, swallowed hard, and quickly rattled off the names of the dead. "Simon McLean, Livingstone Parry, Gabby Whiffle, and the last one is some old mud farmer from around Bedford. And I don't know his name." Eros pointed up to the head on the stake. "Polly Mott." "And who escaped, and how did they escape?" Jenko swallowed again, brow furrowed. "Stephen Wayland escaped," he said, eyes on Ava Shea. She trembled as the Bloodwood's dagger tightened against her throat. "And Gisela," Jenko said, "but I don't recall her last name. Beyond that—" He stopped, frustration on his face. "You must remember all," Eros said. "There are 2 others unaccounted for." "Liz Hen Neville," Ava Shea blurted, "plus Nail. That's all of them. Now I beg you, leave him alone." Spiderwood tightened his grip on her. Eros's eyebrows rose, his gaze travelling up and down the length of the girl. "You must really love Jenko Brook to speak without my leave," he said. Ava's simple woolen shift clung damply to the front of her body. Galt found it hard not to look at her. "How did they escape?" Eros drew close to Ava. "Who was it that killed my guards behind the tent? Was it the man Shawcroft, as the Bloodwood claims? Who is Nail?" Ava's nervous eyes found Jenko. Her mouth moved, yet no words issued forth. Eros reached out, the backs of his pale fingers touching her cheek. "It seems you know more about this town than Jenko."
His fingers then gently pushed Spiderwood's black blade into her flesh, breaking the skin. Blood trickled.
"Nail is just a bastard," Jenko said with a sudden, strained eagerness in his voice. "His master cut the tent open. It was he who killed the guards. His name is Shawcroft."
"Thank you." Eris's eyes were now darting between Ava and Jenko. "Now, if you will both kindly come with me." As if guarding the dead, the two lichen-covered boulders rose over the path like unmovable sentinels. The trail beyond the two rocks was littered with about 25 dead knights of the Blue Sword, one horse and a lone Gallows Haven man, a stout fellow with short-cropped dark hair. He lay in the centre of the carnage. A long sword bearing a black opal hilt was in the dirt at his side. A day-knight blade. Galt had seen their like before. King Borden Bronichel had borne one similar. So had Jubal Brooke. Many of the Sorcevier dead were familiar to Galt. Some had arrows protruding in sharp angles from their breastplates and the tops of their shoulders, others with deep, bloody gashes from a powerful edged weapon of some kind. Galt gazed up at the steep, winding trail ahead, locating an overhanging pine some distance above. Whoever had fired the arrows had fired them from up there. It would take skill to shoot so many from so high. Beyond the pine, storm clouds gathered at the mountain peaks higher above. At the sight of the boiling grey clouds, Galt was glad it was Stabler searching for the escaped prisoners, and not he. "Recognize him?" Eros kicked the corpse of the Gallows Haven man. He looked at Jenko and Ava, both of whom Hammerfist now untied. Ava held her hand over her mouth as her gaze ranged over the bloody scene. By the frenetic movements of her eyes, Galt figured she was searching for someone familiar among the dead. But it seemed the stout fellow with the day-knight sword was the only Gallows Haven casualty here. "Well," Eros continued, eyes on Jenko, "what do you make of this?" Jenko knelt, examining the corpse. "This is Shawcroft. He was the one who slit open the tent and rescued the others." "As I said." Spiderwood seemed to be looking straight through Eros. "I've met the man before. It was Sir Roderick. I killed him. A death long overdue. A death your father has long sought. A man your father ordered me to kill." "I would have preferred him taken alive," Eros said. "Taking Sir Roderick alive was never an option." "Who do you wager fired these arrows into my men?" Eros asked Jenko, turning from the bloodwood. Jenko stood, eyes on the arrows bristling from the dead Sorcevier knights. "Stefan Wayland was good with a bow. He bested me in the archery competition. Stefan could have easily shot these men." "What a load of hog shit," Spades grunted. "There is no way one village boy shot down nearly 10 of our knights." "He could if he were perched somewhere up on that trail." Beneath Hammerfist's beard was a wide, mocking smile. "I doubt even a bloodwood could cause so much havoc with just one bow." Spiderwood, still near Eros, pretended not to hear, though Galt detected a further tightening around his eyes. "There were 4 people up there, actually," the bloodwood remarked to no one in particular. "A young bowman was with them. He nicked my armour with one of these scattered arrows. A good shot, to that I can attest." Eros pointed up the trail. "Where does it lead?" "Most trails around here lead to the Rome mines," Jenko answered. Eros squinted. "None of my archers or soldiers or even their squires were killed during the siege of this town. Now this one man, Shawcroft, has killed near a dozen guardsmen near the tent, 20 more in town before that, and with the help of a lone bowman, these 25 at our feet. That's a lot. Killed as silent as you please. That's before my bloodwood finally took him out. What say you to that, Jenko Brook?" Galt noticed a small transformation on the young man's face. Gone was the boorish defiance. Grit and moxie and pride now showed in him. He was a stout lad, dangerous too. After all, here was a fellow who had dismembered his own father. There was something new and calculating lurking behind Jenko's eyes now, and the words came spitting from his mouth in a rush. "I say it's a fucking wondrous thing that Stephen Wayland and Shawcroft killed so many of you blood-sucking ogles." Eros did not react to the outburst. Instead, he looked up at the steep, winding trail and the billowing clouds, casting dark shadows over the rugged terrain higher up. "Well," he said, eyes falling again on Jenko, "Shawcroft rots at your feet, and Stabler will have Stephen Wayland back here soon, or he'll have him dead. Either way, I care not. It is Shawcroft's young ward, Nail, that I want brought back alive." From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. "And it came to pass that at the time of final dissolution he died upon the tree, nailed thusly, purging all man's abomination, the sword of affliction piercing his side. Thus all was sanctified. Upon the altar they laid his body in the shape of the cross archaic, and, as prophesied in all doctrine, Mia took up the angel stones, and it came to pass the 5 stones of final atonement she placed into the wound manifest." Chapter 29. Nail. 5th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Autumn Range, Gulkana. They'd spent most of the night in the mines, with no sleep. Nobody complained, though, so scared of the pursuing nights, they just kept plodding along. Now they were out and still hiking. Morning had come. The bowels of the mountain had been chilly, but this stream-carved gorge was a dauntingly frigid place. Its rock walls were sheer in spots, jagged in others, but constantly looming black and oppressive. Roiling, crisp waters crashed and thundered over stone and boulder beside their path. Soot-grey clouds were billowing in overhead. Once out of the mines, Nail had removed the scarf from Lily's eyes. This led to a renewed vigour in the pony's step. The click and clack of Lily's hooves now echoed behind him, Liz Hen leading her, Zane and Gisela following. The huge battle-axe was strapped to the pony's back, along with what little remained of their gear. Ever since Nail had first touched the axe, it seemed almost a breathing, living thing. He could not stop thinking of it, or the stone. He held no illusions that they had lost the Sorcevier Knights in the mines. He knew men as determined as those would find a way over the chasm. He just hoped they had put enough space between them and the knights to reach the abbey safely. "This old armour has rubbed me raw in more places than I can count," Stephen said from the back of the line. "See," Doki muttered, elbowing Liz Hen. "Exactly how my bum feels too." "Shut your yapper!" Liz Hen shoved the smaller boy up the trail. Nail also felt his chest plate rubbing him raw, though he scarcely noticed any more unless he specifically dwelled on it. And even though the air around him was colder than a witch's knucklebone, the bulky armour was making him sweat. But there was naught he could do. It was the only thing keeping him somewhat warm. They travelled in silence, traipsing up the trail, following the roiling stream to the top of the gorge and out onto a flat bit of terrain that led them into a thick forest. Up so high, the air held a trace of pale crispness, but the fast-rolling clouds above would soon make things colder come nightfall. Shawcroft had warned of being caught high in the mountains at night. The spring temperatures in Gallows Haven far below might be comfortable, while the high places of the mountains could freeze a man dead in hours. Aspens flanked their path. In some stretches, the trail was lined with columns of cone-shaped pine with low swooping boughs. Through breaks in the trees, Nell saw the vaulting terrain high above. They were probably no more than halfway up the autumn range, perhaps 5,000 feet above sea level. On all sides reared steep mountains, and at over 10,000 feet, their snow-crusted peaks were cloaked in shades of deep purple and blue. They broke from the forest into a clearing pocked with standing stones. The meandering path, bounded by reeds and thickets of undergrowth, led them around a deep mountain lake that Nell knew was teeming with fish. But without a way to catch them, or to cook them properly, there was little reason to stop. That savage black bears and saber-toothed mountain lions haunted the autumn range was not lost on Nell's imagination. He missed Shawcroft's calm, steady presence in the mountains. He had never worried when travelling these paths with his master. Zane's breathing had been fading in and out ever since exiting the mines, eventually settling into a long, rattling wheeze. The boy soon toppled over on the trail, landing flat on his face, moaning in pain. Beermug barked, scampering in circles around Zane, then stopped and howled mournfully. Liz Hen dragged her injured brother to his feet. Zane's freckled face was grey and drooping in pain. "Let's divide the gear. Zane can ride on Lily," Nell suggested, though he knew the pony was too small an animal to sustain Zane's weight for long. Still, he untied the axe and sackcloth packs. They slid from the pony's drooping back to the ground. "I'll never again be full of the gumption and pluck I used to have," Zane said, as Stefan and Nell struggled to help him climb atop Lily, the strain of the effort breaking beads of sweat on Zane's brow. "Everything on me hurts, Nell. My guts, my legs, my brain." Whilst helping Zane crawl safely onto the pony, Nell saw the raw slave brand on his own inner wrist, the shape of a broken S, red and welling. It soon would blister. "The red-haired lady who branded us was a witch if I ever saw one," Stefan said, eyeing the fresh slave mark on the underside of his own wrist too. "Pure evil in her." "Bless Shawcroft for saving us." Gisela made the three-fingered sign of the Lejeune cross over her heart. "And bless you too, Nell, for leading us through them mines." Feeling nothing like a saviour, Nell began divvying up the gear from Lily's various packs, keeping Shawcroft's pouch and the axe for himself. The mere presence of the axe set his nerves on edge. It seemed the weapon had some kind of hold on him, making him feel invincible one moment, vulnerable the next. He knew he was no hero. He'd left Ava Shea to whatever fate awaited her at the hands of the enemy, if she was still alive. No, Gisela shouldn't be thanking him. "Everything hurts so much," Zane said. "I'm going to die, ain't I, Liz Hen?" "You're going to be fine," she answered. "I wager if I ate anything, it would just spill from the hole in my side." "We ain't got no food anyway," Liz Hen said. "It's my fault there ain't no food," Doki said. "What a miserable couple of days." Losing the pony and food had essentially rendered all Shawcroft's preparations for naught. It wasn't Doki's fault the food was gone. Nell knew it was his own. He should have guided Bedford Boy over that bridge himself. "I'm hungry too," Liz Hen said. "I reckon I'm the most hungry of us." "Can't we eat something?" Gisela asked. Nail's stomach ached too. He hadn't eaten but a few strips of elk jerky since the morning moon feast 3 days before. But there was nothing to be done about it. Not unless Stefan could shoot a rabbit or a deer with his bow. Shawcroft had taught Nail how to identify over 20 different kinds of animals by track alone, but they had yet to come across any signs of wildlife. They hadn't seen any game since exiting the mines. "Without food, we'll be reduced to stumbling skeletons in days," Liz Hen said. "We'll get starvation sickness, the black gums, swollen tongues, bleeding eyes and teeth dropping out of our heads, lockjaw, maybe even the staggers." Gisela's eyes were wide with fear. "I don't want the staggers." "You'll only get everybody scared with that kind of talk, Liz Hen," Stefan said. "I'm sure we'll get enough food when we reach the Abbey." "And when will that be?" Liz Hen demanded. "By the end of the day," Nail said. "A person will wilt away after only a few days without food." Doki said, "My pa had a goat from Aidan White he kept chained behind our house. Nobody never fed it, leastwise not that I ever seen. It lived for years." "It likely nibbled the grass," Liz Hen said. "Weren't no grass out back." "'Cause the goat ate it, you stupid." Liz Hen smacked Doki on the forehead with the back of her hand. "I ain't stupid." "Well, I ain't going years without food," she announced. "I'll find some grass and nibble like a goat if I have to. I'll eat anything, leaves, pine cones, tree bark. I've heard that a man can survive on moss and lichen scraped from the eastern face of a standing stone," Doki offered. "Not the western face, or northern?" Liz Hen asked. "Or what if the stones are set at an angle?" "Standing stones are never set at an angle," Doki said proudly. "The stones of the ancients always face north and south." "What if they're round?" Doki's face twisted in puzzlement. "I'm just saying one can survive on moss and lichen, if need be." "Rubbish!" Liz Hen snorted. "No gibbering craven goat, even if it was from the arse end of Aidan White, would nibble lichen from a rock." Doki's eyes lit up again. "I also heard you can suck milk from the stalk of a green willow reed." "Suck milk from a willow reed," Liz Hen scoffed. "That sounds about as useless as sucking on a fat man's nipple. The only green living willow reeds I know of are down by the sea. Ain't gonna do us much good up here." "Best not to speak of food we don't have," Nail said, putting an end to their talk. Leaving only a few minor implements tied to Lily, he loaded a bundle of furs onto Stefan's back and spread the lighter stuff out between the others. Stefan helped him strap the huge battle-axe onto his back. Nail thought his legs might buckle under the weight. Onward they went, up the trail worn into the bitter, loamy soil of the mountain forest. Doki's limp was near gone. He wasn't poking at his rear as much as before. And they travelled faster now that Zane was riding on Lily. Beer Mug brought up the rear. As he struggled to find a comfortable pace, Nail could hear the others shuffling along behind. The battle-axe was not the only burden Nail carried. As he trudged up the path, he began to feel the sorrow as the realization of the loss of his master began to claw at his heart. The man was the closest thing to a family he had ever had, and her blood would killed him. Shawcroft had called him son before the end. That thought warmed him some, but briefly. Did he ever give two hoots about my art, my drawings? Nail figured it didn't matter now. With the armies of the White Prince destroying everything of worth, there wasn't much use aspiring for a better life. His dream of pursuing art was at an end. As he walked, Nail would quickly suppress his emotion one minute, only to have it rise up in him again. There were moments he could not breathe for the sorrow that cleaved his heart. He thought of talking to the others about it. But what could any of them do? The others had lost more than he. It was best he keep his feelings hidden. Besides, who am I to mourn for anything, especially after what I did to Ava Shea? The first storm arrived with sickening speed. Rain drove horizontally straight into their faces, half blinding Nell. The others wrapped themselves in the hides and furs Shawcroft had provided, but there weren't enough, so Nell went without. It wasn't long before he grew so tired he felt like folding into exhaustion with each step. The axe, along with his waterlogged clothing and chestplate armour, grew heavier and heavier, until he figured he might as well be carrying Zane. Drooped over Lily's back, Zane looked the most comfortable of them all. Stefan dragged Gisela along, her small hand engulfed in his, the other hand clutching her hatchet. She hadn't let go of the thing since taking it from the pony's pack yestermorn. For a time, the trail took them up a steep mountain studded with boulders, treacherously slick with mud, the occasional gnarled tree root jutting up into their path. The rain turned to hail that pelted their faces. The path grew increasingly rough, some of the mud underfoot stiffening, turning to ice. Every step was a slippery one. Beer Mug growled. Nell looked into the trees. Two cold, pale orbs caught his attention. A silver wolf. Its piercing, predatory eyes watched them. Nell knew that a lone silver wolf would rarely attack a man, and would never approach a group, but a pack of wolves could be trouble. And they were in the heart of silver wolf country now. With such beasts lurking amid the woods, Nell knew that sore severe nights and freezing to death were not the only things they need worry about. What he feared most was being spotted by a saber-toothed mountain lion. A saber-tooth would stalk a group of men for hours and rush straight at them, singling out the weakest. With that thought in mind, wet, cold, and miserable, Nell continued on. The silver wolf watched them pass by. Near nightfall, they were still a day away from reaching the abbey, and a second storm arrived. It sapped their strength and stopped them cold. The place they chose for shelter was a lonely wooded glade, where a half-frozen stream meandered through a copse of pine dusted in light snow. The grove was studded with boulders the colour of bone in the dwindling light. Stefan and Gisela, the latter with hatchet still in hand, immediately went in search of kindling to start a fire. It was growing viciously cold, and Nell warned her not to touch the hatchet's iron blade, lest her hand freeze to it. Liz Hen cleared a flat spot of ground for Zane, threw a blanket down, then helped her brother from Lily's back. Beer Mug curled up on the ground next to Zane immediately. Liz Hen covered them both with one of Shawcroft's furs, and started scratching away the snow and half-frozen moss on the ground with a stick, digging a fire pit. Doki helped her. It was a struggle, but Nell removed the battle-axe from his back by himself. He set it on the ground near Lily. When he stood up and stretched, it was as though Lejeune had blessed him with winged feet. He thought he might float away in the icy breeze. It was bitterly cold as the mournful wind picked up. He could feel the insides of his nostrils freezing together. That dampened his spirits. Under Shawcroft's care, he had never been caught this high up in the mountains, when it was this soul-jarringly cold. He couldn't even hear the sound of Gisela's hatchet cracking wood any more above the wail of the wind. He looked at the tall, leaning boulders nearest him, hoping to take shelter from the wind behind one. They were arranged in a crude circle of sorts. He found himself drifting curiously closer to them. There were markings carved into the rock at eye level, barely visible, blanketed in layers of lichen, moss, and snowflakes. A sinking feeling began to grow in his gut as he noticed that these markings were similar to the marks he had on his own body, similar to the red glowing symbols he'd seen under the sea whilst in the clutches of the dread mermaid. His heart was thumping in his chest now, heavy and hard. He could taste his own fear in the back of his throat as he ran a hand over the nearest carving. Indeed, it was in the shape of a cross. Next to that was the sore severe slave mark, the broken S, just like the one on the underside of his wrist. And under those two carvings was what looked like a row of shark's teeth, exactly like the tattoo on his bicep. Nail felt light-headed. There had been similar such markings near the entrance to the Rome mines on the written wall. He thought of the battle-axe, the blue stone, and Shawcroft's last words. Many things are found hidden beneath the ground, men and kings and ancient warriors, and the weapons they forged. All are eventually buried. Ages pass, and important truths are hidden, forgotten. Yet most men never look beyond the surface of their farms and forests, and within their own castle walls for knowledge. But those who search the deep find salvation. "What are they for?" Nail turned at the sound of Doki's voice. "There have been standing stones like this all along the trail. Why so many? And those markings carved there. After the lightning strike, crosses just like that were burned all over my skin, from my armour. And the shark bites, too. Do you know I have dreams of such markings, Nail? What are they for? The markings. My dreams." Nail remained silent, shaken by Doki's confession of dreams and the coincidence of similar markings on his own flesh. Doki continued. "Some say demon lords crafted stones like these in a bygone age. Others claim it was ogles cast down from the stars who left them thousands of years before men arrived on the 5 Isles. Some say it was fey creatures, ancestors of the valley, who placed them here." Liz Hen came up behind them. "I heard they were put here by the Druid Mere worshippers." Her eyes were dark and her brow furrowed. "They used to practice their goddess worship and witchcraft in the hidden places of the high country." "Goddess worship." Doki made the 3-fingered sign of the Lejeune cross over his heart. He looked haunted. "These stones frighten me something awful. They frighten me almost as much as being hit by lightning, or swimming in an ocean full of sharks. We made a grave error coming here." Liz Hen backed away from the circle of stones. "One shouldn't venture into these mountains without a necklace of bear claws, mermaid teeth, rat tails, or some other amulet to ward off the hexes these foul druid stones are liable to cast our way." "There must be a better place to camp," Doki said, scratching at his rear again. "We dare not search for another spot so late." Nail walked back to the pony, leaving Liz Hen and Doki with the standing stones. He took up the axe, somewhat glad to feel it in his grasp again, if but briefly. He tied it to Lily's back, then tucked one hand beneath the saddlebags to keep it warm against the chestnut pony's steaming flesh. "It's all right, girl." He patted the pony's muzzle with his other hand. "You can take a breather now." Lily nickered, pushing her head against his chest. Her breath steamed high into the darkening forest. She was one of the few things Shawcroft had left him. Nail realized he was now alone in an unforgiving world. The freedom he had longed for was laid out before him, and it was terrifying. Stefan and Gisela returned bearing armfuls of dead pine needles and brush, They placed them in the clearing Liz Hen had created, then left for the trees again, returning with smaller branches and stacking them at the edge of camp. Liz Hen piled the wood and brush over the pine needles. Durfee lit a torch and jammed it into the pile. The brush hissed and smouldered, and small wisps of smoke wafted this way and that. But soon the torch flame took hold, and the damp wood sputtered and sparked. They all gathered around and stared into the crackling glow. It was Gisela who broke her gaze from the fire first, and noticed the snow-covered mushrooms growing at the base of the standing stones. She went to them immediately and attempted to pull them up, unsuccessfully. She set to chopping at them with her hatchet and brought back a handful, asking if they should be cooked first. Beer Mug took one sniff of them and curled back up with Zane. "I wouldn't eat them," Neil advised. "He's right," Stefan added. "Some mushrooms are known to make folks ill." "But I can't go another day without food." Gisela's voice rose in pitch. "I'm with you, Sweet Pea," Liz Hen said. "I'm for eating them." "I hear poison mushrooms can rot your face off," Durfee piped up. "Well, I'm already ugly." Liz Hen snatched a mushroom from Gisela's hand. "So if they're going to turn one of us into a blood-sucking ogle, it best be me." She shot Neil a satisfied look whilst biting down on the cold mushroom. It crunched in her teeth, and her face twisted in disgust. But she ploughed on. Wide-eyed, Gisela watched Liz Hen chomp away as if the big girl might actually turn into an ogle. But Liz Hen eventually spit the chewed-up bits of mushroom into the fire. "They're disgusting," she said, "and I'm the type who'll down anything." Gisela put a mushroom to her lips and nibbled, swallowing the morsel and nibbling some more. "Not too bad if you take them in slowly." It wasn't long before she'd nibbled the entire collection of mushrooms in her hands and went back to the standing stones for more. "Do you think the Knights still follow us?" Durfee asked. "Their dogs terrify me." Nobody answered. A creeping darkness fell over their camp like a mantle, the only sounds the crackling fire and Gisela's chewing. "I want to see it again." Gisela swallowed her last mushroom. "Will you show it to us, Neil?" "Show you what?" "The shiny blue stone. The one I found in the altar. The one in your satchel." Shawcroft's leather satchel was still hanging around his shoulder. He'd become so used to it dangling there against his armour that he had nearly forgotten about it. He opened the leather flap and searched inside, finding the silk cloth with the stone buried under the scrolls and prayer book. He pulled it out, unfolded the silk, and gazed at the stone. Shards of brilliant blue sparkled from its polished surface in the firelight. "Do you think it's valuable?" Liz Hen asked. "It must be," Stefan said. "Shawcroft asked Neil to get it, along with that axe." "Can I hold it?" Durfee asked. Neil offered it to him, but as the stone slipped from the silk into Durfee's outstretched hand, Neil felt a pang of worry. That someone else was handling it didn't seem quite right. Durfee studied the oval gem, his eyes seeming to gaze into its blue depths. "It reminds me of the angel stones in the stained glass windows of the chapel. One of those is blue. Do you think it is one of the angel stones?" "May the wraiths take you, Durfee," Liz Hen grunted. "Don't be a damn fool. The stones are in heaven with Lejeune. Have you not read The Way and Truth of Lejeune?" Gisela barfed into the fire, dampening the blaze and sending a shower of sparks heavenward. The cold quickly dropped around them like a shroud. "I told you not to eat those," Stefan said. Gisela buckled in pain, crying. Neil took the stone from Durfee, wrapped it in the silk, and placed it gently back into Shawcroft's satchel. He felt more at ease now that the stone was under his protection. With the fire now mostly doused by vomit, it was growing cold. He gathered an armful of wood and put it over the dying flames. Soon the fire was crackling at full strength again. "Falling asleep in this cold will kill us for sure," Durfee said. "We should stay awake. If we huddle together under the firs, we will be warm enough, especially if we keep the fire stoked." Nail figured they should sleep in shifts, with one person staying awake and keeping the fire going. He told the others the plan, then volunteered for the first watch. He was exhausted, but not sleepy. "You boys will need to remove your armour," Liz Hen said, as they all began to gather under the firs. "You all smell like dirty iron pots." Nail and Stefan removed their cumbersome breastplates, but kept their leather leggings on. Zane, already asleep, stayed in his armour, closest to the fire, curled up with beer mug. Liz Hen lay next to her brother, Durfee enveloped in her bulky arms. Gisela fit snugly next to Stefan, but she still moaned in pain. Shoving his legs under the firs next to Stefan, Nail positioned himself farthest away from the fire, sitting, readying himself for first watch. Clumped together, they all shivered on a great nest of dark roots and frozen ground, the furs and hides provided by Shawcroft piled over them. It wasn't long before Nail could hear Liz Hen's loud snores. As he sat there, he pulled the makeshift blanket up around his shoulders, staring at the sky. Nail knew he would not be able to sleep. The still night sky now quaked with cold. The clouds had parted, and the starry sky shimmered with a wan glow. Tendrils of shivering light began to form into crooked streaks of white flame that spread over the horizon. Though Shawcroft never talked much, he'd once explained that an aurora was just the moonlight dancing off the ice crystals floating in the sky, the way candlelight would through a clear jewel. Shawcroft claimed that an aurora, on a cold night, spoke of Lejeune and his warrior angels. He would say things like this from time to time, genuine awe in his voice whenever he spoke of the misty lights of the heavens above. The only thing comparable that Nail had ever looked upon with anything approaching awe was how, with utmost grace, the tawny curls of Ava Shea's hair would dance and glow in the candlelight of the Grayken-Spear Inn. He could feel the necklace she'd made him still around his neck, the wooden turtle pressing into the flesh between his armour and chest. That it was still there with him was both reassuring and confusing. It angered him, too, and filled him with guilt. He didn't want to think of Ava Shea. A light wind kicked up again, freezing against Nail's face. He lay back, resting his head against the pile of his armour. The clouds snuffed out the stars and borealis overhead. Soon the wind pounded through the trees and standing stones, accompanied by the deep baying of silver wolves, somewhere in the dark. Nail emerged from sleep well after sunup. Light flakes of snow were lazily drifting down. The chestnut pony, Lily, snorting pale puffs of vapour into the air, was standing in the dead coals of the fire pit for warmth. Nobody had stoked the fire during the night. Nail crawled from under the furs into a brittle, bone-chilling cold. His toes were numb, and he could scarcely stand. His fingers were so cold they were nearly useless. He could scarcely grip a thing as he struggled into his breastplate and armour. Gently pushing Lily aside, Nail began tossing wood onto the fire pit. He struck flint to steel, then lit a torch and jammed it into the pile of wood. Soon smoke rose up, and the fire started anew. Zane crawled from the pile of bodies next, upper lip crusted with frozen breath and snot. He looked near dead, and scooted even closer to the fire as if in a daze, glassy-eyed. Even Beer Mug looked uncomfortably cold. Soon Doki joined them, wanting breakfast, complaining of hunger. When Liz Hen arose, she stood, wrapped herself in one of the furs, then grabbed another, revealing Stefan underneath, lying on the ground, alone. "Where's Gisela?" she asked. Stefan sat up, groggy-eyed and stretched. Then he lurched to his feet and looked around frantically. "Where is she?" His voice quaked in the cold. "Where'd she go?" All eyes now roamed the campsite, searching for any sign of the girl. Stefan ran into the woods, shouting her name, then quickly returned shivering. Flakes of snow hit his heated skin and melted off. He hastily fastened together his leather armor and breastplate, snatched the fur from Liz Hen, and ran off into the woods again. Nail, Doki, and Liz Hen joined the search, leaving Zane and Beer Mug at the fire. They covered the perimeter of the camp, circling outward in a disorganized but ever-widening pattern. It was Nail who found her. Not far back along the trail that had brought them to the campsite, Gisela lay, stretched on her back, looking as fragile as a frosted figurine made of hollow glass. She was dead, frozen. The icy air around her looked uncannily pure. The hatchet she always carried was on her chest, handle clutched tightly in one frost-covered hand. The other hand was clenched in a fist at her side. The fingertips of both hands were black, frost-bitten. The rest of her exposed skin had taken on a sallow colour in the cold. Her eyelashes were rimmed with ice, and vomit from both corners of her mouth was frozen down the sides of her cheeks. Here she was, maiden blue of the morning moon feast. Gone. Nail called out for the others. One by one they came shuffling toward him through the light drifts of snow, even Zane and his dog. Stefan dropped to his knees and sobbed at the sight of Gisela's delicate, stiff body lying on the hard ground. Beer Mug whimpered. Doki cried, face nestled in Liz Hen's bosom. The big girl held tightly to him, tears streaming down her face. They all just stood there in grief, hovering over Gisela as feathery snowflakes lazily brushed her skin. "I should have held on to her tighter." Stefan reached for the hatchet in her blackened hand. "She was so sick." His fingers and palm instantly froze to the metal. He jerked away, ripping the flesh from his fingertips. With that, he ran back to camp, murmuring wordlessly. Liz Hen wiped her tears away, then walked up and punched Nail hard in the shoulder. "You didn't wake us up in time for our turns at watch. I told you we shouldn't camp so near those standing stones. Stupid bastard." Then she and the other two boys and the dog followed Stefan, leaving Nail alone with the frosty, pale corpse. Nail tried to rub the pain in his arm away. He knew that the others depended on him to get them to the Abbey safely. Yet he had failed them again. Nail also knew that he had to do something for Gisela. He just didn't know what. The hatchet was attached to the girl for good, or at least until she thawed, unless they chiseled it from her hand, and Nail figured nobody would be up for that. Then he saw it from the corner of his eye, just a flicker of blue, but enough to draw his attention to Gisela's other black-fingered hand, the one clenched in a fist at her side. He could see that her frozen digits were not clenched in a fist at all, but rather wrapped around something that now shone like a dazzling sapphire gem between her fingers. Nail knelt, and with some effort pried her blackened fingers back enough to let the blue stone slip from their frozen grip. The stone lay in the snow for a moment until Nell gathered enough courage to pick it up. It was surprisingly warm to the touch. He examined the stone closely. It was faint, but something like a light glowed deep within it. He felt a spike of fear and stood quickly, slipping the stone into the pocket of his rough-spun breeches under his armour, wishing to gaze upon it no more. The thing is a curse. He shivered as he recalled the unholy carvings of the beasts of the underworld he'd seen at the base of the cross-shaped altar where he had found the axe and stone. It killed Gisela. He had the sudden urge to take the stone from his pocket and hurl it into the trees, but for some reason he knew he could not. The girl needed to be buried, needed to be given proper priesthood rites to rid her soul of the evil that had taken her life, and to be laid to final rest with her head toward the east. But he hadn't any priesthood power to cleanse her soul, nor was a bastard even worthy of it, according to Bishop Tolbert. Besides, as Jenko Brooke said, Lejean's powers were probably empty and false. Still, he made the three-fingered sign of the Lejean cross over his heart and dropped to his knees. He began shoveling snow over the dead girl with his cold, bare hands, but it was no use. The snow was too crisp and light and fine, and did naught but sift fruitlessly through his fingers. In actuality, most of what he had tossed upon Gisela was brown twigs and dead leaves. Can I do nothing right? I make a mess of everything. All my artistic talents, all my dreams, and yet here I am, cold and alone and a failure, letting what few companions I have die alone in the snow. He stumbled away from Gisela, the girl now half covered in snow and twigs. A bastard truly has no place in this world. From The Way and Truth of Lejean. It is prophesied that in the last days pride and sin will bring about our destruction at the hand of Rael, yea, even a fiery absolution. Only then will Lejean come again with his warrior angel companions. Thus we have devised ceremonies of ember, smoke, and flame to honour Lejean, and taken to the building of great cathedrals, that you may pay homage to the great one and only, as you await the day of his return. Chapter 30. Ava Shea. 6th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejean. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. Swathed in a hooded cloak, the man Hammerfist called the Spider came for Ava Shea. Fear gripped her when she saw him. It wasn't his black cloak or black boots or all-black boiled leather armour that disturbed her. It was his eyes. Of all those in the Angel Prince's horrendous army, it was this silent, raven-haired man who frightened Ava the most. There was nothing of value living behind his steely eyes that were streaked with red veins, almost glowing in colour. It was as if he and his eyes had been bred for the specific purpose of creating terror in her soul. As he wordlessly untied her bonds and led her from the tent, Ava caught a scent of him. It was the second time. The first was when he'd held the knife to her throat the day before. He smelled of cloves and newly polished leather. This man was no dirty soldier, rather something vastly different. As he led her past Polly Mott's rotting head, Ava tried not to look up, knowing that looking would merely add more trauma to her soul. Only the wraiths lived for such ghastliness. But she could not help herself and risked a glance. The crows had picked clean Polly's eye sockets. Ava quickly looked away. The spider guided her toward his oily-looking horse, which had eyes of molten fire. His steed was eerily similar to the horse she'd seen on the Rome mine trail with Stephen Wayland and Nail. He effortlessly lifted her onto the back of the dreadful beast, then smoothly mounted the horse himself, sitting behind her. His leather-covered arms enveloped her, pulling her close. At any moment she expected that cold blade at her throat. The sweet and pleasantly revolting scent of him struck her like a fist. She tried to lean forward and away from him as he took the reins and clicked his tongue. She felt the rippling and bunching muscles of the powerful red-eyed beast under her as they galloped away from the prisoner tent. As Ava steadied herself with her hands, she noticed that the demon's hide was not oily, but rather as clean and polished as its master. As they wended their way through the vast Sorcevier encampment, which reeked of death and was plagued with bugs, Ava kept her eyes on the sky and the noisy seagulls wheeling overhead, trying her best to ignore her own dark thoughts. She silently prayed to Lejeune. The wraiths, if you allowed them, were capable of taking a person to many evil places, some places lacking even the substance of light, devoid of hope. In this profound gloom, one could become subject to the Lord of the underworld himself, and, as the way and truth of Lejeune said, empty was his domain, and nameless were his beasts. Ava had seen her own mother overtaken by the wraiths. She had watched the white foam frothing from her mother's mouth as the wraiths possessed her convulsing body. As a young girl, Ava had vowed never to become like that, never to allow the wraiths a foothold into her head. The wraiths had taken her mother shortly after Ava's father had been killed in a logging accident high in the autumn range. Ava knew there was a correlation between the wraiths, trauma, death, and slaughter. Her whole family was dead now. All her siblings burned. It just didn't seem real. The encampment they travelled through was massive. More people and horses and flying gnats gathered in one place than Ava had ever seen. Their numbers dwarfed those of the entire town of Gallows Haven, and hundreds and thousands more were arriving by ship daily. Tents, campfires, wagons, mules, more tents, stacks of weaponry, and mouldering piles of horse dung stretched as far to the north of Gallows Haven as she could see. And the warriors, grim, brutal-looking folk, not a kind face among them. Killers, all. Their painted war chargers, too. Beasts. Even the women. It was all immensely ugly and murderous and wrong. As the demonic steed carried her onward, Ava closed her eyes to the hordes that surrounded her and prayed more fervently to Lejeune. But thoughts of Jenko filled her mind. It had been only yesterday the White Prince had taken her and Jenko to see Shawcroft's dead body. Ava was proud of Stephen Wayland and the others for managing to escape and to kill so many of the enemy. She also felt bitter. She had seen the cold hurt in Nail's eyes. He could have cut her and Jenko loose, yet had not. Her anger at Nail would come and go, but she wanted to be like Lejeune. Forgive all, the way and truth of Lejeune taught, for the wraiths thrive in hateful souls. Jenko Brooke would not abandon her, as Nail so cruelly had. With another click from the spider's tongue, the horse slowed its pace and stopped. Ava opened her eyes, and fear rippled through her heart. A white tent, almost as large as the Graken Spear Inn, dominated the centre of the Sorcevier camp, and the White Prince stood before it. Eros Rael was dressed in leather breeches and a white shirt laced at the front. A slim dagger was tied to his dark leather belt. He was blowing into a thin whistle, but making no noise. A black kestrel came zooming in from the east and landed on his outstretched arm. He untied a silver tube attached to the small bird and opened it, pulling forth a scrap of parchment, reading. Done. He crumpled the paper and motioned for the bloodwood. The spider dismounted behind Ava. Eros handed the kestrel to the black-clad man, then glided toward Ava and helped her from the horse. His hands were gentle, but cold. Ava felt only faint relief as she slid from the back of the fire-eyed horse and into the arms of what she considered the most evil being that had ever walked the 5 Isles, the White Prince, Eros Rael. The knight named Galt stood guard at the entry of the tent. He watched, eyes aimed at her, as Eros led her by the hand. She was careful not to stare at Galt too obviously. She'd first learned his name when that horror, Spades, had teased him about her. Of all those in the White Prince's gruesome army, it was only this knight Galt whose aura exuded a small measure of kindness. It was in his eyes, cool blue eyes flecked with silver grey. His lean, muscular stature and clean-shaven head gave him an almost predatory look, but it was those eyes that softened his overall demeanour. As she followed the White Prince into the tent, she felt Galt's hand on her shoulder. She turned and looked up at him. He gave her a nod of reassurance, but there was a hint of sadness in his look too. Even so, the bald knight's small gesture touched her anguished heart. The tent was warm. In the entry was a round wooden table, circled by high-backed chairs with dark velvet upholstery. A ceramic bowl of fruit was at its centre. Candelabra were positioned everywhere, lit and glowing. Eros led her through several hanging partitions that created numerous rooms. Many of the colourful partitions were heavy, woven tapestries depicting battle. Thick bearskin rugs adorned the floor, yet these were pure and white as new-spun wool. She'd heard stories of the large white bears of the severe Nordland highlands, and figured the rugs under her feet were made from such beasts. Elaborately carved furniture was set about in nooks and alcoves. Numerous painted vases rested atop stools. Several iron braziers and an ornate throne-like chair on a stone dais were in the central room of the tent. Everything was spotless and clean. Ava realized with sadness that this tent was the most opulent thing she had ever seen, 10 times bigger and nicer even than her own home. The Angel Prince led her into the largest of the partitioned rooms. This area was lit with numerous candles and had a massive bed in the centre. Near the bed was a large wardrobe of dark, lustrous wood. He motioned for her to sit on the cushioned bench at the foot of the bed. She remained standing. "Please, relax," he said. "I mean you no harm." Ava had resolved not to speak to this pale-faced demon, nor would she follow any of his commands. Yet she could not take her eyes off him. So near he was to her now. At first glance, his bearing was beautiful, like white marble. Even his eyelashes were pale. His lank, blonde hair, white as the bearskin rug he stood upon, shimmered in the candlelight. It was the blue veins pulsing under his translucent skin that changed his overall manner from appealing to grotesque. His eyes held her captive, though. Dark and wild and empty they were. "You will soon change your mind about me." He picked up a ceramic cup and poured water from a sparkling pewter goblet into it. He held the ornate cup out for her, Ava's mouth was dry, yet she would not take what he offered. The White Prince gulped the cup of water down, then asked, "Tell me what you know of Shawcroft." Ava looked away, gritting her teeth. "This boy that Shawcroft kept, what was he like?" Her gut churned. She wanted to remain silent, but couldn't. "Is it truly Nail you are after?" "Well," he paused, reflective. "Yes, in a way. The one named Nail is but a diversion to the greater prize." He moved closer, "And it looks as if I have found that prize." His fingers gently brushed her hair, her cheek. She recoiled. He tilted his head, dark, piercing eyes now softening some. "Tell me of Shawcroft and Nail." She decided then and there she would not speak to him, ever. Eros poured himself another drink. "Let me tell you of a young Windare man, Mansala Allen. He was about the same age as your friend Jenko when we took him captive in Ikaboa. Mansala was stubborn like you, but he eventually came to the realization that the light of Rael is right and true. And once he came to that realization, he rose from the ranks of slave quite rapidly. Now he spent almost 4 years fighting at my side, having risen in the ranks. Squire, Hound Guard, Rowdy, Knight of the Blue Sword. He's become such a prize. I'm considering making him one of my personal guards even. There is growing discord among my Knights Archaic. Sure, they bandy about harmless insults at times, as do all soldiers who wage battle for as long as we have. They try not to do it around me, though, but I hear them, and I fear there is genuine hatred growing between them. Oh, I don't know why I share this with you now. I suppose I feel some sort of kinship with you, and I see us becoming friends in the days to come. I don't come upon friendship easily, or often, but I do desire it. Do you?" She hung her head, wondering why he was talking to her, wondering what he was talking about. But the tone of his voice was less raw and commanding than it had been yesterday. There was a warmth to his manner that Ava found even more disturbing. "Perhaps you too will become one of my elite soldiers," he said. Ava looked up at that. "Indeed, it is possible," he continued. "I can have the Bloodwood teach you sword-fighting. Spades can train you with the crossbow." "It's her who causes it all!" The words spilled from her mouth of their own accord. She cursed herself inwardly for engaging this white devil in conversation. There was a sinking, hollow feeling in her gut now, a boiling rage. The White Prince was staring at her, his face contemplative. "Spades." He nodded. "Yes, you're right. The others are none too fond of her. She tends to behave poorly when I am not around. She causes deep divisions wherever she goes." He smiled at her, a widening of his perfect, unblemished lips, revealing teeth brilliantly white and pure. "Smart you are. I can see we will get along as friends. I am unashamedly pleased you have finally spoken. Your voice is like the sound of a harp strung with silken—" She slapped him. She didn't just slap him, but clawed his face with her nails, catching his lower lip in her fingers, screaming as she did so. It happened so fast. It was a flurry, a quick burst of anger, just one short, sharp slap and scream. As he slowly turned his face back to hers, there was genuine surprise and hurt in his eyes. She glared at him, defiant, half stunned at what she had done. He would surely kill her now. Blood trickled from a split in his lip. With extreme delicacy, the White Prince lifted his hand to his reddened cheek, feeling it, working his jaw up and down as if her slap had truly caused him injury. As he moved his jaw, one thin, pale finger caught a bit of the blood from his split lip. He jerked his hand away from his face, as if his own fingers had just stung him. His eyes widened at the smear of red on his hand. The transformation that came over his face was unexpected. "My blood," he whispered, then whirled and ran out of the room. And just like that, Ava was left alone and utterly confused. She sank down on the bench at the end of Eris's bed, heart thumping. She thought of fleeing, but she was certain her head would be on a stake in front of the prisoner tent if she did. Still, her instinct to escape was strong. She began formulating a plan, but realized that the Bloodwood was more than likely still outside. Galt was outside the tent too. Perhaps she could tell the bald knight with the kind blue eyes what had happened, and he would... No, he would do nothing for me. She was trapped here, and death was closing in. Staying rooted to the bench, she scanned the room for a weapon, eyes coming to rest on the bed behind her. The mattress was thick, with 4 intricately carved posts rising from floor to ceiling. A white silken canopy was stretched over the entire affair. It was grand. A family of 10 could stretch out on it comfortably. There were sounds coming from the room next to her, water sloshing in a stone basin. That the White Prince had shown such an aversion to his own blood was disconcerting on many levels. She smiled inwardly, knowing she had at least caused him some discomfort. If she were to die, at least she had drawn blood from the enemy. When Eris returned, he came bearing a goblet of wine. "I only meant to bring you into my tent and allow you a little respite from your recent travails," he said, holding forth the goblet. "I insist you drink this." Ava decided that nothing he could do or say would scare her. Her eyes travelled from the goblet to his face. The split on his lip was scarcely noticeable, just a trifle swollen was all. There was an odd yet familiar look in Eris's dark eyes now, and she was startled to realize that she had seen this very same look before. It was this longing, wanton look in men that sickened her. But in that look was revealed many other things as well. The White Prince wished her no harm. He wasn't going to kill her, at least not yet. Tentatively, she reached out and took the goblet of wine from him. The wine's flavor was glorious to her dry tongue. She drank it down slowly, savoring each drop. Her eyes remained on Eros, standing above her, pale and silent. Then his milky white visage grew ever so blurry, and she felt the cup drop from her limp hand. Ava knew she'd been wrong. He had just poisoned her. "You don't snore." Eris was sitting on the bed next to her. "It's as if by merely watching your face I can see your dreams, as if I can hear the longings of your heart just from its soft beating. I could watch you lie there for days." "How long was I asleep?" she asked groggily, unsure of where she was. "It was royal bedlam I put in your wine, a sleeping draught. It lasts but a while. Windare nobles are notorious for slipping it into the court girls' drinks and then having their way with them once they pass out. Of course, I've killed most of the Windare nobles.
so you needn't worry about them. But it will loosen one's tongue. You will now answer my questions freely."
The White Prince moved closer, lying down. He leaned his head on one elbow and brushed back a lock of her hair that had become stuck to her lips whilst sleeping. "You took my breath away the first time I laid eyes on you," he said, brushing the hair from her eyes. "Had I known what a beautiful creature you truly were, I would have raced into Gulkana. I would conquer all humankind without a slip of remorse, just to gaze upon your face but once. You are like a precious gem, a delicate flower." How could he have such a sweet, honeyed tongue, yet look on her with such harsh, black, metallic pupils? His nearness was unsettling. She inched away from him. "I know you fear me," he said. "That thought pains me. But soon I will make the world look very different to you, and for your lover, Jenko. He is your lover, no?" Despite the royal bedlam drug, whatever its properties might or might not be, at the mention of Jenko, Ava did not feel like talking. This was surely a nightmare. The White Prince continued. "I'm sure Jenko possesses an animalistic desire to rut with you all the time." Ava drew farther away, hoping she might just fall out of the bed altogether, but it was so vast she found herself still stuck in the middle. "Jenko, though full of pride, seems possessed of no great wit," Eris went on. "Now that Spades has set her wiles on him, I wager he will have little interest in you. What I mean by that is, I can see you lack experience, if you take my meaning." He sat up on the bed, looking down on her. "Everyone here, soldier or slave, lives or dies upon my sufferance. If we're to be friends, you'll soon have to renounce your church and your vicar and sing praises to a new legion. You shall be born again under heavenly sessions and enter the covenant of Rael." Ava's blood froze. "Renounce the Grand Vicar and the church?" The very notion of abandoning her beliefs had never crossed her mind. Belief in Legion's promises was all that had sustained her since her parents had died. Then she remembered Bishop Tolbert's fate at the hands of Hammerfis. The impossibility of his death staggered her. They shot an arrow clean through his holy priesthood robe. With that thought, her faith wavered. She tried to cling to it, reel it back in. All her life she had dreamed of a wedding in the chapel. All her life she had dreamed of a happy life with a man of the community such as Jenko, and children of her own. She felt the darkest fears of her heart rise up, and foremost of those fears was that she would now never know love. Just lying there in that simple woolen dress, you look like a goddess, Hera said. Do you not see what a treasure you are? You make every other woman in the 5 Isles look unutterably plain. Galt is simply smitten with you. He grows gawky and flummoxed at your very nearness. I see the way he looks upon you, and Spades is treacherously jealous. This is why she's set her sights on your boyfriend. You seem to have upended my entire contingency of Knights Archaic with naught but your beauty. Ava barely heard what he said, as tears welled in her eyes. Through the fog of her dreams and half-rememberings, she recalled her former life just days before, working in the Grayken Spear, cooking salmon over the hearth, tending to her siblings, carving a turtle for Nail, longing for love and marriage with Jenko Brook. But most importantly, she recalled her faith in Lejeune. Only moments before it had sustained her. She closed her eyes and prayed for its return. They shot an arrow through Tolbret's priesthood robe. They all think I am a god, Eros said, his tone soft but far from comforting. My father, Everett Rael, has raised me as such. But I must confess, and you of all people must allow me this one weakness, that I suspect some days that I am no god. But they all believe that I am, that I have powers beyond those of a mere mortal, and I fight at their side in every battle to prove my worth. I never lose, and they look to my victories as proof of our cause. Still, oft times I fear I am naught but a fraud, that my father's trust in my divine future is misplaced. It's hard when everyone's expectations are so high. I am purposefully willful, headstrong, and oft-times cruel. Could I be a god? Sometimes I believe there is greatness in me, somewhere. You will come to see that. My greatness. Come to worship it as the others do. Our heavenly sessions shall be divine. Worship him? Eva wished for his death. Right here, right now. She would kill him. She had bloodied him once, though when she looked at his lip, there was no scar where she had raked him, no trace of injury whatsoever. Who was he? That the White Prince had healed himself so rapidly was disheartening and confusing. How can it be? What type of man are you? Her voice was but a whisper. I am the type of man who would concern himself about the secret desires of a simple slave girl. I know what is in your heart, for that same desire lives in me too. You know nothing of me. Pure darkness filled her. She wanted him dead. This man before her had done such awful things. How old are you? He asked. 17, she answered, unthinking, her mind in turmoil. I'm 28, he said. Not that much older than you. The flat black pupils of his eyes now possessed a hungry look. She recoiled from him. The darkness was creeping in. Some claimed that Lejeune talked to them. The bishop swore to it. They said the Grand Vicar spoke to the spirit of Lejeune face to face in the temple in Amadon. But it was said that others, the ones full of sin, heard the wraiths whispering in their head. Eva could hear them now. They were sounding deep, booming drums to the beat of her heart. She clenched her eyes shut and uttered a prayer to dispel them. She prayed and prayed until the wraiths were little more than a silent breath and a whisper sounding in her head. But even that was not enough, for she knew that these shades could slink and sneak like cats. Evil they were. The White Prince was now kneeling on the bed over her. Like a hawk perched in a tree branch, he loomed above, dark eyes aglare, piercing like a raptor. He pulled a thin-bladed knife from his belt. Your beauty has overwhelmed me, he said, running the cool steel blade along the length of her arm and up her shoulder. As a prince, one grows used to stripping the finery off the noblewomen. Not much excitement in that, after a while. What I desire most is to rip the simple, coarse, filthy raiment off the peasantry, particularly the fetching young peasantry. With one hand he held the knife. With the other he began to untie the dark leather belt from around his breeches. Eva could see the wraiths now. their shape watery, their substance naught but shadow, their movements soundless, their goal to lure her into a realm of eternal darkness and despair and death. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. Oh, that king of slaves, that great one and only! Oh, that day of his fall! Oh, that we could go back to that day when Mia placed the 5 stones of final atonement into the flesh of his wound! Oh, that we could accompany his body as it was borne into the tomb! For when we ventured into that veiled place days later, that great cross archaic we found empty. For Lejeune had been translated into heaven, the weapons and stones with him. Chapter 31. Nail. 7th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Autumn Range, Gulkana. As Nail heaved one weary foot in front of the next, the taunting sun did nothing to lessen the cold. As they'd hiked, the clouds had parted, and daylight began to filter through the pine and aspen, revealing a wispy ground mist. They'd spent the entire previous day trudging through low-hanging clouds and snowstorms, making scant headway, eventually losing the trail altogether. Now he felt like they were completely lost. Nail's mind bounced from one thing to the other, wrestling with problems and emotions he could not fully understand. A lifetime of Shawcroft's bullying. Shawcroft saving him in the end. Confusion, death, war. The most traumatic thing his mind was trying to deal with was Gisela. Her death had shaken them all, most especially Stefan. "I should have held her tighter," he kept saying. "She slipped away as I slept. I should have kept watch. Had I only held her tighter, she'd still be with us." "There was nothing you could do," Doki tried to reassure Stefan. But Nail knew that Gisela's death had been his fault. He had fallen asleep and had failed to wake Stefan for the second watch. He had not told the others that he'd found the blue stone in Gisela's fingers. The stone rode comfortably in his satchel now. Nail was beginning to hate it. And the cumbersome axe. It, too, got a free ride, strapped to his back like the weight of the world. He felt that the axe and the stone were somehow aware of him, knew him, stalked his mind even. With each step, the endless hard ground underfoot sent pain through Nail's legs. He and the others crossed an ice-encrusted stream and encountered another ghost town of sorts, a place unfamiliar to Nail, a dozen small cottages hacked out of the forest, relics of a long-dead mining operation, the small string of stone huts reclaimed by twisting vines and underbrush. Stefan searched each broken-down building for food Nail knew would probably not be found. A few miles later, they encountered 2 other travellers, a leather-clad trapper with a grizzled, dirty look to him, along with his young son, wrapped in a heavy cloak. The trapper guided a sway-backed pony, laden with muskrat pelts, toward them. These were the first people they had seen since the severe nights in the mines. But when the 2 drew close, they all realized, with a shock, that the trapper was an ogle, and the son, a big-nosed, bearded dwarf. Doki let out a tiny gasp. The ogle was wearing a red quilted cap and a fur cape with a hood over his leathers, his coarse face barely visible under the collection of rough vestments. The dwarf's bearded face was just barely visible under the hood of his heavy vestment. Dwarves stayed mostly to themselves in the Iron Hills in Windare. Nail had seen plenty of ogles years ago with Shawcroft, in the far north, near Deadwood Gate. It was rumoured there were many ogle communities in the bigger cities like Amadon, and now and then an ogle trading ship would land in Gallows Haven. But to spot an ogle and a dwarf this far south into the Autumn Range was rare indeed. Nothing was said between the two trappers and Nail's group as they passed one another. Bearmug barked at them, but the squint-eyed Ogle just scrutinized their ripped and ragged clothing and dented armor with a grey stone face. The sight of Zane slumped over the neck of Lily, his armor blackened with blood, did not seem to faze either fellow. But the Ogle's leathery-lidded eyes did widen when he spied the gleaming axe strapped to Nail's back. He began to hustle his pace away from them when Liz Hen begged him for a bite to eat. The dwarf scurried along behind him. "Crook-backed horse, turds!" Liz Hen shouted at them before the two trappers entered a patch of pine trees and disappeared. "May the wraiths take 'em both to the underworld," she moaned. "Witless, dribbling Ogle arse couldn't even spare us a scrap. Not even one scrap." So they continued on, miserable, cold, and hungry. Thick snow was falling now. They still hadn't reached the abbey, and Nail was still lost. As the afternoon wore on, Nail began to suspect they were being hunted. Bearmug sensed it too. The dog trotted alongside Lily, hackles raised at half-mast, ears pricked up, staring off into the trees. Nail thought that even he himself heard things moving around out there. But unlike Bearmug, Nail knew that the wind and snow distorted sounds, made them more sharp and ominous. As of yet, there had been no sign of the Sorcerer Knights, but Nail knew the men had not given up the chase. Soon, the big grey dog was barking up a racket. Lily snorted and shuffled, causing Zane to cry out as he tried to stay atop her. Nail's eyes scanned the trees. Thick flakes of snow piled up around them. Everything was awash in white. He saw the slinking shape as it emerged, silent as a tan-coloured ghost from the blinding whiteness. A sabre-toothed mountain lion. It came stalking toward them over the top of a pile of snow-covered deadfall, pacing back and forth, its head hung low. The devilish rumble emanating from deep within its throat sent shivers rippling through him. Bearmug growled. The lion roared back in answer. Like the stark rasp of a dull saw blade, the beast's roar emerged so rough and ferocious that Nail's heart froze at the sound. But it did not frighten him into complete immobility. He still had wits enough to unsling the axe from his back. It was a struggle, and though the weapon was heavy, it still felt strangely at home in his hands, as if it wanted him to wield it. Nail noticed that Stefan had knocked an arrow to his bow and was taking aim. The lion was loping back and forth now, looking ever more eager to get at them. "It's sure to devour us." The axe quickly grew heavy in his arms. The lion roared again. The enormity of the sound took his breath. Bearmug let loose a sharp, venom-laced snarl, raised his hackles to full mast, and shot over the snow toward the beast, white powder kicking up in his wake. The lion leaped away amid a flurry of snow, darting behind a birch in an instant. The dog lunged, glancing off the tree gracefully and landing on all fours. Bearmug rushed the beast again, tearing the cat's side with his teeth. Blood welled from the wound, but the saber-toothed cat struck back just as quickly, its murderous large teeth snapping a hair's breadth from Bearmug's muzzle as he danced away. Bearmug spit and growled, slowly backing the big cat down. The dog's bloody lips curled back, flashing scarlet gums and razor-sharp whites that glistened and gleamed, and the fur along his back and haunches rippled. The dog snapped at the saber-toothed lion again, but the big cat leaped over the fallen trees, scrambled away through the snow-covered bracken, and vanished. "Fuck you and the fucking feline demon who spawned you!" Liz Hen shouted, throwing her dagger at the spot of whiteness where the lion had disappeared. She then snatched the one from Nail's belt and threw it too. "What did you do that for?" Nail found that he was breathing through his mouth. His throat and tongue were dry and raw. He didn't know if his heart would ever stop its pounding. And that lion's roar, it had split the air and shook the very ground itself. He still couldn't believe Liz Hen had thrown the daggers into the woods. 2 of our only weapons, and now they're lost. I should send you after them. Not with that thing out there, you won't. Liz Hen's brow furrowed. Atop Lily's back, Zane grimaced. As Lejeune is my witness, I didn't think a dog could run off a saber-tooth. Nail had the urge to laugh, but didn't do so out of fear he might weep at the same time. That beer mug had chased off the lion was, at the very least, extraordinary. The daggers were of little use anyway. Why did you not let your arrow fly? Liz Hen asked Stefan accusingly. I may have to kill men and merfolk. Stefan slung the bow over his shoulder. But I refuse to kill an innocent creature again, even if it is a saber-tooth bent on eating us. It was just doing what mountain lions do. It was no demon. It was only hungry. What sort of bloody awful logic is that? The red-haired girl looked at Stefan with pure disdain. I'm the innocent beast. Me, Liz Hen Neville. I'm the one who's most hungry. Did you ever think, had you killed that damn cat, maybe I could have ate it? It was late afternoon, and the snow was so thick it was clear to them all that they would not find the trail any time soon. Reaching the Abbey before nightfall was out of the question. He had failed his friends again. They barely plodded along through a grove of tall pine and pale birch. Lily could scarcely move, Zane still atop her. Soon the pony just stopped altogether, breathing hard, legs quivering. A rancid odour was coming from Zane as he slid from the pony to the frozen ground. Nail could smell his injured friend from 10 feet away. As he lay on the ground, Zane began mumbling that he wanted to die, that he just wanted the pain to end. Liz Hen, Stefan, and Doki began clearing a spot on the snow under him. Nail unslung the axe from his back, used to the weight and bulk of it now. He made sure Shawcroft's leather satchel was still snug about his shoulder, and headed into the trees to gather firewood. He found a host of fallen saplings covered in snow, and began chopping at them with the axe, the heavy blade slicing through the wood as if it were naught but crumbled parchment. A stiff wind set the forest to creaking, branches clashing above in a slow dance. Weary, Nail sat on a rock and stared into the blowing trees, body and mind numb from the cold. He didn't think of anything, mind blank, muscles sore. He didn't know how long he sat there, but when he was finished gathering firewood, the sun was going down. When he returned to the others, he found Liz Hen kneeling over Zane, praying. The boy lay on his back atop one of the wolf-hide blankets, all of his armour removed, in naught but his stiff woolen underclothes. Liz Hen's arms were extended, palms up, eyes closed, head thrown back like Bishop Tolbert reciting eighth-day prayers. At first, Nail thought Zane was dead. Then the boy coughed. Blood bubbled up from his lips. Nail dropped the wood in the snow near Lily and stepped closer to Zane. He really just wanted to retreat back into the grey gloom of the trees and be alone. Only the ceremonial weight of the moment being played out here in the midst of their encampment kept him rooted to the ground. He listened to the words of Liz Hen's prayer. We give thee hearty thanks for delivering us so far from our enemies, dear Lejeune, she said, head raised to the heavens in supplication. Keep us all from the miseries of this sinful world, and we beseech your gracious goodness to deliver Zane from the burden of his flesh. Hasten thy kingdom come, so that he may depart this existence to join you in the true faith of thy holy name. May you consummate our prayer with bliss, both body and soul, in eternal, everlasting glory through you, Lejeune, forever and ever. Amen. Amen, Stefan and Doki repeated. Even Bearmug, who appeared to be sitting in reverence next to Zane, lifted his head and let out a dismal howl. He's too sick. Liz Hen looked up at Nail. The pain of his injury is too great. He can't even breathe without crying out in agony. Doki wept. Bearmug lay at Zane's side. There was sadness in the dog's eyes. Liz Hen peeled back the fabric of Zane's woolen underclothes. A great stench hit them all at the same time. The swollen flesh around the deep gash in Zane's side was dull and waxen, the wound itself livid and angry, oozing blood and yellow pus. Zane's entire midsection was naught but a bulbous purple sheen. My pa said a wound goes rotten in a week, Stefan said. You can survive longer than a week sometimes, if your wound is on an arm, or leg, that is. But one so near the heart will claim a man in just days. What a glum thing to say! Liz Hen glared at Stefan as she stroked her brother's matted hair. Pa also said infection slows in such cold, Stefan muttered, hanging his head. Then he looked up, tears streaming down his cheeks. Zane tried to sit up, watery blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Liz Hen gently held her brother's head in her lap. Zane's placid gaze found Nail as he spoke, his voice shallow. It's time to pay the butcher's bill, my friend. What does he mean? Nail looked up at Liz Hen. You must rescue him from the suffering, Liz Hen said, lips quivering, tears freezing on her face. He's in dreadful agony. The lions are attracted to my smell. Zane's voice was naught but a gurgle, as more blood dribbled from his mouth and over his bluish lips. You must send me away, Nail. If I stay, the saber-tooth will keep after you, and Lily can't carry me another step. He reached up and squeezed Nail's hand, and then his hand slipped away to fall limply at his side. You have to release me unto heaven. I can get you to the Abbey, Nail said. Bearmug can take care of the lions. The Abbey could be weeks away for all we know, Liz Hen said. We're lost. Even if we can find the Abbey, he'll still die. His injury's too infected. We're not lost, Nail lied. The Abbey is near. You must end his agony. You want me to kill him? Nail backed away from Liz Hen. One of us has to, Liz Hen said. And I can't. Nor I, Doki said. Stefan did not look up, just stared at the ground. I can get him to the Abbey, Nail said, voice resolute. If I have to carry him myself, I can get him there. He won't last, Liz Hen cried. Nail looked at his friend on the snow. With each laboured breath the boy gasped in pain. Please, Nail. Zane's voice was but a whisper. Do it for me. I'm so sick. Nail felt great floods of emotion swell within him, but he held back his tears. His own voice cracked. I don't want to. We don't give a gob fart what you want. Liz Hen loosened the dagger at Zane's belt, stood and held it out for Nail, hilt first. Take it, she roared. You're nothing but a bastard boy anyway. Everyone in Gallows Haven is dead because of you. What's one more? Grab the knife. May the wraiths take you, but you'll do as I say. Nail recoiled. Liz Hen was looking at him not only in anger, but with that same impatient glint in her eyes that Ava and Jenko had shown him in the prisoner tent. He knew at that moment that something terrible and hard was growing within him. He felt the first stirrings of anger. What do I owe any of them? He wanted to defy Liz Hen and carry Zane to the Abbey himself. He would show them it wasn't impossible. Show them he was strong enough. He was better than them all, more determined. He bent down and tried to scoop Zane up in his arms, but couldn't lift the boy even an inch. Zane cried out in pain. Even without armour, Zane was big, and Zane was heavy. Nail refused to give up. "Help lift him onto my back," he urged the others. Liz Hen huffed. "My brother's nearly 300 pounds, you clodpole. But if you help me put him on my back, we can keep going. I will alternate carrying him with Lily. The pony can rest some." "You don't understand," Liz Hen said. "It's over." Then Nail recalled Shawcroft's words. "You can also take life, son. If any lag behind, you'll have to leave them in the mountains. Remember Radish Biter. I'm afraid Zane won't make it far. You must reach Bishop Godwin above all else." Shawcroft had foreseen this. Zane would have to be put out of his misery, and the task had fallen to him. At that moment Nail wanted to run so far away from this place it would be forever lost to him. He closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. The bitter air froze the insides of his nostrils, but at the same time awakened his mind. He recalled the unbearable pain Radish Biter had been in before Shawcroft ordered him to put the cow to sleep. It had been the right thing to do then, and it seemed the right thing to do now. But Zane was a person, not a cow. "Zane is my friend." It was that last thought that settled Nail's mind. When he reopened his eyes, Liz Hen was already placing the hilt of the dagger into his hand, and his cold fingers were already curling around it. And Stefan and Doki were already leading Lily away into the woods. Liz Hen knelt and kissed her brother one last time, and stood, crying. "Make it quick," she said to Nail. "I don't want him to suffer." Then she too withdrew, following Stefan and Doki into the snow-covered trees. Only Beer Mug remained. Zane lay still as a stone on the wolf-hide blanket. The big grey dog growled deep and low as Nail approached. It took some effort, but Zane put one weary hand on Beer Mug, calming him. The dog's tail wagged at Zane's touch. Dagger in hand, Nail knelt by his friend. He knew he must have had the most dreadful look on his face. Zane spoke to him calmly. "Don't be sad, Nail. You'll only make me cry. I don't want to go out of this world crying, you know." Nail knew his own eyes were wide with pain, but there were no tears. Zane looked up at the sky. A faint yellow glow illuminated his ashen features. Nail looked up too. The clouds had parted, letting the last rays of sunshine through, revealing the peaks of the mountains around them. Still, there was little warmth from the sun, and the soft wind whispered through the tree-tops above. Nail took up a corner of the wolf-hide blanket to cover his friend's face. "No." Zane's pallid lips trembled. "I want to see the sun as you do it, Nail. Watch it go down. Can you see it glistening off the mountains? So far up we are, near where Lejeune dwells. His kingdom on high, they say. Let me look at the sun for a moment." So Nail sat by Zane, and the two of them watched the sunlight gleam off the mountains. The peaks were broken by many jagged canyons. The sun danced off the snow and sliced into the shadows, creating a dazzling scene of brilliant reds and deep purples. It was beautiful. The howling wind and immense cold slithered around them, freezing Nail's face stiff.
"I never properly thanked you for saving me from the sharks," Zane said.
Nail shuddered, recalling his plunge into the bloody ocean and the cold grip of the mermaid. He had saved his friend's life. Now he was to take it. Everything about the situation seemed cold, unfair. Nail wondered if anything he'd ever done in his life had truly even mattered. His friend was dying again, right in front of him. Who but me could save a life, only to see it wither away with infection and excruciating pain weeks later? Zane took Nail's hand in his own, the hand that held the dagger. Zane placed the tip of the blade under his own ribs at an angle and said, "Put the knife in under the bone and push up a little and to the left. That will do it clean. No worries. Little pain. At least I hope." With his other hand, Zane pulled Bear Mug's face close to his own and kissed the dog. "Do it now, Nail." Zane looked up as the last sliver of sun vanished behind the mountain peaks. "Do it now." But Nail, feeling sorry for himself, for Zane, for Gisela, for everybody, couldn't do it. He was frozen, immobile. He could only stare at his friend's pain-racked face. He looked at the dagger in his own hand, a hand that was poised to take a life. "This can't be happening. How can it be happening? We went on the Kraken hunt together. I saved him from the sharks. Everyone was proud of me, even Shawcroft." Bear Mug was nuzzling Zane's neck. The dog's sad brown eyes gazed questioningly up at Nail, as if asking why he hesitated. And so, with every ounce of determination he could muster, Nail did it. He angled the dagger under Zane's ribs, up a little and to the left, and pushed. One motion, quick, right in the heart. Zane gasped, eyes widening. Bear Mug squealed a sad note. Nail knew if he lived 1,000 years, he would never forget that final look on Zane's dying face. For there was one thing beyond all else still alive in his friend's eyes: faith. Faith in Lejeune. And in that last moment, Nail saw it. Zane truly believed that Lejeune was awaiting him in the hereafter. Livid red blood drained from the wound when Nail withdrew the blade. But Zane's countenance now glowed with a serenity not present moments before. Nail knew he had done the right thing. Still kneeling, he cleaned the dagger in the snow. Bear Mug remained planted at Zane's side, a low whimper in his throat. Nail stood. "Come," he said to the dog. But Bear Mug stayed put. The terror and love in the dog's eyes hit Nail with such force he had to look away. Like Gisela, Zane would never be properly buried. Instead, he would be left alone, Bear Mug at his side. But in Nail's estimation, there was no more fitting monument than that. Following Lily's tracks in the snow, he left his friend with the dog. Zane's still steaming chest bled a river of scarlet heat over the wolf-hide blanket and onto the frozen ground. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. We, the last warrior angels, bear witness to the covenants between Lejeune and mankind. For the wrath of our sin was taken out on the atonement tree. 'Twas the blood of Lejeune that paid for all sin, and banished all darkness to the underworld. It is by his grace that we are saved from the wraiths. Only continued sinfulness and sloth will bring back the fiery demons and their dread lords. Chapter 32. Tala Bronachel. 7th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejon. Amadon, Gulkana. Sterling says the bitch skewered me good. As Javan sat up in the bed, wincing, and motioned for Tala to enter, the covers fell from his chest. His torso was bandaged from stomach to neck. He wore a thin white robe. Tala bid good day to Dame Mairgrid and the King's Chamberlain, Sir Landon Galloway, and made her way through the entry hall and of her brother's chamber. The small foyer beyond was complete with plush settees and a small cordoned-off library. Javan's room itself was spacious. She heard Sir Landon close the door behind her, leaving her alone with her brother. The bedroom portion of the chamber was divided into several sections by partitions, in effect creating many smaller rooms out of the one big space. Javan's living quarters were filled with all manner of fine sculptures and ornately carved furnishings. His bed was in the farthest right-hand corner, near an open window overlooking the city. A cool morning breeze blew in, a bit chilly for Tala's taste. Javan's legs lay under a thick pile of blankets. "I don't feel much pain." "That's nice." It was the only reply she could think of as she sat beside him on the bed. "Sterling seems bent on pinning this on you. But rest easy, Tala. Pay him no mind. He will not question you again, lest he suffer my wrath. He's all but worn out his usefulness anyway. If he so much as looks at you askance, tell me. I will deal with him. You're but a pawn, I'm afraid. Insignificant. A piece in a bigger game my enemies play." "How are you feeling?" she asked, throat dry. "My only disappointment is that the doctors won't let me leave this bed. You'll have to bring back a detailed accounting of this afternoon's fights for me." "I hate the gladiator matches." "You hope that Squirek wins." "I just don't want him to die. He was once my friend, Jondralin's betrothed." Javan took her hand in his. "He will die today. Of that I am certain." "Can we not speak of such things?" "Times are dangerous, Tala. You must harden yourself.